Master, my 7 senior sisters are too horny, I can't handle it. Chapter 1, The Return. Senior sister. No. Absolutely not now. I have to follow Master S orders and guard my vital essence. Qingyun stared at the stunning beauty mere inches away, his voice laced with panic. Forget that, old man. Let S continue. With those words, the woman S movements grew even more aggressive. Just as things were about to reach the point of no return, Qingyun shuddered violently and snapped his eyes open. Above him stretched a clear blue sky dotted with fluffy white clouds. He exhaled deeply. Just a dream. Well, of course. Senior sister left the mountain days ago. Wistful expression crossed his face, whether reminiscing about the dream or missing his senior sister. Even he couldn't tell. Suddenly, an elderly man in flowing robes materialized in his vision, radiating vigor despite his age. Qingyun sprang to his feet like a carp leaping from water and bowed respectfully. Master. The old man stood atop the mountain peak, hands clasped behind his back as he gazed into the distance. Mist swirled around him, giving him an almost celestial aura. Disciple, you've mastered all I have to teach. It's time for you to descend the mountain. Descend the mountain? Qingyun's expression sharpened. 5 years ago, he'd been framed by his girlfriend, drained of blood and thrown off a cliff. By all rights, he should have died. Yet this very old man had saved him. For 5 years, Qingyun had trained under him on Wuqing Mountain, mastering medicine, martial arts, formations, talismans. His talent in every field was so prodigious that even his master marveled at it. This is the treasure pouch you've always coveted. Take it. With a flick of his sleeve, the old man tossed him a palm-sized bag intricately carved with mystical patterns. Qingyun opened it and his eyes widened. A 7-foot sword, pure white as fresh snow. White rainbow. A wooden box containing 8 needles, 4 silver, 4 gold. Life, death, 8 needles. A token emblazoned with the character for War God. War God token. One after another, treasures his master had previously hidden away now lay before him. The message was clear. This was real. Today, he would leave the mountain. Disciple, of the 8 I've taken on, your talent surpasses them all, even my own, in every aspect. Qingyun replied earnestly, only because of your guidance, master. The old man stroked his beard, a kind smile playing on his lips. When you meet your 7 senior sisters down there, remember, support each other. No infighting. Our lineage's future rests on you 8. 7 senior sisters. Qingyun's eyebrows shot up. He'd only ever met one on the mountain. The master nodded. Indeed. You're the sole male disciple in our line. So if the opportunity arises, just take them all in. Oh. Qingyun's face morphed into pure shock. What kind of outrageous suggestion was this? Master, you can't be serious. The old man's expression didn't waver. Deadly serious. Your 7th senior sister, who left recently. The other 6 are equally devastating beauties. Keep the fertilizer in the family, do your duty and claim them. Images of his 7th senior sister's peerless face flashed in Qingyun's mind. Marrying her would be a dream. But all 7. My body wouldn't survive. The master continued. First, go to the Lin family in Jiangning City. I've arranged a marriage contract, it's in the pouch. Their young miss possesses the profound yin body. Claim her yin essence, and it'll help you overcome the heavenly tribulation in a year. Qingyun's expression sobered. His pure young body defied the natural order. According to his master's divinations, a life or death trial awaited him in 1 year. Success. Soar to unimaginable heights. Failure. Annihilation. Until then, he must preserve his vital essence. I understand, master. But how will I recognize my other senior sisters? The pouch will grow scalding hot when near them. With a final bow, Qingyun kowtowed 3 times. Thank you for 5 years of wisdom and care. I go now. As his figure vanished down the mountain path, the master murmured, a hidden dragon emerges and the world shall tremble. Jiangning City bus station. Qingyun inhaled the familiar yet alien air. I'm back. Just as he stepped forward. Thud. Soft body collided with him. A weak voice gasped in his ear. Handsome, please. Help me. Stunning short-haired woman clung to his arm, her delicate features the very picture of damsel in distress. Behind her, a group of thugs closed in, cracking their knuckles. Little bitch, keep running. See what happens now. I'll break your legs when I catch you. The woman Lin Yingxia whimpered. Sirs, I surrender. Spare me. Scar-faced thug sneered. Beg our boss, not us. Then, to everyone's surprise, Yi Qingyun peeled her off calmly. We've never met. Handle your own mess. Lin Yingxia gaped. You'd abandon me. Why wouldn't I? He strode away without a backward glance. Reason 1. She de-forced him into the role of protector without consent. Reason 2. These thugs clearly ruled the area. As a returning son eager to reunite with his family, unnecessary bloodshed would only worry his mother. The scarred man scoffed at Yi Qingyun's retreating figure. Spineless worm. Lin Yingxia stamped her foot. Coward. But as the thugs advanced, her bravado crumbled into sheer terror. Suburban cottage. Following his memories, Yi Qingyun arrived at a worn-down house. Though the neighborhood had changed, this place stood frozen in time, just more dilapidated. He knocked. Woman's voice snapped from inside. I said I'll pay tomorrow. Get lost. His heart leapt. Qian, it's me, your brother, Yi Qingyun. I'm home. Silence. Then the door flew open, revealing a tall, beautiful woman. His little sister, Yi Qianwen. Chapter 2. Blinded by tears. The Yi Qianwen standing before Yi Qingyun bore little resemblance to the sister in his memories. The girl he remembered had been lively, pure, and always smiling. The woman before him now had dyed mint green hair, wore a midriff-bearing top, and looked like she belonged in a nightclub. Yi Qingyun's brows furrowed. Are you really Yi Qingyun? Qianwen asked coldly. Her skepticism was understandable. 5 years of cultivation on Wuqing Mountain had transformed Yi Qingyun's appearance and aura beyond recognition. It's me. Look, I even have my ID. He handed her the card, then added softly. You used to love fish eyes as a kid. Every time we cooked fish, you'd claim both. And rainbow candy. You'd pick out only the green ones, saying the rest tasted bad. Qianwen scrutinized the ID, comparing it to the man before her. The bone structure matched. The childhood secrets checked out. This was indeed her long-lost brother. Her expression frosted over. 5 years ago, this very brother had abandoned them for that woman. Not a single word since. You should stay dead. She flung the ID to the ground and slammed the door. Bang! Yi Qingyun stood frozen. This wasn't the reunion he'd imagined. He knocked again. Qianwen. Open up. Let me explain. Just as he debated forcing his way in, the door cracked open to reveal his sister's icy glare. If you care about Mom and me at all, disappear again. You've changed. What happened? And where's Mom? Let me see her. Qianwen's laugh was brittle. Mom. You remember her? 5 years ago, you chose that bitch over us. Ran off without a word. Do you know what you did to her? Her voice rose to a scream. She cried every day. Couldn't eat. Called your name in her sleep. Her eyes were already weak, now they gone. Blinded by tears. Your fault. The words struck like lightning. Blind. Mother had cried herself blind? Yi Qingyun shoved past Qianwen into the shack. The interior was barren, the furniture sparse and broken. On a cot lay a middle-aged woman, her eyes bandaged. Zimilan's face was gaunt, her skin sallow, her hair streaked with white. She looked 2 decades older than she should have. 5 years had done this. Yi Qingyun's throat tightened. Qianwen, is that you? Zimilan's hand groped the air. He caught it. Mom, it's me. Qingyun. I'm home. Pause. Then. Yun my Yun really? She bolted upright, trembling. Yes, Mom. I'm here. Good, so good. Coughing fit racked her frail body. Tears soaked through the bandages. Qianwen rushed over with water, shooting her brother a venomous look. Yi Qingyun pressed acupoints along his mother's meridians, a technique to stabilize qi. Color returned to her cheeks. Not a dream. My son's back. Zimilan murmured before exhaustion claimed her. Once she slept, Qianwen rounded on him. Mom believes you. I don't. Where you and that woman been? Cultivating. On a mountain. Oh, so you're an immortal now. Her smirk was razor-thin. Job. Savings. Neither yet. But I'll provide. No one will hurt you two again. His father had died young. These 2 women were his only family, his heart's weakest points. Qianwen said nothing. 5 years of pain couldn't be erased with pretty words. Yi Qingyun gazed at his mother's bandaged eyes. And I'll heal her. She'll see again. His diagnosis was certain. retinal nerve compression from chronic weeping. For the divine physician S. Air. Child S. Play. Chapter 3 You're Too Ugly. Upon hearing this, Sally Yere's face turned cold. My heart, which had originally relaxed slightly, tensed up again. I laughed at myself in my heart. How can I still believe what this bastard says? Sally Yere took a deep breath, pointed outside the door, and spoke coldly to Yi Qingyun. Get out of here now. Immediately. Qianshan, you don't believe me. Get out. When Yi Qingyun saw Yi Qianwen's disgusted and determined expression, he understood. From an ordinary person's perspective, it is indeed difficult to understand the medical skills he possesses. So he spoke to Sally Yere seriously. Qianshan, let me make a bet with you. What bet? Sally Yere's expression paused. Yi Qingyun said with a serious expression, if I can cure our mother's eyes and let her see the light again, just recognize me as your brother. Sally Yere didn't hesitate too much and nodded directly. Yes, if you can cure Mom's eyes. If you can atone for your sins, I will acknowledge you as my brother. What if you can't be cured? I will do as you wish and not set foot in this house. Yi Qingyun replied immediately. However, before I treat our mother's eyes, I have to prepare the herbs. Then come back after you prepare the herbs. Until then, please don't disturb us. After saying this, Sally Yere pushed Yi Qingyun out. This time, Yi Qingyun did not resist. Just when Sally Yere was about to close the door, a figure appeared in her sight. The man spoke. Qianwen, what do you think of my suggestion? A look of disgust flashed across Sally Yere's face. She spoke to the young man in front of her who had pierced ears and wore ripped jeans. Liu Ping, I refuse. After saying this, Sally Yere wanted to close the door. Liu Ping quickly grabbed the door handle and spoke. Without me, how would you pay back the 100,000 yuan you owe Brother Tiger? That's all for you to worry about. Qianwen, as long as you agree to be my girlfriend, I will return the 100,000 yuan to you immediately. Besides, I really love you. I will honor our mother with you in the future. Liu Ping continued. Thank you for your love, but I don't accept it. You are too ugly. Sally Yere said coldly. Liu Ping in front of her came to see her again and again, which made Yi Qianwen very annoyed. She just made it clear today. Too ugly. These 3 words made Liu Ping's heart tighten suddenly and his face turned red. He felt his self-esteem was being trampled upon, and anger rose within him. He subconsciously raised his hand and slapped Sally Yere. The action was so fast that Sally Yere had no time to react. Just when Liu Ping was about to slap Yi Qianwen in the face, a figure appeared in front of Liu Ping. Liu Ping's hands felt as if they were clamped by an iron clamp and he couldn't move at all. Yi Qingyun took action. Sally Yere looked at this scene and her face turned cold. She didn't expect Liu Ping to do such an irrational thing. At the same time, Yi Qingyun blocked the scene in front of her. It reminded her of her brother when she was a child. Who are you? Liu Ping asked Yi Qingyun in front of him with a serious expression. He felt his hands were extremely sore and his bones were almost broken. Liu Ping, I haven't seen you for a few years. You have become braver. You even dare to bully my sister. As Yi Qingyun spoke, he grabbed Liu Ping's hand and exerted force, causing Liu Ping's face to turn purple due to the pain. Liu Ping spoke repeatedly. Let go. Let go now. Yi Qingyun pushed Liu Ping and he flew backwards and fell to the ground. He looked at Yi Qingyun, a thoughtful look on his face, and suddenly exclaimed, I know, you are Yi Qingyun. That's good to know. Get out of here now. If you dare to bully my sister again, I will break one of your legs. Yi Qingyun said coldly, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Liu Ping suddenly felt cold. He looked at Yi Qingyun's unfriendly expression and felt confused. When Yi Qingyun was a child, he was as thin as a monkey, dark and thin, and was often bullied. At that time, Liu Ping bullied Yi Qingyun from time to time. As a result, after 5 years, Yi Qingyun has become so tall and strong. Yi Qingyun, you are so cruel this time. Liu Ping uttered a harsh remark symbolically, then turned and left. Qianshan, look, with my skills just now, I can definitely protect you and this family. Yi Qingyun smiled at Yi Qianwen. Humph. What's the use of being strong? I can only teach a few thugs a lesson and be a security guard at most. Also, have you forgotten what my mother told you? She hopes you study hard, get into a good university, and find a good job. Instead of fighting and killing, if my mother saw what happened just now, how sad would she be? Sally Yere spoke. Yi Qingyun remained silent. He thought of his father because he had once been a violent person in society. Then he left when Yi Qingyun was very young. Therefore, Zilan didn't want Yi Qingyun to fight and kill. I hope he studies hard and finds a good job. That's why Yi Qingyun ran away from home with a gangster woman 5 years ago. Zilan would be so sad after she knew it. Yi Qingyun took a deep breath and asked Yi Qianwen, "What about you? Dye your hair, do your nails, wear earrings, wear belly-bearing tops, and wear shorts. Do you think you are dressed like a scholar now? If I don't dress like this, how can I make money? Where will the money for my mother's medical treatment come from? If I were like you and neglected my family for the past 5 years, my mom would have died long ago." After Yi Qianwen finished speaking, just slammed the door shut. Yi Qingyun looked at the closed door in front of him, his heart filled with sadness and self-blame. Yes, my mother is blind and can't work, so she has to stay at home. The burden of the family has to be borne entirely by my younger sister. A young girl like her should have been studying in school. Yi Qingyun felt very uncomfortable when he thought of this. He spoke to the closed door. "Qianqian, the 100,000 yuan that Liu Ping mentioned. I will have it sorted out for you by tonight." After Yi Qingyun finished speaking, he turned and left. After a long time, the door opened. Sally Ye stuck her head out and found that Yi Qingyun was no longer at the door. She felt mixed emotions and sighed deeply. "Damn kid, I haven't seen you for 5 years, and you are so strong after coming back." Liu Ping kept rubbing his swollen right hand while walking on the road, cursing. He thought to himself that he would have to go to the hospital for an X-ray later, as his hand bones might be broken. Bang! Suddenly, he bumped into someone. He spoke without even thinking. "Damn it! Don't you have any fucking eyes? Liu Ping, you are still so bad-tempered. Do you believe me? I'll squeeze your other hand, too." After saying this, Liu Ping trembled. He looked up and took a closer look, then took a step back in fear. That's right. The person in front of him was Yi Qingyun, whom he had just met. Liu Ping looked at Yi Qingyun's cold expression and felt a chill in his heart. He said this in a timid tone. "Yi Qingyun, what do you want to do? Let me tell you, I have the 8 gates protecting me. If you dare to touch me, I will make you pay for it." Chapter 4: 8 Doors. "Ha! It seems that you don't realize your current situation." Yi Qingyun came in front of Liu Ping and elbowed him in the chest. Liu Ping's body flew backwards and fell to the ground, with a sweet taste in his throat. He was shocked. After not seeing Yi Qingyun for 5 years, he looked very different. Become so good at fighting. For the sake of his life, Liu Ping decisively begged Yi Qingyun for mercy. "Brother Yun, don't do it. I promise I will never go looking for your sister again. I'll take a detour when I see her." Yi Qingyun nodded. "That's more like it." Then, he changed the subject and continued to ask, "Let me ask you, where is Zhu Ruoyan now?" When Liu Ping heard this, his face changed drastically. He looked around and saw no one behind him. Then he lowered his voice and spoke to Yi Qingyun. "Brother Yun, are you trying to kill yourself? How dare you address the underground queen by her name?" Yi Qingyun asked, "Underground queen? What does that mean?" Liu Ping swallowed and explained in a low voice. "Brother Yun, I know that you used to have a relationship with Zhu Ruoyan, but that is in the past. Zhu Ruoyan's current identity and status are beyond your reach. She unified the underground forces in Jiangning City and was honored as the queen of the underground world. It is called the Black Rose, a rose with blood. She has absolute control over the underground world of Jiangning City. You want to rekindle your old relationship with her, but that is impossible." After listening to Liu Ping's explanation, Yi Qingyun sneered. Apparently, he wasn't the only one who had been doing this for the past 5 years. This ex-girlfriend has grown up so fast. From an unknown little person to the underground queen today. But, so what? It was revenge for that woman who had designed to draw Yi Qingyun's blood and pushed him down the mountain. Yi Qingyun must be reported. I'm not going to make peace with her. I'm going to kill her. Take me to find her. Yi Qingyun spoke lightly. When Liu Ping heard this, his whole body trembled and his voice rose by more than an octave. "Are you crazy? Kill her. I told you so, and you still dare to go find her? You want to die, but I don't." Yi Qingyun picked up Liu Ping and said coldly, "Take me." Liu Ping looked at Yi Qingyun's eyes as sharp as a knife, and his heart turned cold. He replied with difficulty, "Brother Yun, it's not that I don't want to take you with me, but I don't know where the Black Rose is at all. However, I can take you to meet the leader of the 8 Gates. The 8 Gates is a faction under the Black Rose. The sect master should know where the Black Rose is. Then take me there quickly." Yi Qingyun ordered, "Brother Yun, it's agreed that I will only take you there. I won't help you with anything else." Liu Ping mustered up the courage to speak. Yi Qingyun nodded. He didn't expect to be of any help to the coward in front of him. Afterwards, Liu Ping drove Yi Qingyun to a villa. Brother Yun, this is the home of the leader of the 8 gates. Liu Ping said to Yi Qingyun respectfully. Yi Qingyun nodded. Brother Yun, if there's nothing else, I'll leave. Liu Ping bent over and spoke. Yi Qingyun waved his hand casually. Liu Ping turned around and quickly got into the car. Then he stepped on the accelerator and drove away quickly, until Yi Qingyun's figure completely disappeared from the rearview mirror. Only then did Liu Ping breathe a sigh of relief. For some reason, he always felt a lot of pressure when he was in front of Yi Qingyun. However, he will never have this feeling again. Want to kill Black Rose? This is really a fantasy. In Liu Ping's eyes, Yi Qingyun was already a dead man. Yi Qingyun walked straight into the villa in front of him and was stopped by 2 burly bodyguards at the door. Sir, who are you looking for? Looking for Lu Rueli. Yi Qingyun replied. Lu Rueli is the leader of the 8 gates. Our leader is busy today and will not be seeing guests. Please go back. The security guard said in a deep voice. They were very unhappy that Yi Qingyun directly addressed their sect leader by his name. Yi Qingyun saw this situation. It seems that there is no hope for normal communication. So he took a step forward and came to a bodyguard, grabbed the bodyguard's arm and exerted force. The bodyguard's body spun in the air and fell heavily to the ground. Boy, you dare to cause trouble in the 8 gates. You are looking for death. Another bodyguard reacted and roared. Then he took out the walkie-talkie from his waist and spoke urgently. Brothers, something's going on. Get your weapons ready and gather at the gate. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of dense footsteps came from far away. Immediately afterwards, 1 by 1 strong men holding iron rods and electric batons came to Yi Qingyun. The most conspicuous one among them was a burly man with a hideous scar on his face. The man with the scar was stunned when he saw Yi Qingyun. A bodyguard pointed at Yi Qingyun and spoke to the scarred man. Brother Dao, this kid wants to see the sect leader. The scarred man grinned when he heard this. When he smiled, the scar on his face seemed to come alive and move. It makes him even more ruthless. He smiled at Yi Qingyun. Hey, isn't this the coward I just met? You don't even dare to save a woman. Still want to come and see our leader? Get lost. Yi Qingyun recognized the scarred man in front of him. It was the one I met at the bus station not long ago. Take me to see your master. Damn it. You are such a coward, and you still want to meet my sect leader. Brothers, grab your weapons. Give this guy a tight grip. After the scarred man finished speaking, he walked up to Yi Qingyun, raised the iron rod and hit Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun frowned, raised his leg and kicked the scarred man in the chest. Bang! The scarred man's body crashed into the pillar like a kite with a broken string. Fell heavily to the ground. Brother Dao. Brother Dao, are you okay? Several younger brothers came to the scarred man and spoke. Damn it! I was careless for a moment and was attacked by this guy. Don't worry about me, come together. Following the order given by the scar man, a group of burly men surrounded Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun kicked him several times. Bang, bang, bang. Every sound was accompanied by a figure flying out. In just a few seconds, no less than 10 strong men fell to the ground, holding their stomachs, hunching their bodies, and howling in pain. The rest of the people looked at this scene in shock, swallowed, and stepped back involuntarily. The scarred man leaned against the pillar, looking at Yi Qingyun with shock and confusion. Damn, you are so awesome. Why didn't you save that woman just now? That beautiful woman is all over you. Take me to see your sect leader. Yi Qingyun looked at the scarred man and spoke calmly. The man with the scar was about to speak. At this moment, a powerful voice sounded here. What happened? Why is there so much noise? Then, a tall and thin man with a crew cut appeared in everyone's sight. As soon as he appeared, everyone around him hurriedly greeted him. Master. The scarred man spoke to Lu Rueli respectfully. Master, this kid wants to see you. Chapter 5, I'll take you there. Lu Rueli fixed his gaze on Yi Qingyun, narrowed his eyes slightly, and spoke coldly. You're the one who hurt my people. Yes, take me to see Black Rose. Yi Qingyun spoke. When Lu Rueli heard this, his heart sank. Damn, what kind of luck am I having today? I was just kicked in the vitals by a bitch. Now another kid who doesn't know how to live or die comes and causes trouble at his doorstep. Lu Rueli showed a murderous look on his face. He fumbled around his waist, pulled out a pistol, and shot Yi Qingyun. Where did this ignorant kid come from? Huh. You hurt my people, and you still dare to give me orders. Die. Bang. A bullet flew towards Yi Qingyun with the sound of breaking wind. At this distance, Lu Rueli was confident that this shot could blow off this kid's head. A cruel smile appeared on the scarred man's face. Boy, I admit that you are good at fighting. What's the point of being able to fight? You can still beat a gun. Before the scarred man could finish his words, his pupils contracted violently and his face was filled with shock. What? Yi Qingyun raised his right hand and made a scissor shape in front of him. A black object spun in his hand. Due to the high speed, even wisps of white smoke came out. Everyone looked closely and saw that there was a bullet between Yi Qingyun's fingers, but the murderous aura on him is genuine. The old man specially used illusions in the mountains to let Yi Qingyun train. In the illusion, Yi Qingyun once fought against thousands of troops and took the head of the enemy general. This murderous aura of his was simply forced out of him. Lu Rueli's whole body tensed up and an idea popped into his mind. If he doesn't agree to Yi Qingyun, he will die. So he nodded to Yi Qingyun. Okay, I'll take you there. Downtown, by the water. This is the highest standard leisure place in Jiangning City. Here, entertainment, games, dining, accommodation, everything is available. A luxurious spa. A delicate-looking woman is bathing here. Her snow-white skin was faintly visible under the white mist, which was very tempting. She is the underground queen, Zhu Ruoyan. Zhu Ruoyan had almost finished soaking in the hot spring, so she put on her clothes with the help of two maids. Then she came to a luxurious private room and leaned lazily on the chair. A female servant stepped forward and spoke to Zhu Ruoyan respectfully. My lord, Wang Yongjun, the president of the United Group, has given you an authentic painting by a master, titled The Empress of the Tang Dynasty. Open. Zhu Ruoyan spoke casually. Afterwards, the female subordinate slowly unfolded an ancient painting on the table in front of Zhu Ruoyan. The picture shows a female emperor touring the imperial garden. The empress wore a loose robe, a phoenix crown on her head, and her clothes were gorgeous. Soldiers in armor stood behind the empress, demonstrating her domineering aura. Zhu Ruoyan looked at the painting and her beautiful eyes lit up. Excellent. Isn't the empress in the painting her at this moment? As the underground queen of Jiangning City, she has countless subordinates. If she stomps her feet, the ground in Jiangning City will shake 3 times. In addition, Zhu Ruoyan's hobby is ancient paintings. The ancient painting in front of her really touched her heart. Okay. Zhu Ruoyan said good 3 times in a row, which shows how satisfied she is with this painting portrait of Empress of the Tang Dynasty. She then spoke to her men. I accept this painting. Please tell the person who sent it to me. This queen can meet one of his conditions. Yes, my lord. At this time, a tall woman in black tights came up to Zhu Ruoyan and spoke respectfully. My lord, the leader of the 8 gates, Lu Rueli, requests to see you. Not see. Zhu Ruoyan raised her red lips. My lord, he said he has something very important to report to you in person. Zhu Ruoyan frowned and said, let him in. Soon, Lu Rueli brought Yi Qingyun to Zhu Ruoyan. Zhu Ruoyan saw Lu Rueli and said coldly, Master Lu, what do you want? Lu Rueli pointed at Yi Qingyun and replied to Zhu Ruoyan, my lord, this man insists on seeing you. If I don't bring him here, he will kill me. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere suddenly became cold. Many people looked at Yi Qingyun with murderous intent. How dare you threaten the underground queen? Zhu Ruoyan's gaze fell on Yi Qingyun. For some reason, Zhu Ruoyan felt that the young man in front of her was familiar. She spoke first. Young man, why are you looking for me? As soon as Yi Qingyun arrived at the private room, he saw Zhu Ruoyan sitting in the main seat. Zhu Ruoyan at this moment is very different from she was 5 years ago. She lay lazily on the chair, showing off her graceful figure to the fullest, and her brows exuded the aura of a superior. Zhu Ruoyan, it's me, Yi Qingyun, I'm back. Yi Qingyun spoke calmly. How dare you? How dare you address the Lord by his name? I think you want to die. Before Zhu Ruoyan could react, a tall woman scolded Yi Qingyun. There was a strong murderous intent in his eyes. Not only her, there were many people looking at Yi Qingyun with murderous intent. As long as Zhu Ruoyan gave the order, this group of people would rush forward. Kill this kid who offended the master with a single blow. After hearing the name Yi Qingyun, Zhu Ruoyan's narrow and beautiful eyes narrowed and she said coldly, Yi Qingyun, you are not dead. Thanks to you, I am not dead. This time, I am here to take your life. Yi Qingyun spoke calmly. His tone was as if he was telling a very ordinary story. How dare you? You dare to speak disrespectfully to your master. Several subordinates who were loyal to Zhu Ruoyan were filled with anger and were ready to take action. But Zhu Ruoyan waved her hand and they stayed aside obediently. The eyes they looked at Yi Qingyun were full of gloom. Zhu Ruoyan tapped her fingers lightly on the chair. Years of experience have made her calm and composed. At the same time, she was also somewhat interested in her old lover in front of her. Yi Qingyun, you are really ignorant. I am no longer the person I was 5 years ago. Now I have connections everywhere in Jiangning City. It's as easy to kill you as it is to kill an ant. Actually, I am in this position thanks to you. If it weren't for your blood, I would have died from lack of blood long ago. It is you who brought me back to life. Regarding what happened 5 years ago, I admit that I have let you down and I regret it. Now, I can give you a chance. Become my subordinate, and I will ensure that you will be rich and prosperous. Chapter 6 Just Your Life. Yi Qingyun was completely unmoved when he heard this. Regret? When the woman in front of me said this. With that condescending expression on his face, there is no way he is regretting. These are crocodile tears. I came here today just to take your life. Yi Qingyun spoke again. You are still as stubborn as before. I can't do anything about it. If I could kill you the first time, I can kill you the second time. Zhu Ruoyan glanced at Yi Qingyun. Then he waved to the men around him. Zhu Ruoyan's men, who had long been filled with anger towards Yi Qingyun, rushed towards Yi Qingyun like an arrow. The first 4 people to be affected were tall beauties. They are the 4 top fighters under Zhu Ruoyan, and are respected as the 4 golden flowers of the underworld. They are white azalea, poinsettia, bamboo peach, and oolong. As soon as the 3 girls of Baiduan made a move, they tacitly targeted Yi Qingyun's hands and feet respectively. The 4 of them wanted to chop this ungrateful boy into pieces. Just when Baiduan, poinsettia, zudao, and wulong were about to meet Yi Qingyun moved, and he kicked 4 times in a row. Without exception, all of them kicked the 4 women in the abdomen. The 4 girls were instantly severely injured, their faces changed drastically, and they fell heavily to the ground with the sound of bones breaking. In just this one encounter, the 4 of them had so many broken bones. With just one move, all 4 warriors under the Underground Queen were seriously injured. Many people saw this scene and gasped, looking at Yi Qingyun with a bit more fear in their eyes. Even Zhu Ruoyan sat up straight. There was a cold light in her beautiful eyes as she spoke in a cold voice. Yi Qingyun, no wonder you dare to come to me. It turns out you have some strength. Zhu Ruoyan stood up from her chair as she spoke. I told you, I'm here to take your life today. After Yi Qingyun finished speaking, he flashed and approached Zhu Ruoyan at an extremely fast speed. Zhu Ruoyan's pupil shrank and her body instinctively defended itself. Swish! A sound of breaking wind rang in Zhu Ruoyan's ears. She leaned back suddenly, bending nearly 90 degrees. Then, her body turned strangely like a snake and she slapped Yi Qingyun with both palms. Yi Qingyun ignored the 2 palms and let Zhu Ruoyan's hands hit him. He reached out and grabbed Zhu Ruoyan's neck and lifted her up. Let go of our lord. Many of Zhu Ruoyan's men around quickly picked up their weapons and surrounded Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun remained indifferent. You all retreat. Get out of here. Zhu Ruoyan shouted. Her subordinates looked at each other with hesitation on their faces. What? Even my words are useless. Get out of this room, everyone. Zhu Ruoyan scolded again. Everyone was afraid of Zhu Ruoyan's majesty and left the private room one after another. Even the 4 girls, Baiduan, Poinsettia, Zudao, and Wulong, were helped out of the private room. Soon, Yi Qingyun and Zhu Ruoyan were the only ones left in the huge and luxurious private room. Zhu Ruoyan was still being strangled by Yi Qingyun at this time, and her face had an unnatural blush due to lack of oxygen. She was very shocked. She never expected that with her strength. After just one encounter, Yi Qingyun took him down so easily. You know, she is the queen of the underground, not of ours. They fought their way out through the blood and gore. Black rose. Black represents the color of dried blood. Brother Qingyun, I was wrong. I had no choice but to do that thing back then. I did have my own reasons. Over the years, whenever I thought about that incident, I fell into deep self-blame. I found that I truly love you, and now that you are back, I can give you the throne of the Underground King. I am at ease being your good wife and helper. Zhu Ruoyan had a charming expression on her face. I have to say that Zhu Ruoyan's appearance combined with her tone is still quite lethal. Otherwise, this woman would not have bewitched Yi Qingyun to such an extent 5 years ago. However, this beauty trap is no longer useful to Yi Qingyun now. Yi Qingyun had a sneer on his face. Zhu Ruoyan, you are really a vicious woman. You are willing to talk so much nonsense to me. The purpose is to make the toxins in my body explode, right? After these words were spoken, Zhu Ruoyan's pupil shrank. Besides shock there was fear. because it was just as Yi Qingyun said, she was delaying time. The palm technique that Zhu Ruoyan just performed is called the 5-yin palm. The 5-yin palm is extremely poisonous. She just hit Yi Qingyun with 2 palms. As expected, the poison has already invaded Yi Qingyun's body. I believe that within half an hour, Yi Qingyun will become completely powerless and melt into blood. So, all Zhu Ruoyan had to do was delay. As a result, Yi Qingyun saw through her little trick at a glance. This is natural. As soon as the poison of the 5-yin palm entered Yi Qingyun's body, Yi Qingyun sensed it. It can be directly resolved by using true qi, so there is no need to worry at all. On the surface, Zhu Ruoyan still spoke in a pitiful manner. Brother Qingyun, what are you talking about? I am sincere when I say this. Before Zhu Ruoyan finished speaking, Yi Qingyun suddenly exerted force with his hand. Zhu Ruoyan's face turned purple due to lack of oxygen. Now, Zhu Ruoyan couldn't pretend anymore. She is the underground queen of Jiangning City, admired by everyone. Now she was being held in someone's hands like a chicken. She couldn't accept the huge contrast. Her face turned cold and she spoke to Yi Qingyun in a stern voice. Yi Qingyun, you are right. I am just stalling for time. You've been poisoned by the 5-yin palm, and there's no cure for the poison I personally mixed within half an hour. You will melt into a pool of blood. I am the only one who possesses the antidote. Even if you kill me, you will die in half an hour. Why don't you spare my life and I'll give you the antidote? Then you and I will become the underground overlords of Jiangning City together. What do you think? You are totally unworthy of negotiating terms with me. I'm here to take your life. Yi Qingyun said this and exerted force suddenly with his hands. Zhu Ruoyan realized Yi Qingyun's determination to kill her and could no longer remain calm and begged for mercy repeatedly. Yi Qingyun, I'll give you the antidote, please forgive me. I can be your dog. Zhu Ruoyan's voice stopped abruptly, because her throat had been crushed by Yi Qingyun. The underground queen of Jiangning City, Black Rose, died on the spot. Yi Qingyun threw Zhu Ruoyan's body directly out the door. When the group of Black Rose's men outside the private room saw Zhu Ruoyan, their first reaction was to step forward. My lord, are you okay? Bai Duan dared to check Zhu Ruoyan's breath with her hand, and her face turned pale. She said with a trembling voice, the Lord is dead. What? As soon as these words were spoken, it was as if a thunderclap rang in the ears of Zhu Ruoyan and her subordinates, and their heads were buzzing. Many people reacted and saw Yi Qingyun's eyes were filled with fear. What's more, my legs are shaking with fear. Chapter 7, Fish Seller. Even the underground queen died at the hands of this young man. This guy is simply a devil. You've gotten into big trouble. The forces behind the master will definitely not let you go. Bai Duan reacted and yelled at Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun took a step forward, came in front of Bai Duan, picked up the ladder, and said in a cold voice, Who is the power behind Zhu Ruoyan? Haha, you will come to accompany me soon. After Bai Duan said this, blood oozed from her mouth and nose and she died on the spot. He actually committed suicide. He was very loyal to his master. After Yi Qingyun finished speaking, he threw Bai Duan's body on the ground. White Azalea is also dead. Many people felt cold all over their bodies and their feet were chilled when they saw this scene. Swish! A black figure turned into an afterimage and rushed towards Yi Qingyun. She held a dagger in her hand and stabbed Yi Qingyun's chest fiercely. Yi Qingyun stretched out his hand and grabbed the black shadow's neck quite accurately. With a burst of force, the man's larynx was crushed with a crack. Yi Qingyun casually threw the man's body on the ground. When everyone saw it, their hearts skipped a beat. This person is Wulong, one of the 4 golden flowers under Zhu Ruoyan. Wulong's strength has reached that of a 7-star warrior. In the underground world of Jiangning City, she is only slightly weaker than Zhu Ruoyan. Moreover, Wulong is good at sneak attacks. Even so, she was still easily killed by Yi Qingyun in front of everyone. Everyone's fear of Yi Qingyun deepened. The other 2 golden flowers under Zhu Ruoyan, Poinsettia and Bamboo Peach, were filled with sorrow when they saw the bodies of the 2 sisters on the ground. The 2 of them looked at each other and nodded. Then, he took the poison that had been prepared in advance at the same time, and blood began to flow from his mouth and nose, and he died on the spot. Given their relationship with Zhu Ruoyan, Yi Qingyun would definitely not let them go. If I commit suicide now, I can avoid being tortured. The bodies of Zhu Ruoyan and her 4 generals were lying on the ground in a mess. This scene made many people around feel cold in their hearts. A middle-aged man with a quick mind knelt in front of Yi Qingyun quickly. My lord, as the saying goes, a country cannot be without a ruler for a day. Now Black Rose has died at your hands. You should be the one sitting on the throne of Jiangning City's underground king. I, Fishmonger Qiong, am willing to serve you as the new king of the underground. This fishmonger is second only to Black Rose in this underground world. Now he knelt down so simply to show his sincerity. This shows that he recognizes Yi Qingyun's strength. After the fishmonger Qiong took the lead in expressing his stance, a large group of people knelt in front of Yi Qingyun and shouted loudly, "My lord!" Yi Qingyun looked at the dark crowd in front of him, and there was no one standing in front of him. His expression was indifferent and he spoke calmly. "I only want Zhu Ruoyun's life. I have no interest in the underground world." What he said is true. There are two main reasons. First, Yi Qingyun's mother didn't want him to get involved in an organization like the underground forces. Second, Yi Qingyun looked down on such petty quarrels. What underground queen? 4 golden flowers. In Yi Qingyun's opinion, it was no different from children fighting. What? Rejected. Many people's expressions froze. The boss of this underground world is not just a title, he has real power. It is no exaggeration to say that he is the boss of the underworld. Even the mayor of Jiangning City has to give you some face. Now that Zhu Ruoyun is dead, Yi Qingyun would be inappropriate. The underground world of Jiangning City will surely be torn apart, and many heroes will rise up. The fishmonger's eyes turned around and a plan came to his mind. He spoke to Yi Qingyun. "My lord, you look down upon the throne of this underworld. But the throne of this underworld cannot be separated from you. I am willing to be your most loyal dog and help you manage this underground world." Many underground bosses who were as powerful as the fishmonger changed their expressions when they heard this. Damn, this fishmonger Qiong really has a good plan. Are you so good at flattery? After the fishmonger Qiong said this, his heart started pounding and he felt very nervous. This was a big gamble for him. As the saying goes, those who are close to water get the moon first. He now has such a good opportunity, and he must quickly express his loyalty to Yi Qingyun. "You, come with me." Yi Qingyun thought for a moment and said to the fishmonger. The fishmonger Qiong was so overjoyed that his whole body was shaking with excitement. He suppressed his emotions and replied respectfully, "Yes, sir." Then, under the gaze of everyone, Ma Yuqiang followed Yi Qingyun into the room. Damn! Such a good opportunity was taken by fish seller Qiong. An underground boss who is as powerful as the fishmonger spoke up. The other underground bosses nodded in approval. In the private room, Yi Qingyun was sitting on the sofa, and the fishmonger was half bent over, standing in front of Yi Qingyun. "May I have your name?" Yi Qingyun spoke lightly. The aura of a superior person naturally emanates from him. "My lord, my name is Jiao Qiong. I used to be a fishmonger. Many people called me Fishmonger Qiong. Sir, you can call me that, or you can call me Changzi." Jiao Qiong replied respectfully. "Don't call me master. My name is Yi Qingyun. You can just call me Master Yi." "Okay, Master Yi. I'll give you Zhu Ruoyun's seat. Are you capable of doing it?" When Jiao Qiong heard this, his mind was filled with great joy. The throne of the underworld. This is a position he would never dare to dream of. The result is now right in front of him, within his reach. He immediately knelt on the ground and spoke respectfully to Yi Qingyun. "Master Yi, I will be your most loyal dog from now on. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west." Yi Qingyun was very satisfied with Jiao Qiong's attitude. "Don't spread the news about me." "Don't worry, Master Yi, I guarantee it with my life. There will be absolutely no news about you leaking out. Give me 200,000 in cash now." Yi Qingyun ordered. "Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll get it for you right away." Jiao Qiong responded and left the private room. Yi Qingyun leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes. He really has no interest in being the boss of the underworld. It's just that Sally Ye was in urgent need of money, and he made money quickly through the underground world. Yi Qingyun did not ask for too much and gave too much money to Yi Qianwen. Otherwise, Sally Ye would inevitably become suspicious. This is not conducive to improving the relationship between them. Yi Qingyun's eyes fell on the ancient painting in front of him. When he was not practicing in the mountains, he would cultivate his sentiments through playing the piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The ancient painting in front of you has a strong sense of picture and a long history. It is a good collection. Not long after, Jiao Qiong returned to the private room again. He was holding a box in his hand and opened it on the coffee table in front of Yi Qingyun. There were piles of money everywhere. "Master Yi, this is 200,000 in cash." Yi Qingyun put his hand on the money and touched it. Suddenly, the 200,000 cash disappeared in an instant. At the same time, The painting The Procession of Empress of the Tang Dynasty on the table also disappeared. Chapter 8 The New King of the Underworld. Jiao Qiong was stunned by this scene. He didn't think Yi Qingyun was performing magic. This is simply magic. The more Jiao Qiong thought of this, the more he respected Yi Qingyun. In fact, Yi Qingyun just put the money and the procession of Empress Tang into his treasure bag. The treasure bag he brought down from the mountain was quite an extra-large storage bag. It doesn't look big, but there's quite a lot of space inside. It is no exaggeration to say that the space in the treasure bag is enough to fit the entire waterside without any problem. I'm leaving. It was not until Yi Qingyun reminded him that Jiao Qiong came to his senses. Afterwards, Yi Qingyun and Jiao Qiong came outside the private room. The two stood in front of a group of bigwigs from the underworld. Jiao Qiong held his head high and announced with full energy, "Everyone, the person next to me is Master Yi. To be honest with you, I am now the most loyal dog under his command. From now on, I am the new king of this underground world. Who is for? Who is against?" When the underground bosses heard this, their faces changed. If Jiao Qiong had dared to say this in front of them before, they go right up together. Jiao Qiong was scraped of his bones and muscles and thrown into the sea. "How dare you, a stinky fishmonger, say these things in front of us? There are people here who are as strong as you, and you can't even count them with one slap." But now, these underground bosses just stood there and remained silent, because Yi Qingyun was standing next to Jiao Qiong. Yi Qingyun is the fierce man who killed Black Rose. It turned out that one of Jiao Qiong's subordinates had a keen eye and he raised his arm to call out, "Brother Qiong is mighty." Soon after, groups of people began to express their opinions. "I agree that Brother Qiong should be the new king. You can't refuse to accept it." Jiao Qiong has Yi Qingyun's support behind him. Jiao Qiong looked at the huge crowd in front of him and saw that no one objected. He felt very happy. He never thought that he would have such a glorious day. It feels so good to be like a fox taking advantage of the power of a tiger. What's wrong with being a dog for others? You guys haven't had the chance yet. Yi Qingyun knew what Jiao Qiong was thinking, and he patted the latter on the shoulder. "Do your best." After he said these 3 words, he strode away. Wherever he went, the underground bosses respectfully made way for him. After Yi Qingyun left Zaishui Fang, he went directly to the nearest e-commerce mall. "I bought myself the latest model of Apple phone and got a phone card, spending a total of 10,000 yuan. In the city, you can't live without a mobile phone." After Yi Qingyun bought the mobile phone, he went straight to a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, Rendatang. Prepare to buy medicinal herbs to treat Z Milan SIs. Yi Qingyun came to the hall of Rend Hall and lined up according to the procedures. In front of Yi Qingyun was a little girl with a pale face and white lips. It was summer, but the little girl was wearing a thick cotton coat. It's the little girl's turn to see the doctor. The little girl's mother is a middle-aged woman named Zhu Yanfang. She spoke to the old man in his 70s, wearing a long robe, in front of her. "Master Hu, my daughter felt cold all over when she woke up today. Please see what's wrong with her." Hu Zhongyi reached out and checked the little girl's pulse. He instructed a girl next to him who was wearing a light blue dress. "Shuang'er, go get my needle." "Okay, Master Hu." The young girl Xia Shuangzhu responded, rummaged through the drawers, took out a set of acupuncture, and handed it to Hu Zhongyi. Hu Zhong held a silver needle in one hand and showed a kind expression to the little girl. "Little baby, it will be a little painful later, you have to bear it." The little girl nodded and responded crisply. "Okay, Tuanchuan is not afraid of pain." Hu Zhong held a silver needle in one hand and skillfully inserted it into the little girl's body. Swish, swish, swish. In just a few seconds, 7 silver needles pierced into the little girl's body. Yi Qingyun recognized the acupuncture technique performed by Hu Zhongyi, the Ghost Gate acupuncture. Hu Zhongyi stopped after he used the 7th Ghost Gate needle. The little girl's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Mom, Tuanchuan is not cold anymore." The little girl spoke to Zhu Yanfang. Zhu Yanfang looked delighted when she heard that and gently rubbed the little girl's head with her hand. "Tuanchuan, I'm glad you're not cold." Then she said to Hu Zhongyi with great gratitude, "Master Hu, you are truly a miracle doctor. I am so grateful to you." Hu Zhongyi pinched his beard lightly with his hand and said, "It's okay, little kid, the cold air has entered your body. I have used the 7 ghost needles to remove the cold from her body. I will prescribe another medicine for her later, and she can go back and boil it for her to take. Rest for a few days and you will recover." Zhu Yanfang nodded repeatedly. Yi Qingyun frowned. Does the old man in front of him think that the little girl's illness has been cured? No way. The little girl did feel the cold entering her body. But I want the little girl to fully recover. You must use the complete 13 ghost needles. It was not the 7 ghost needles. There were still 5 needles that had not been used. The coldness in the little girl's body was originally just lurking inside her body. Now that Hu Zhongyi had stabbed him like that, the cold energy was activated and was running rampant throughout the body. It had to be completely eliminated from the body. If you don't do this, the cold air will be drawn back into your body. Then it will cause greater harm to the little girl. Yi Qingyun originally thought that the old man was just taking a rest after performing the 7 ghost needles. Unexpectedly, the old man was cured. Hu Zhongyi had already started to pull out the silver needle from the little girl's body. As the silver needle was pulled out, the cold air retracted. By then the little girl's illness will worsen and her life may even be in danger. Yi Qingyun spoke seriously. Wait. After he finished speaking, the hall became a little quieter. Hu Zhong paused, fixed his eyes on Yi Qingyun, and said, "Young man, what advice do you have for me? The little girl's illness has not been cured yet. If you pull out the needle now, this girl's cold will relapse in less than 5 seconds." Yi Qingyun said seriously. After these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed. Before Hu Zhong could open his mouth, Xie Shuangzhu beside him directly scolded Yi Qingyun in a cold voice. "Sir, the master who's standing in front of you is a famous master of traditional Chinese medicine in Jiangning City, known as the Miracle Doctor. I don't know how many lives his Ghost Gate acupuncture technique has saved. Now you dare to question Master Hu's medical skills? Are you here just to cause trouble?" Zhu Yanfang pointed at Yi Qingyun and cursed. "My Tuanchuan has no grudge against you. Why are you cursing her?" Many people around were pointing fingers at Yi Qingyun. "Young man, this is a Chinese medicine hospital. Human lives are at stake here. This is not a place for you to attract attention. How dare you, you ignorant boy, question Master Hu's medical skills?" Yi Qingyun heard the sounds around him and regained his composure. A doctor should have a kind heart. This is what his master taught him. He couldn't bear to see the little girl in front of him die. So he spoke out to remind her. As a result, he was ridiculed. Even the little girl's mother didn't believe him. Forget it. Doctors don't knock on doors. He is not so humble as to ask others to treat his illness. Chapter 9. The girl is offended. Seeing that Yi Qingyun stopped talking, Xie Shuangzhu felt that the latter was guilty. She snorted coldly. "Humph. You're just talking nonsense." Hu Zhongyi glanced at Yi Qingyun and ignored him. Concentrate on pulling out the silver needle from the little girl's body. Soon, Hu Zhong pulled out the 7 silver needles from the little girl's body one by one. Yi Qingyun muttered to himself, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the number 1 fell, the little girl, who had originally had a rosy face, suddenly trembled all over. Then she hugged herself with her hands, her voice trembling. "It's so cold. Mom, Tuanchuan is so cold." Zhu Yanfang's face changed drastically and she quickly hugged the little girl. "Don't be afraid, Mom is here." At this time, Zhu Yanfang discovered that her daughter's face was unusually pale, with a sickly white color. Zhu Yanfang immediately became anxious and spoke hastily to Hu Zhongyi. "Master Hu, what's going on with my daughter? Why is she feeling cold again?" In fact, Hu Zhongyi had already noticed that something was wrong with the little girl without Zhu Yanfang saying anything. Hu Zhongyi frowned and thought to himself, "This is not right. Logically speaking, the little girl should have recovered after receiving the Ghost Gate needle therapy. How could it possibly relapse?" Many people were whispering around. "Hey, this little girl is just like what the young man said." 5 seconds later, her illness relapsed. Is everything this young man said true? These words fell into Hu Zhongyi's ears. Hu Zhongyi looked at Yi Qingyun and found it ridiculous. This young man in front of me is so young. What can he know about Chinese medicine? Most likely he was just talking nonsense, and it just happened that the blind cat caught a dead mouse. But Zhu Yanfang couldn't stay any longer. She saw that master who looked helpless. However, the young man in front of her was able to accurately predict that her daughter's illness would relapse. There is definitely something to it. Now her daughter's whole body is cold. Zhu Yanfang is worried that if her daughter doesn't receive treatment, she will die here. So she pleaded with Yi Qingyun. "Young man, I was wrong just now. I'm here to apologize. I believe you are a very capable doctor. My daughter is innocent, and I hope you can save her life." As Zhu Yanfang spoke, she was about to kneel in front of Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun looked at the little girl's lips that were frozen purple and sighed softly. He helped Zhu Yanfang up and spoke. "Well, I have a connection with this little girl." After saying that, Yi Qingyun came up to Hu Zhongyi and said, "Old sir, can you lend me your silver needle?" Saving lives is important. Feel free to use it. Things have come to this point. Hu Zhongyi is not someone who does not know the seriousness of the matter. The little girl's life is the most important. Yi Qingyun held a silver needle in his hand and spoke to Xie Shuangzhu beside him. The girl is offended. After saying that, he stabbed Xie Shuangzhu's abdomen with the silver needle. Before Xie Shuangzhu could react, she felt a sharp pain 5 inches below her navel. Immediately afterwards, the silver needle in Yi Qingyun's hand was stained with a hint of bright red. Xie Shuangzhu hasn't reacted yet. Yi Qingyun then inserted the silver needle into the little girl's body. Xie Shuangzhu was about to speak but was stopped by Hu Zhongyi. Hu Zhongyi shook his head at Xie Shuangzhu, then looked at Yi Qingyun, shocked. Because Hu Zhongyi discovered that Yi Qingyun was actually using the ghost gate acupuncture technique. Hu Zhongyi's expression became quite serious. At Yi Qingyun's age, he was able to perform the ghost gate needle technique. A rising star indeed. Moreover, when Hu Zhong saw Yi Qingyun's smooth acupuncture technique, he felt ashamed of himself. Swish, swish, swish. Yi Qingyun inserted 7 silver needles into the little girl's body. The coldness on the little girl gradually dissipated and her face became rosy. Looking at this scene, Hu Zhongyi nodded secretly. He did the same thing just now, but it was useless. As long as the silver needle is pulled out of the little girl's body, her illness will relapse. But soon, something happened that shocked Hu Zhongyi extremely. Yi Qingyun stabbed the little girl with the 8th needle in front of him. The 8th ghost needle. Hu Zhongyi was shocked by this scene. What? Doesn't the ghost gate acupuncture method only have 7 needles? How did the 8th needle appear? He subconsciously wanted to stop it. However, he saw Yi Qingyun's serious expression and skillful techniques. Or choose to believe the young man in front of you. Yi Qingyun can perform the 7 ghost needles. Has completely conquered Hu Zhongyi. Yi Qingyun didn't stop after he gave the 8th needle. Swish, swish, swish. Another 5 silver needles pierced into the little girl's body one after another, making a total of 13 silver needles. 13 ghost needles. Yi Qingyun did not stop until he had used the 13 ghost needles. The 13 silver needles formed a closed loop on the little girl's body, and the tail needle trembled slightly. At the same time, the little girl's body exuded a chill that ordinary people could not see. Tuan Tuan, how are you? Are you feeling better? Zhu Yanfang asked the little girl anxiously. The little girl showed her 2 cute dimples and spoke. Mom, Tuan Tuan isn't cold anymore. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yanfang's face showed joy and she spoke to Yi Qingyun with great gratitude. Thank you so much, benefactor. You saved my daughter's life. As she spoke, she wanted to kneel in front of Yi Qingyun again, but was supported by Yi Qingyun. Thump. On the other side, someone knelt down. When everyone saw it, they gasped. The person kneeling down was actually the miraculous Dr. Hu Zhongyi. Yi Qingyun was confused by Hu Zhongyi's kneeling. What was going on? Everyone around was also confused. It is reasonable for the little girl's mother to kneel down to express her gratitude to Yi Qingyun. Why did Hu Zhongyi kneel? Is he apologizing for his behavior just now? Under the gaze of everyone, Hu Zhongyi spoke to Yi Qingyun. Sir, please accept me as your disciple. Yes. Hu Zhongyi wanted to worship Yi Qingyun as his master. He saw with his own eyes that Yi Qingyun could perform the 13 ghost needles, and his heart was greatly shocked. The young man in front of me is definitely a great figure in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. Hu Zhongyi is an old man who is extremely obsessed with traditional Chinese medicine. If you don't become my disciple now, when will you? If you miss this opportunity, you will miss this shop forever. Become a disciple. After hearing Hu Zhongyi's words, the people around looked at Yi Qingyun with different eyes. Become extremely respectful. In their eyes, Hu Zhongyi is a highly respected senior and a great figure in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. As a result, I was able to put my face on the line, under the attention of so many people. Become a disciple of a young man who is so much younger than him. This shows how superb this young man's medical skills are. Old sir, please get up first. I have no intention of accepting a disciple. Yi Qingyun smiled bitterly. When Hu Zhong heard this, his face turned gloomy. However, he was not the kind of person who would pester others. He stood up and bowed to Yi Qingyun. I am the old man who is forcing others to do what they want. I don't want to accept disciples. But, if you are interested in the 13 ghost needles, I can teach you. Chapter 10 150,000. Hu Zhongyi's eyes lit up and he spoke quickly. Interested. Quite interested. I hope you can give me some advice. Yi Qingyun nodded. Then, his eyes fell on Xie Shuangzhu. Xie Shuangzhu's face was dazed and he still hadn't recovered from his shock. The young man she looked down upon just now. A few minutes later, it changed completely. He actually became an expert in traditional Chinese medicine that even master who wanted to be his disciple. This huge contrast made it difficult for Xie Shuangzhu to accept it for a while. Yi Qingyun spoke to Xie Shuangzhu. Girl, the situation was urgent just now. I am so sorry. Just now I took blood from 5 inches below your navel. That's because you are a virgin, and virgin blood can drive away the cold. Xie Shuangzhu came back to his senses, his face flushed, and he replied in a mosquito-like voice. Sir, it's okay, I understand. On the other side, Hu Zhongyi had taken out a notebook and wrote down Yi Qingyun's words. Virgin blood can drive away the cold. This is a new knowledge point. With the pupil technique that Yi Qingyun practiced, he could tell at a glance that Xie Shuangzhu was a virgin. Old man, these are the herbs I want to buy. Could you please grab them for me? Yi Qingyun took out a piece of white paper from his body. It contained the Chinese medicinal materials he needed to treat his mother's eyes. Hu Zhongyi took the white paper and glanced at it for a moment. Then, he looked embarrassed and said to Yi Qingyun, Sir, we have these herbs here, cassia seed, horsetail, night shining sand. As for Wuzhuan Zhen, I'm sorry I am so ignorant, I have never heard of it. Yi Qingyun frowned, but was not too surprised. What he took out was an ancient recipe. This kind of medicinal material is extremely rare in modern times, so it is normal that it cannot be found. He just came here to try his luck. Yi Qingyun thought for a moment and asked Hu Zhongyi, Old man, do you know where I can buy Wuzhuan root? To be honest, my Rendatang is the largest Chinese medicine store in Jiangning City, with a complete range of medicinal materials. You can't buy that Wuzhuan root from me. I guess it's not available on the market in Jiangning City. Hu Zhongyi explained. Yi Qingyun nodded, frowning. Hu Zhongyi continued. Sir, I can help you find information about Wuzhuan Zhen in nearby provinces and cities. Once there is any news about Wuzhuan Zhen, I will inform you immediately. Yi Qingyun said, Thank you. This is what I should do. Hu Zhongyi replied. Since Yi Qingyun wants to teach him the 13 ghost needles, he has to perform well. Afterwards, Hu Zhongyi packed up the other medicinal materials needed by Yi Qingyun and exchanged contact information. Yi Qingyun took the medicinal herbs and left Rendatang. It's getting late today, and Yi Qingyun still has to deliver the money to Yi Qianwen. As for teaching Hu Zhongyi the 13 ghost gate needles, this matter will have to be postponed. Yi Qingyun walked out of Rend Hall and sent a message to Jiao Qiong. Let him find out information about Wuzhuan Zhen. Jiangning City, suburbs. A small bungalow. Zimai Lan was half leaning on the bed, and Sally Ye was feeding her medicine. Zimai Lan coughed twice and spoke. Chan, Mom really saw Yana this afternoon. He's back. Mom, I told you, you were dreaming, it's not real. That person hasn't come back for 5 years, he must be dead. Stop talking about him, come and take your medicine. No matter what, Yana is your brother. How can you curse him like this? Zimai Lan looked dissatisfied. I don't have a brother like him. Sally Ye said in her heart. Yes, Sally Ye deliberately concealed the fact that Yi Qingyun had returned. Although Zimai Lan had met Yi Qingyun in person in the afternoon. But Zimai Lan had just woken up and her mind was in a daze. It's a bit hard to distinguish between reality and dreams. So, Sally Ye lied to Zimai Lan and said she was dreaming. Now it seems that Zimai Lan believes it in her heart. She thought she had the dream because she missed her son who had disappeared 5 years ago. Zimai Lan had had this kind of dream before, but none of them were real this time. Sally Ye tried to prevent Zimai Lan from dwelling too much on this topic. She started to change the subject. Mom, I'll be able to get a promotion and a raise next month. In addition, I also collected the 100,000 yuan I owed for the loan today. It will be paid off tomorrow. Chan, you've worked so hard. Mom's illness can't help you in any way. It's really a burden to you. Zimai Lan had mixed feelings. Mom, don't say that. I will work hard and let you live a good life. Daughter, there is nothing I want in this life. I just hope you can have a decent job and marry an honest person. Just live a down-to-earth life. Sally Ye saw the light blue ends of her hair and her colorful manicure, took a deep breath and said firmly, Mom, I will. After Zimai Lan fell asleep, Sally Ye opened the door, sat on a stone block outside the door, and looked up at the stars in the sky. At this time every day, her heart would become extremely peaceful. For some reason, Sally Ye felt a little irritated today. I actually expected that person to really send me 100,000 yuan. Sally Ye shook her head and abandoned this unrealistic idea. It was already so dark, But she didn't see Yi Qingyun. 100,000 yuan. A city worker can't even earn that much money in a year. How can you take it out just by saying so? Sally Ye looked at the stars in the sky for a while. Today she deliberately stayed outside for a while longer, just as she was about to go back to her room to sleep. At this moment, a voice sounded in her ears. Qianqian, you still like looking at the stars so much. When Sally Ye heard this strange yet familiar voice, she paused. In front of her, under the light of the street lamp, a figure appeared. It's Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun was holding a black bag in his hand. He strode up to Sally Ye, handed the bag in his hand to her, and spoke. Here are 150,000 yuan. In addition to the 100,000 yuan I promised you, there is an extra 50,000 yuan. I know that these 50,000 yuan are far from enough to make up for the harm caused to you and Mom in the past 5 years. But this is also my small token of appreciation, and it can improve your life to some extent. After Yi Qingyun finished speaking, he put the money in front of Yi Qianwen and turned to leave. Sally Ye looked at Yi Qingyun's departing back, which seemed very long under the light of the street lamp. She looked at the bag of money on the ground again and smiled. Shallow, but beautiful. Under the pressure of life, she didn't know how many years it had been since she had laughed like this. At this moment, she felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Sally Ye opened the black bag. Inside were bundles of money, no more, no less, exactly 15 bundles. Sally Ye hurried into the room and closed the door heavily. Yi Qingyun didn't want to say a few more words to Yi Qianwen, but he understood that before he cured Zimalan's eyes. There is no point in talking too much, doing more is the real thing. He was sitting in a black luxury car at this time, and Jiao Qiong was the driver who took him to where he would stay tonight. Yanyuan Villa. All of this was naturally arranged by Jiao Qiong. Chapter 11. Opening the Ren and Du Meridians. Yi Qingyun can't live with Yi Qianwen now. Jiao Qiong naturally would not give up this good opportunity to flatter. He directly gave Yi Qingyun the best mountaintop villa in Jiangning City. Villa number 1. Master Yi, we are here. After Jiao Qiong stopped the car, he said to Yi Qingyun respectfully. As soon as Yi Qingyun got out of the car, he saw a complex of luxurious villas in front of him. Master Yi, the villa on the top of the mountain is the one I gave you. The market value of the Chenzi number 1 villa is over 100 million yuan. Jiao Qiong pointed to a luxurious villa halfway up the mountain and spoke. He felt a little reluctant. He just got the most luxurious number 1 villa in the Yanyuan Villa district today. I originally wanted to enjoy it by myself. Now that he didn't stay there for a night, he gave it directly to Yi Qingyun. However, Jiao Qiong was willing to do it in his heart. A villa can make you the king of the underground. It's totally worth it. Yi Qingyun looked in the direction of Jiao Qiong's hand. Although it was already late at night. However, there are streetlights all along the way in this villa, and it is brightly lit. Yi Qingyun saw a luxurious villa halfway up the mountain. Just one look at it and you can tell it's worth a fortune. Only, when Yi Qingyun saw the number 1 villa, his eyes narrowed slightly. There's obviously something unclean there. A golden light flashed in Yi Qingyun's eyes as he observed through the pupil technique he practiced the Eye of Insight. You can clearly see a thick black air lingering around the villa. Evil spirit. This kind of evil energy is a kind of evil spirit, once it is inhaled by ordinary people. In mild cases, the whole body will be paralyzed, and in severe cases, death will occur on the spot. Logically speaking, a villa complex of this value would have been surveyed by a professional landscape architect. The chosen location is definitely a feng shui treasure land. It is absolutely impossible for evil spirits to arise. Someone is doing something behind the scenes. Yi Qingyun quickly made up his mind. He set his eyes on Jiao Qiong, whose face was full of flattery. Yi Qingyun said in a deep voice, Jiao Qiong, how dare you? You actually want to harm me. Jiao Qiong's heart trembled when he heard this. He knelt down in front of Yi Qingyun with cold sweat on his forehead. Master Yi, I am just a loyal dog under your command. How dare I harm you? Seeing Jiao Qiong's sincerity, Yi Qingyun didn't think it was fake, so he continued. There is something wrong with this villa you gave me. Young Master Yi, this number 1 villa is the most premium villa in the entire Jiangning city. It was newly built not long ago and was originally intended for the underground queen to live in, but now she has been killed by you. This villa changed hands several times before it landed in my hands. When Jiao Qiong said this, he suddenly thought of something and his face changed drastically. I know. Master Yi, it must be that bastard Zhao Laosi who is behind this. This Genting villa is worth 100 million yuan, and he transferred it to me for 10 million yuan. I thought he saw that I was promoted to the new king of the underworld and deliberately showed me his respect. It turns out he was cheating. Jiao Qiong gritted his teeth as he spoke this. Who is Zhao Laosi? Zhao Laosi and I are both in the underground world, and our strength is about the same. Both of us are 6-star warriors. He and I have never gotten along, and he was unwilling to see me become Master Yi's right-hand man. So you gave me the villa with problems and wanted to harm me. Damn it. That bastard. I'm going to seek revenge on him right now. Jiao Qiong's face was full of cruelty. The fishmonger Qiong's luck turned good today, and he finally met a noble man like Yi Shao. As a result, Zhao Laosi actually interfered, which was no less than the revenge for killing his father. The fishmonger must avenge this grudge. Master Yi, this is my fault. It was my negligence that I did not check the number 1 villa. I also have a villa at Dizza number 5, which is my residence. You can live there for the time being. This is villa number 5. As Jiao Qiong spoke, he took out a key from his arms and handed it to Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun did not take the key and spoke. No, I'll just live in villa number 1. This. Mr. Yi, didn't you say there was something wrong with that house? You must not take risks. Jiao Qiong's face was full of concern. His concern is genuine. If something happened to Yi Qingyun, without his backer, he would lose the throne of the underworld. It's okay. I know what I'm doing. Yi Qingyun spoke. Although the number 1 villa is shrouded in evil spirits, but it must be said that the location of villa number 1 is deeply loved by Yi Qingyun. It is located halfway up the mountain, surrounded by mountains on the east, with purple air coming from the east and rich spiritual energy. It is of great benefit to those who practice Taoism. As for this evil spirit, Yi Qingyun didn't take it seriously. He had a way to deal with it. Okay, Master Yi, this is the key to the number 1 villa. Jiao Qiong finished speaking, his expression showing hesitation. But in the end, he still handed the key to villa number 1 to Yi Qingyun. Young Master Yi, that bastard Zhao Laosi deliberately sent you a problematic villa to frame you. He deserves death. This Zhao Laosi must not be allowed to stay. My strength is equal to his. Please kill him, Master Yi. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyun glanced at Jiao Qiong. The villa given by Zhao Laosi was obviously targeted at Jiao Qiong. As a result, Yi Qingyun was allowed to stay there by accident. Zhao Laosi obviously wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife. However, Yi Qingyun is quite satisfied with Jiao Qiong and is very loyal to him. Yi Qingyun thought of this and waved his hand. 2 golden needles pierced into Jiao Qiong's body, and he spoke at the same time. You can handle Zhao Laosi's matter yourself. That kind of small-time person is not worth my help. A flash of disappointment passed through Jiao Qiong's heart. However, he is going to be the new king of the underworld. How can you do it without some tricks? He can just use Zhao Laosi to establish his authority. Soon, Jiao Qiong discovered something was wrong. He felt the blood gushing out of his body, and a force surged to every part of his body. His face was filled with shock. What is going on? He clenched his fist slightly, and it made a cracking sound. With a slight wave of his hand, a sonic boom was heard. This kind of power is something he has never experienced before. Yi Qingyun took back the golden needle and explained lightly. I used a secret technique to open up your Ren and do meridians, doubling your strength. You can maintain this state for an hour. I guess you can deal with Zhao Laosi now, right? Jiao Qiong swallowed and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Don't worry, Master Yi, I have the ability. I will definitely be able to take the head of that bastard Zhao Laosi. If I can't do it, I'll be beheaded. Jiao Qiong became more respectful and shocked towards Yi Qingyun. What kind of magical method is this? Directly double the strength. After hearing this, Yi Qingyun turned around and headed towards villa number 1. Jiao Qiong stood there and watched Yi Qingyun leave, until he could no longer see Yi Qingyun. He clenched his fists tightly, a ferocious smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Zhao Laosi, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. After he said that, he got in the car and drove away quickly. Chapter 12 Black Flower. Yi Qingyun went all the way to villa number 1. Along the way, Yi Qingyun clearly felt it. The closer you get to villa number 1, the colder the environment becomes. Yi Qingyun even saw ice fragments on the leaves of roadside plants. This is obviously extremely abnormal. After all, it's hot summer now. Yi Qingyun didn't care at all and went straight to the door of villa number 1. He took out the key, recorded his fingerprint, opened the door, and walked into the villa. As a top-level villa, the furniture inside is naturally of the highest grade. This level of luxury is no less than that of the ancient emperors. As soon as Yi Qingyun entered the villa, the evil energy in the villa rushed into his body frantically. But Yi Qingyun has a pure yang body. It is the nemesis of this filthy air. The evil energy was completely unable to penetrate Yi Qingyun's body. Yi Qingyun sat on the soft sofa, feeling a little regretful. Seeing such a nice house, the first thing he thought of was to bring his mother and younger sister over. However, Zi Mailan and Yi Chenwen are just ordinary people and cannot withstand the evil spirit in the villa. If the two of them forced their way in, they would inevitably suffer physical injuries. Yi Qingyun thought and decided to completely get rid of the evil spirit in the villa first, then bring in Zi Mailan and Yi Chenwen. Thinking of this, Yi Qingyun began to search in the villa. Through the eye of insight, he can clearly perceive where the evil energy is concentrated. Not long after, Yi Qingyun discovered that the evil energy in the four corners of the Chenzi No. 1 villa was the most intense. Moreover, he also understood why the No. 1 villa was shrouded in evil spirits. Because this villa is shrouded in a sinister formation. Four mysterious yin gathering formation. This formation is specifically designed to gather evil energy. As Yi Qingyun expected, someone was secretly making trouble here. Originally, Yi Qingyun wanted to crush the center of the four profound yin gathering formation with one kick. But he saw a flower with light black petals in the north corner of the villa. This flower is in the corner of the villa. In front of it is the back garden of the villa, where all kinds of colorful flowers are blooming. If Yi Qingyun hadn't had sharp eyes, he really wouldn't have noticed this flower. When Yi Qingyun saw this light black flower, he was shocked. Mo Zhuan Hua. This is good stuff. The petals of the Mo Zhuan flower are black and it grows in extremely yin places, making it an excellent resource for spiritual practice. Yi Qingyun didn't expect to encounter one by chance just after he came down the mountain. What a lucky guy. If a fully mature Mo Zhuan flower was taken by Yi Qingyun now, it can at least improve his practice by 1 year. Yi Qingyun carefully examined the Mo Zhuan flower and found that it was still in its infancy. It is not the best time to pick them. When the petals of the Mo Zhuan flower turn as black as ink, it is fully mature. Originally, Yi Qingyun wanted to crush the four mysterious yin gathering formation directly. However, without the evil energy gathered by the Sichuan Juyin formation as nourishment, the Mo Zhuan flower might wither. Yi Qingyun thought that it would only take about a week for this Mo Zhuan flower to fully mature, so he decided to wait. Yi Qingyun couldn't bear to part with such a treasure. Thinking of this, he decided to wait until the Mo Zhuan flower was fully mature before dealing with the Sichuan Juyin formation. Anyway, with his pure yang body, he is not afraid of evil spirits at all. The four profound yin gathering formation could not cause any harm to him. Afterwards, Yi Qingyun found a room in the villa and lay down on the bed to rest. A luxurious private room. Zhao Laosi was lying comfortably on the sofa, while two tall beauties in Qingyun were massaging his shoulders and legs. That is a house that even the queen of the underground wouldn't dare live in. I sell it just for you. Fish seller Qiong. Don't let me down. Zhao Laosa said in his heart with a sinister feeling. Just when he was enjoying it, the door of the private room suddenly slammed open. Jiao Qiong rushed in alone with murderous intent. He saw Zhao Laosi, a grim smile appeared on his face, and he said in a deep voice, Zhao Laosi, today is the day you die. Two beauties in Qingyun saw Jiao Qiong's ferocious look. She was so frightened that her face turned pale and she collapsed on the sofa. When Zhao Laosa saw that the person coming was Jiao Qiong, he spoke with a forced smile. Brother Qiong, why are you so angry? I have given you the No. 1 villa. You come here with so much fanfare so late at night. What do you have to say? Damn it. You still have the nerve to talk about the No. 1 villa. I ask you, do you know that there is something wrong with that villa? Jiao Qiong said this and strode up to Zhao Laosi. The two beauties in Qingyun were so frightened when they saw Jiao Qiong's cannibalistic look that their legs were shaking. Zhao Laosi frowned and felt depressed. For some reason, Jiao Qiong tonight gave him a strong sense of oppression. This kid, my Yuqiang, has just become the new king of the underground world. Why has his temperament changed so much? However, Zhao Laosi is not afraid of the strong fishmonger. We are all in this same business. Both sides know exactly what each party is worth. Zhao Laosi signaled the two beautiful women in Qingyun beside him to leave. Soon, only Zhao Laosi and Jiao Qiong were left in the private room. Zhao Laosi's face turned grim. Qiong the fishmonger, stop pretending in front of me. With your strength, do you really think you can do whatever you want with Master Yi support? You are just a dog under Master Yi. Without you, Master Yi will have a second dog. Think about it. If I kill you now, I will go and ask Master Yi for favor. Do you think Master Yi will kill me? Or will he let me take your place? Yes, although Jiao Qiong is now nominally the king of Jiangning City's underground world. But Zhao Laosi is not really afraid of someone who relies on the power of others to gain power. If the fishmonger Qiong can be Yi Shao's dog, why can't Zhao Laosi? Zhao Laosi felt that he could definitely do it. Give him a chance. He is confident that he can do better than Jiao Qiong. Zhao Laosi, you and I are old acquaintances. Don't you notice that I am different today than usual? Jiao Qiong had a half smile on his face. Yi Shao told him that his strength could last for an hour. It only took him about 10 minutes to find Zhao Laosi. There are still 50 minutes left, enough for him to do a lot of things. Zhao Laosi is Jiao Qiong's old rival, and the two of them are always in conflict. Tonight, Jiao Qiong's strength skyrocketed. How could he let it go without having some fun with Zhao Laosi? Zhao Laosi frowned when he heard this. He looked at Jiao Qiong carefully and said unhappily, Qiong the fishmonger, you're just a stinky fishmonger. With young Master Yi backing you up, you can act like a decent human being. Next I will show you your true colors. As Zhao Laosi was speaking, he suddenly felt something strong. He swung his right fist violently and punched Jiao Qiong with great force. Zhao Laosi used his strongest attack to launch a sneak attack on Jiao Qiong. TSK, Zhao Laosi, I will make you understand. There is such a huge gap in strength between you and me. Jiao Qiong said disdainfully. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed Zhao Laosi. When Zhao Laosi saw this scene, he was overjoyed. Chapter 13 Is it you? Zhao Laosi knew Jiao Qiong's strength very well. In terms of strength, he is stronger than Jiao Qiong. Now, Jiao Qiong actually dared to confront him head-on. He was simply seeking death. But soon, the smile on Zhao Laosi's face suddenly froze, because he found that his hand was actually grabbed by Jiao Qiong, completely unable to move. How is this possible? Zhao Laosi was shocked. He looked at Jiao Qiong with disbelief. Jiao Qiong gave a cruel smile. Have you noticed? You are just a little karami in front of me now. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiao Qiong exerted force with his hand. With a snap, Zhao Laosi's hand bones were crushed. Hiss! The tremendous pain made Zhao Laosi take a deep breath. Veins bulged on his forehead, and he shouted, Fishmonger Qiong, how did you become so strong? Of course, all this was given by Master Yi. Having said that, I am able to have such strength. It's all thanks to you. You sell the #1 villa to me, and I will give it to Mr. Yi. Yi Shao could tell at a glance that there was something wrong with the villa. Then he increased my strength so that I could teach you a lesson. When Zhao Laosi heard this, he felt shocked and bitter. He was shocked that Yi Qingyun could improve my Yuqiang's strength so much in such a short time. Zhao Laosi estimated that the fishmongering warrior's strength had at least doubled. Originally, the two of them could fight on equal terms. As a result, now he is being beaten by the fishmonger. Completely crushed, no chance of fighting back. Zhao Laosi was dissatisfied. The two men are equally powerful, so how did the fishmonger become the new king of the underworld overnight? Zhao Laosi, this time you were too clever for your own good. Since we have known each other for many years, I will not torture you and will give you a quick death. After Jiao Qiong finished speaking, his blood boiled and he was ready to end Zhao Laosi's life with one punch. Zhao Laosi sensed Jiao Qiong's murderous intent and felt a chill in his heart. At this life and death moment, no one can remain calm. The same is true for underground bosses like him, he said hurriedly. Brother Qiong, I admit defeat. Please spare my life. I recognize you as the new king of the underworld. From now on, I will follow your lead. Jiao Qiong felt secretly pleased when he saw his former mortal enemy begging for mercy so humbly. There was a satisfied expression on his face. It feels so great to have power. He replied with disdain. Zhao Laosi, it's too late. Maybe in the next life. After Jiao Qiong finished speaking, he no longer gave Zhao Laosi a chance to speak. He punched Zhao Laosi directly in the chest. Zhao Laosi's head drooped and he died on the spot. Jiao Qiong planned to show Zhao Laosi's body to other big guys in the underworld who were as powerful as him. Jiao Qiong knew in his heart that there were many people like Zhao Laosi who did not submit to him. It was just right that he could use Zhao Laosi as an example to scare the monkeys, to consolidate his throne as the new king of the underworld. The next day, Yi Qingyun woke up early, just like he did in the mountains. He put on his clothes, jumped up and went to the balcony of the villa. Standing on the balcony, you can see green mountains as far as the eye can see. Although the spiritual energy here is not as dense as in the mountains, it is much denser than in the city. Yi Qingyun sat cross-legged on the ground, holding his breath and concentrating, with his 5 hearts facing the sky. As the saying goes, a day's plan begins in the morning. When the purple air comes from the east, it is the time of the day when spiritual energy is the most abundant. It is the best time to practice. Soon, between Yi Qingyun swallowing and spitting, The surrounding spiritual energy was attracted by something and flowed into Yi Qingyun's body. The martial art that Yi Qingyun practiced was called Taizhuan Jing, which was an extremely superior martial art taught to him by his master. There are 7 stages in total. Now Yi Qingyun is in the first stage, body training. Use true qi to strengthen the muscles and bones throughout the body, making the body hard enough to resist powerful weapons. The completion of the first stage of the Taizhuan Sutra can make Yi Qingyun's physical strength comparable to that of a divine weapon. As spiritual energy continued to flow in, a hazy white mist emanated from Yi Qingyun's body surface. Yi Qingyun seemed to be integrated with the heaven and earth. After Yi Qingyun practiced the martial arts, then practiced the pupil technique, the Eye of Insight. His Eye of Insight is also now in the first stage. Consuming true energy can allow you to see through things. This Eye of Insight is divided into 4 stages. When it reaches the higher stage, it can see through everything. One glance can destroy the evil in the world. It is an extremely powerful eye technique. After Yi Qingyun practiced the skills and pupil technique, he opened his eyes and a golden light flashed in his eyes. At this time, half of the sun has appeared on the top of the mountain, and the orange-yellow light is spreading on the earth, which is magnificent. If this kind of scenery were in the city, it would definitely be a tourist destination that everyone would rush to check in. In the entire Yanyuan Villa complex, only in the number 1 villa can you enjoy such a beautiful view. However, Yi Qingyun has become immune to such beautiful scenery. Every day he could see beautiful scenery on the mountain that was no less beautiful than this one. Afterwards, Yi Qingyun left the villa and had breakfast. According to the address on the engagement, we arrived at a residential building. Yes, he was going to find his fiancée whom he had never met. Yi Qingyun pressed the doorbell. Soon, the door opened and a beautiful woman poked her head out. The woman exclaimed when she saw Yi Qingyun, "It's you." Yi Qingyun saw the woman in front of him clearly, was stunned, and said to himself, "What a fate." The woman in front of him was the one Yi Qingyun met outside the bus station yesterday. Yi Qingyun quickly came to his senses and spoke. "Miss, is this Lin Chua's home?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yingxia replied to Yi Qingyun with a very cold attitude. "Yes, Lin Chua is my sister. What do you want from her?" Yi Qingyun took out the marriage contract and spoke. "Your sister is my fiancée, and I am here to fulfill the engagement." "Fiancée? Are you kidding me? Given your personality, I will be the first one to disagree." Lin Yingxia said coldly. She had no good feelings towards Yi Qingyun in front of her. Yi Qingyun didn't save him yesterday. He wasn't enthusiastic at all. This made Lin Yingxia feel resentful. Yi Qingyun didn't take the trouble raised by his nominal sister-in-law to heart. He married Lin Chua, not her. In addition, even if there is no chance between Yi Qingyun and Lin Chua, all I can say is that the two of them are not destined to be together. Yi Qingyun will protect Lin Chua for 1 year according to his master's instructions. The master saved his life, and he will do his best to complete the master's instructions. Just when Yi Qingyun and Lin Yingxia were in a stalemate, a strong male voice was heard from inside the house. Yingxia, who was standing at the door. "What are you talking about?" "Dad, a poor boy said he was my sister's fiancé. I'm going to kick him out right now." Lin Yingxia finished speaking and was about to close the door. Suddenly, a figure strode to the door. He pushed Lin Yingxia aside, his eyes fell on Yi Qingyun, and he spoke anxiously. "My dear son-in-law, you are here at last." Chapter 14. "Okay, I'll marry." Lin Yingxia curled her lips and said unhappily, "Dad, what are you talking about? Look at this kid. He has no more than 100 yuan on him. How could my sister marry such a man?" "Shut up. Do you have any say in this?" Lin Hong'er scolded Lin Yingxia. Lin Yingxia curled her lips and turned back to her room. Lin Hong'er looked at Yi Qingyun with a smile on his face. "My dear son-in-law, can you please bring out the engagement between you and my daughter? Let me confirm." "No problem, Uncle Lin." Yi Qingyun agreed immediately. He was somewhat flattered by the attitude of the middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes in front of him. From this point of view, Lin Hong'er supports the marriage of Yi Qingyun and Lin Chua. Lin Hong'er took the marriage contract and saw his own signature on it. His face became excited. Yes, it's this marriage contract. I signed it myself back then. My dear son-in-law, you are finally here. Come on. Come in quickly." Lin Hong'er said this and enthusiastically pulled Yi Qingyun into the house. As soon as Yi Qingyun entered the room, he saw 2 other women besides Lin Yingxia. A beautiful woman who looks 30% similar to Lin Yingxia, with a cool temperament and a tall figure. She is Lin Chua, Yi Qingyun's nominal fiancée. There was also a noble lady who was dressed in gold and silver and was well maintained. Her name is Wu Zhenlan, and she is Lin Chua's mother. As soon as Yi Qingyun entered the house, the whole family's eyes fell on Yi Qingyun. Lin Chua glanced at Yi Qingyun and continued to eat breakfast. Lin Hong'er pointed at Yi Qingyun and spoke. Let me introduce you to this young man. His name is Yi Qingyun, and he is Chua's fiancé. Puff. After hearing this, Lin Chua sprayed milk all over the table, with a look of disbelief on her face, and spoke to Lin Hong'er. Dad, are you kidding me? How come I suddenly have a fiancé? Sister, do you remember the coward I told you about last night? It's him. He saw those men with iron bars running away. They were not manly at all. Lin Yingxia came close to Lin Chua and whispered. Now, Lin Chua's favorable impression of Yi Qingyun became even lower. Chua, I'm not kidding. This marriage contract in my hand. I signed it myself, and your mother also approved of it. Besides, I often told you that you have a fiancé. Have you forgotten? Lin Hong'er smiled. You can see that he is in a good mood. Lin Chua looked helpless. Although Lin Hong'er told her when she was a child that she had an engagement. But she always thought her father was just joking with her. I didn't expect this to be true. Now Lin Hong'er really came to her with a man. How could Lin Chua accept this? Moreover, Lin Chua is a strong businesswoman who is devoted to her career and has no intention of falling in love. Dad, you know me. I've been busy with company business lately and have no time to get married. Or maybe let us just call off the engagement. Lin Chua spoke. When Lin Hong'er heard this, his face darkened and his tone was unquestionable. No, Chua, this engagement was made by me personally. At that time, more than 20 years ago, I accidentally saved a great master. It was he who cured my hidden illness, which allowed me to give birth to you. I have made an agreement with that great master to let you marry his disciple. Chua, I believe that the disciple of the great master is definitely a great man. The master that Lin Hong'er mentioned was naturally Yi Qingyun's master. Upon hearing this, Lin Chua's expression became extremely solemn. From childhood to adulthood, her father doted on her and obeyed her in everything. But today Lin Hong'er's attitude was so tough that there was no room for maneuver. It made Lin Chua feel very unfamiliar. At the same time, she knew that it would be extremely difficult to change her father's decision. Thinking of this, Lin Chua looked at Wu Zhenlan for help. Wu Zhenlan understood, coughed lightly and spoke. Horny, young people nowadays advocate free love. The ways of our older generation are no longer popular. If Chua is really not suitable for this guy, then let us forget about this engagement. I think this young man is very handsome and will have no problem finding a wife. That expert really helped us a lot back then. We gave the young man 1 million and the engagement was settled. What do you think? 1 million. Lin Chua wondered if she could use 1 million to cancel the engagement. It's not that it's unacceptable. 1 million. Mom, you are so generous. The money in the house doesn't just come from the wind. Just give this guy 100,000 yuan and send him off. Lin Yingxia on the side interrupted. Lin Hong'er's face darkened and he said in a deep voice. That's enough. 1 million. Xiaolin, can you even say that? If it weren't for the help of that master, would we have 2 daughters? How can you have such a family business? And Yingxia, please respect your brother-in-law. I have made up my mind about this matter, so don't tell anyone. Chua, you and Qingyun should go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register right now. The scene became quiet. It was Yi Qingyun who spoke to Lin Hong'er. Uncle Lin, if Miss Lin really doesn't want to, I will cancel the marriage. Although the master intended to match him with Lin Chua. But feelings can't be forced. No, then no. He can follow his master's instructions and secretly protect Lin Chua for a year. Upon hearing this, Lin Chua's expression softened a bit and she looked at Yi Qingyun with a more favorable attitude. Fortunately, the young man in front of me is not the kind of person who would pester me. Humph. I hope you know yourself. You are not worthy of my sister. Lin Yingxia was making sarcastic remarks on the side. Lin Hong'er said in a deep voice, Qingyun, you can't cancel this marriage. When he said this, he looked at Lin Chua and spoke word by word. Chua, if you still recognize me as your father, then you and Qingyun should go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and get married right away. After he finished speaking, the room became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Lin Chua came back to her senses and nodded. Okay, I'll marry you. Sister, you. Lin Yingxia was about to speak but was stopped by Lin Chua. Lin Hong'er's expression eased a lot after getting a positive answer. He smiled and patted Yi Qingyun on the shoulder. Qingyun, your master is the person I admire most in my life. I believe that you will be no bad person as his disciple. I am relieved to entrust my daughter to you. Uncle Lin. Yi Qingyun was about to speak. Lin Hong'er interrupted directly. Qingyun, you still call me uncle? It's time to change your words. After hesitating, Yi Qingyun changed his words. Father-in-law. Lin Hong'er smiled happily when he heard this. You can see that he is really happy. Then, Yi Qingyun took out the painting The Procession of Empress of the Tang Dynasty that he carried with him, placed it on the coffee table, and spoke. Lin Chue, nice to meet you for the first time. This is my gift to you. Thanks. Lin Chue responded symbolically. Lin Yingxia on the side couldn't wait to open the painting. As the painting was opened, Lin Yingxia exclaimed, Isn't this the journey of the Empress of the Tang Dynasty? Chapter 15 Getting the Certificate. Yi Qingyun nodded. Yes, it is the original painting of the Empress of the Tang Dynasty. Lin Yingxia's face turned cold when she heard this. He immediately pointed at Yi Qingyun and shouted, Okay, the first time we met, you used a fake to fool my sister. Yi Qingyun frowned. This is the original. You farted. Lin Yingxia said in a cold voice and explained to the others. The original copy of the Empress of the Tang Dynasty has been given to Black Rose by Ji Ji's father. This was told to me by brother Ji himself. Yi Qingyun, you said that this painting of yours is not a fake. So what you mean is that you got this painting from Black Rose. Lin Yingxia couldn't help but sneer when she said the latter part. How dare this coward in front of you snatch the procession of Empress Tang from Black Rose's hands? It's impossible to even think about it. Lin Yingxia was thinking in her heart. With Yi Qingyun's courage, he would probably be scared to death in front of Black Rose. Yi Qingyun replied patiently. The one in my hand is the original. Lin Chue frowned. She had heard a little about the original copy of the procession of Empress Dowager Tang, which was valued at tens of millions on the market. Judging from the way Yi Qingyun is dressed, he doesn't look like someone who can spend tens of millions. Young people care about face. Lin Chue had made up her mind. This made her feel less favorable towards Yi Qingyun. A man's face must be earned through hard work, instead of relying on counterfeits to satisfy vanity. Lin Hong'er came over to smooth things over. Well, no matter what, this painting is also a token of Qingyun's love. You guys should say less. Yingxia, please put this painting in my study. I like it very much. In his heart, he probably didn't believe that Yi Qingyun's painting was an authentic one. After all, the original is in Black Rose's hands. Dad, your study is full of works of calligraphy by great masters. It would be embarrassing to put a cheap product in there. You're the only one who talks too much, so hurry up and do it. Lin Hong'er's face turned serious. Lin Yingxia curled her lips. He casually picked up the painting The Empress of the Tang Dynasty on the coffee table and went to Lin Hong'er's study. Wu Zhenlan, who had been looking at Yi Qingyun, spoke. Qingyun, what is your job now? I was practicing in the mountains with my master. I just came down from the mountain yesterday. I don't have any work yet. Yi Qingyun said frankly. When Wu Zhenlan heard this, her expression froze, then she came to her senses and spoke. Without a job, aren't you now a homeless person? Lin Chue's face turned cold. She is the CEO of a listed company. A real white, rich, and beautiful girl. With her conditions, as long as she is willing, people who want to pursue her can line up from the south to the north of Jianing City. As a result, she now has to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a marriage certificate with an unemployed vagrant. This made her feel very uncomfortable. Qingyun's master is such a skilled doctor, so Qingyun's medical skills must be quite sophisticated. I can talk to Director Jiang of the People's Hospital and ask Qingyun to become a doctor. Being a doctor is a good profession. Lin Hong'er spoke. Wu Zhenlan did not refute. She knew that the medical skills of the master were indeed very advanced. But even so, she still didn't think highly of Yi Qingyun. Her daughter is the CEO of a listed company. Even if Yi Qingyun rose rapidly to the position of dean after going to the hospital, Yi Qingyun's identity and status are still not worthy of Lin Chue. Lin Hong'er observed the expressions of Wu Zhenlan and Lin Chue and saw that their faces became increasingly ugly. He pulled Lin Chue and Yi Qingyun's hands and urged them. Qingyun, Chue, the two of you should stop standing there. I just checked and today is an auspicious day. You two should hurry to the Civil Affairs Bureau and get your certificates. Lin Chue took a deep breath and spoke to Yi Qingyun. Let's go. Yi Qingyun nodded. Afterwards, Yi Qingyun and Lin Chue left the room together. As the two left, Wu Zhenlan's face suddenly darkened and she spoke to Lin Hong'er in a bad mood. Is there any father like you? What an outstanding child our Chue is. You let her marry a jobless bum. You are pushing your own daughter into the fire pit. Lin Hong's face darkened. Xiaolan, as a person, you must not forget your roots and you must be grateful. That noble man was very kind to us back then. Besides, you acknowledged the engagement at the beginning. Besides, I think Yi Qingyun is handsome and gentle. He will be a doctor in the hospital in the future and live a good life with Qiyue. Qiyue is also old enough to get married. This is fate. You are just a stubborn person. After Wu Zhenlan finished speaking, she turned away and didn't look at Lin Hongyi. At this point, both of them went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get their marriage certificate. Wu Zhenlan accepted it in her heart. Lin Qiyue's car is a white Porsche 718. At this time, she drove Yi Qingyun to the Civil Affairs Bureau. In the car, Lin Qiyue spoke first. Yi Qingyun, right? I'm going to say this first. Although I promised to get the certificate with you. But I hope you understand that we are just going through the motions. You can get the marriage certificate, but we won't hold a wedding banquet. Besides, we sleep in separate beds, and you are not allowed to touch me. Okay. Yi Qingyun agreed quite readily. Although, he and Lin Qiyue had not been in contact for long. But, it can be seen that this is a very strong woman. This marriage was strongly promoted by Lin Hongyi, and there was no emotional basis between the two parties. It's unrealistic to say that we can sleep in the same bed right away. In addition, Yi Qingyun is not a lustful person. Although Lin Qiyue has a good figure. But Yi Qingyun will not force anyone. Yi Qingyun's 7th senior sister's figure and appearance are no less impressive than the cold female president in front of him. Speaking of 7th senior sister, Yi Qingyun's mind flashed back to the scenes he and 7th senior sister had on the mountain. Back then, Yi Qingyun and 7th senior sister sat together and looked at the stars. 7th senior sister leaned on his shoulder and spoke in a charming manner. Junior brother, I will marry you in the future. When Yi Qingyun thought of this, a smile appeared on his face. Lin Qiyue was surprised by Yi Qingyun's straightforward attitude and murmured. Fortunately, he's not a persistent person. If Yi Qingyun really shamelessly sleeps with Lin Qiyue, it was really hard for Lin Qiyue to get past Lin Hongyi. Fortunately, Yi Qingyun was tactful. Afterwards, Lin Qiyue and Yi Qingyun came to the Civil Affairs Bureau. There was no affection between the two of them. After choosing a suitable outfit, they took photos and registered. The whole process went smoothly without any delay. After going through the whole process, Yi Qingyun was amazed. She is indeed a strong woman. She is very capable in doing things. Soon, Lin Qiyue and Yi Qingyun each held a red marriage certificate in their hands. Lin Qiyue looked at the marriage certificate in her hand with a complicated expression. Although she had no feelings for Yi Qingyun. But after all, this is her first marriage. She took a deep breath, put her random thoughts behind her, put the marriage certificate into her bag, and spoke to Yi Qingyun. I have to go to work at the company now. Where are you going? Do you want me to take you there? No, go ahead and do your work. Yi Qingyun shook his head. After getting this answer, Lin Qiyue drove away in her Porsche. Chapter 16 Son-in-Law. Yi Qingyun looked at the marriage certificate in his hand, slightly stunned. The next day after I came down the mountain, I had a wife. She was white, rich, and beautiful. Just then, a faint fragrance came. A figure appeared in front of Yi Qingyun. I saw it all. Yi Qingyun looked up and saw the light green hair tips. That's right, this person is Sally Ye. At this time, Sally Ye's eyes fell on the marriage certificate in Yi Qingyun's hand, her face full of disappointment. She left home and was about to go to work, passing by the Civil Affairs Bureau on the way. I saw Yi Qingyun and a tall, cold-tempered woman going to the Civil Affairs Bureau. When Sally Ye saw Lin Qiyue's face, she was shocked. It turned out to be Lin Qiyue, the president of Qingyun Group. Lin Qiyue was quite famous in Jiangning City and had been on the news quite a lot, so Sally Ye naturally knew her. As a result, Lin Qiyue and Yi Qingyun actually got married and obtained a marriage certificate. The family backgrounds of both parties are so different. Yi Qingyun could have guessed it without much thought. It must be Yi Qingyun who married into the family and became a son-in-law. What do you see? Yi Qingyun looked stunned. The 150,000 yuan yesterday should have been given to you by the woman after you agreed to become alive in son-in-law, right? Don't worry, I will return the 150,000 yuan to you next week at the latest. Also, I won't be going to your wedding. My mom would never go either. We can't afford to lose face. After Yi Qingyun finished speaking, she strode away. She was really disappointed in her heart. 5 years ago, Yi Qingyun eloped with a woman and hurt the family. 5 years later, Yi Qingyun actually became a son-in-law. These actions made Sally Ye extremely disappointed. The little bit of goodwill that Yi Qingyun had given her when he gave her money last night disappeared completely. Son-in-law. A man with both hands and feet actually marries into a wealthy family and lives off her. What a loser. Yi Qingyun looked at Yi Qianwen's departing back and did not stop her. Now it seems that he really is like a live-in son-in-law. Once he prepares all the herbs and cures his mother's eyes, Sally Ye will understand. Afterwards, Yi Qingyun prepared to go to Rendatang first. He promised to teach Hu Zhongyi the 13 ghost gate needles, and he happened to be free today. United Group. General Manager's office. A young man in a flowered shirt leaned back in a chair. A beautiful woman in black stockings and wearing an OL uniform sat on him and gave him a massage. Wang Ji's hand touched the buttocks of the woman in black stockings, with a sly smile on his face. Your skills are getting better and better, little goblin. Master Wang, you taught me well. The woman in black stockings replied in a delicate voice, working harder with her hands. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Boom, boom, boom. The sound was quite urgent. Wang Ji frowned but ignored it. But the knocking on the door continued, becoming more and more urgent, and was mixed with a hurried male voice. Master Wang, something bad has happened. Wang Ji recognized that the owner of the voice was one of his loyal men. He instructed the woman in black stockings. Go open the door. The woman in black stockings got off Wang Ji and walked slowly to the door. When I opened the door, I saw a young man with a sneaky face and a baseball cap outside. He saw the woman in black stockings and showed envy on his face. When will he be able to play with such a beautiful woman like Wang Xiao does? Ergu, what urgent matter do you have with me? Let me go. Wang Ji's impatient voice sounded. Ergu came back to his senses, walked quickly to Wang Xiao and spoke. Master Wang, big news. I just saw with my own eyes Lin Chiyue and a strange man going to the Civil Affairs Bureau. When they came out, each of them held a marriage certificate in his hand. Bang! After hearing this, Wang Ji slammed his hand on the desk and yelled, Ergo, you are so brave. How dare you come to tease me? Wang Ji's face darkened and he didn't believe Ergu's words at all. Lin Chiyue is the goddess in her heart. She is also a famous cold female president in Jiangning City. How could they get married suddenly? Isn't this a joke? Moreover, even with such a big event, Wang Ji didn't get any news from Lin Xia. Wang Ji doesn't believe it. Ergu shuddered all over, swallowed his saliva, and hurriedly explained. Master Wang, everything I said is true. Look, I took a picture, take a look. After Ergu finished speaking, he quickly took out a stack of photos from his arms. Wang Ji looked at photo after photo carefully, his expression becoming increasingly gloomy. Until he saw the last photo, his face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out of it. The photo is exactly as Ergu said. Lin Chiyue went to the Civil Affairs Bureau with a strange man. The two took photos together and got their marriage certificate. Wang Ji saw that his goddess had secretly married a strange man. My mind was in a mess, my heart was suffocating, and I almost couldn't breathe. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and holding a photo of Yi Qingyun in his hand, ordered Ergu. Now, do your best to find out about this man. The sooner the better. Okay, Mr. Wang, I'll do it right away. Ergu responded and walked away in a hurry. He had never seen Wang Ji so angry before. Don't be angry, Mr. Wang. I'll help you relax. The woman in black stockings came to Wang Ji, speaking sweet words, and wanted to sit on Wang Ji. But she was pushed away by Wang Ji. Wang Ji looked at a photo on the table with a gloomy face. In the photo, Yi Qingyun and Lin Chiyue walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau side by side, each holding a marriage certificate in their hands. This scene made Wang Ji so sad that he almost suffocated. Boy, you dare to snatch a woman from me? You are seeking death. After Wang Ji finished speaking, he made a phone call. Rend Hall. Yi Qingyun walked into this Chinese medicine clinic. There are a lot of people coming and going here. In this era when traditional Chinese medicine is declining, this scene is quite rare. It can be seen that Hu Zhongyi's medical skills are indeed superb. A girl with a good figure at the front desk greeted Yi Qingyun after seeing him. Sir, you are here. After Xia Shuangzhu finished speaking, her face turned slightly red. She couldn't help but think of the last virgin incident. Yi Qingyun replied with a calm expression. Today I am here to teach you the 13 ghost needles. Master, who is treating a patient in the side room next door. I will go and inform him right away. Xia Shuangzhu was about to leave when she heard this, but was stopped by Yi Qingyun. Girl, I won't bother you with this matter. I can go by myself. After Yi Qingyun finished speaking, he went alone to a side room behind the hall. This room was built to make it convenient for Hu Zhongyi to give acupuncture to people. Yi Qingyun came to the door of the side room, and the door was just opened. A strong man, smiling, repeatedly thanked Hu Zhongyi in the room. "Thank you, Master Hu. Your skills are amazing. After just a few injections, my waist and legs are no longer sore. Take the prescription I wrote for you and go to the front desk to get the medicine. Take some rest, and you'll be well again in less than a week." After Hu Zhongyi finished speaking, he wanted to get up and leave. Chapter 17. How could it be him? However, when Hu Zhongyi's gaze fell on Yi Qingyun, who had just approached, his eyes suddenly widened and he greeted him hurriedly. "Master Yi, you're here. Please take a seat." "No need to sit down. I came here specifically to teach you the 13 ghost needles." Yi Qingyun spoke. When Hu Zhong heard this, his face smiled like an old chrysanthemum and he responded repeatedly. "Okay, Master Yi, wait a moment, I'll go get it ready." After Hu Zhongyi finished speaking, he trotted out. Yi Qingyun's eyelids twitched when he saw this. This old man is still in good health. Not long after, Hu Zhongyi came back with a box in his hand. This box contains a treasure that Hu Zhongyi has treasured for many years, a set of silver needles. Normally, Hu Zhongyi was reluctant to use this set of silver needles to treat people. Today Yi Qingyun wants to teach him the 13 ghost needles, and he thinks it's time. Hu Zhongyi opened the box and said respectfully to Yi Qingyun, "Master Yi, please." Yi Qingyun holds a silver needle in his hand. In front of him was a human-shaped mold in the size of an adult, with the names of various acupuncture points marked on it. "Old sir, since you can perform the 7 ghost needles, then I believe you understand the concepts and techniques of Gui Men acupuncture. Next, I will slowly perform a set of 13 ghost needles in front of you. Please watch carefully." Hu Zhongyi nodded repeatedly with his eyes wide open. He looks like a primary school student who is listening attentively in class. "Master Yi, please give me some advice." Swish! Yi Qingyun inserted a silver needle into the body of the human-shaped mold. He deliberately slowed down so that Hu Zhongyi could observe better. Hu Zhongyi opened his eyes wide, concentrating completely, not wanting to miss any details. Swish! As the 13th silver needle pierced into the human-shaped model, Yi Qingyun withdrew his hand and glanced at Hu Zhongyi. At this moment, Hu Zhongyi was fascinated by the show, and completely immersed in the mystery of the 13 ghost needles. Seeing Hu Zhongyi in such a state, Yi Qingyun chose not to disturb him. Hu Zhongyi's obsession with traditional Chinese medicine made Yi Qingyun feel more favorable towards this old man. After a while, Hu Zhongyi came back to his senses from his state of enlightenment. With a thoughtful look on his face, he picked up the silver needle and practiced on the human-shaped model. For the first 7 needles of the Gui Men acupuncture method, Hu Zhongyi's movements were smooth and there was no delay at all. It wasn't until the 8th stitch that his movements paused noticeably. But he still used it. Yi Qingyun nodded secretly. Good talent. Afterwards, after Hu Zhongyi performed the 11th needle with great difficulty, his hand hung in the air for a long time and was unable to fall. The 11th ghost gate needle. This is his limit. He came to his senses, turned his head and saw Yi Qingyun. Then he suddenly came to his senses. Master Yi is still around. He patted his head lightly and said to Yi Qingyun with an apologetic look on his face, "I'm sorry, Master Yi. I'm so engrossed, Old man, you don't have to say more, I understand. I respect your attitude towards Chinese medicine." Yi Qingyun praised. He continued without waiting for Hu Zhong to speak. "I will show you the last few needles of the Ghost Gate acupuncture method again." Okay, thank you for troubling Master Yi." Hu Zhongyi nodded repeatedly. Barley bar. A woman with light green hair and a midriff-bearing top sat at a bar in the corner. Opposite her was a woman with a sweet expression and youthful air. Both of them looked to be in their early 20s. They are all very good-looking, attracting the attention of many men in the bar. "Qianqian, I have 30,000 yuan here. Give it to brother Hu first. Let him give you some more time." Su Shiliu took a sip of the cocktail and spoke. Sally Ye shook her head. "Shiliu, I appreciate your kindness. You can keep this money. I have already returned the 100,000 yuan to brother Hu. Now, I have cleared all ties with brother Tiger." Su Shiliu breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. "That's good. By the way, Qianqian has good news for you. It's related to Auntie's eyes." Sally Ye straightened her back and immediately became interested. Su Shiliu didn't keep the audience in suspense and spoke directly. "My brother, who is studying medicine in the United States, will be back soon." This time, a top professor of ophthalmology from the United States came back with him to conduct scientific research. "I can ask my brother to ask the professor to check my aunt's eyes. Maybe it can help Auntie regain her sight." Sally Year's beautiful eyes lit up. However, her eyes soon dimmed. She pursed her lips and asked, "It would cost a lot of money to ask a top foreign ophthalmologist to do something, right?" Su Shiliu immediately patted his chest and made a promise. "Chan, don't worry. With my relationship with my brother, I can help you get the money. The most important thing is that Auntie's eyes can be cured." Sally Ye nodded. "Shi Liu, thank you for your help." For some reason, she thought of Yi Qingyun at this moment. Not long ago, Yi Qingyun solemnly promised her that he could cure Wu Junlan's eyes. How can I still believe what that bastard says? After 5 years of absence, he became alive and son-in-law as soon as he came back. What a useless piece of shit. Yi Qianwen thought to herself, with a wry smile on her face. By the way, Chan, have you ever heard of the Yanyuan Villa complex? Of course I've heard of it. It's the most famous wealthy area in Jiangning City. I often see it advertised on roadside billboards and on TV. Sally Ye replied with a sense of longing in her heart. She had seen the decoration of the Yanyuan Villa complex on TV. It was magnificent and high-end. But she could only think about it. With her background and assets, she would never be able to live in a villa like that in her lifetime. The most expensive villa in the Yanyuan Villa complex is the Chenzi No. 1 villa located halfway up the mountain. Do you want to know who lives in Villa No. 1? Hey, I passed by there this morning and happened to meet the owner of the villa coming out. I just quietly took a photo. Su Shiliu said in a low voice. Sally Ye was not surprised by her good sister's behavior. Su Shiliu's hobby is photography. I always like to take a camera and take pictures everywhere. She would definitely not let go of the chance to take a photo of the owner of Villa No. 1. In addition, Sally Ye was also very curious. Which big shot lives in Villa No. 1? How rich that would be. Hurry, show me. Sally Ye urged. Su Shiliu took out her cell phone, flipped to the photo album, found a photo, and showed it to Sally Ye. Chan, look, this is the person. I say these rich people are really weird. They have enough money to live in the No. 1 villa. The clothes are so simple. I guess this is the simplest way of doing things. And judging from the appearance of this handsome guy, he is only in his early 20s. If I could marry him, I wouldn't have to struggle in my life. Hey. Su Shiliu kept talking like pouring beans. But Yi Qianwen was no longer in the mood to listen to the following words. When she saw the person in the photo, her heart suddenly tightened, her mind was in a mess, and the noises around her became quieter and quieter. How could it be him? How could it be him? Chapter 18. Strange Disease. Although there is only half of Yi Qingyun's face in the photo. But Sally Ye was quite sure. The person in the photo is Yi Qingyun. He is her biological brother. But with Yi Qingyun's financial resources, how could he possibly live in the No. 1 villa? It took Sally Ye a long time to come back to her senses, and she spoke to Su Shiliu. Shi Liu, are you sure this photo is real? Seeing Sally Ye's serious expression, Su Shiliu nodded heavily. Yes. I took this photo myself. I saw him walk out of this villa with my own eyes this morning. What's wrong, Chan? Judging from your expression, do you know this person? Sally Ye exhaled, leaned back in her chair, her eyes gradually regained clarity, she shook her head and replied. I don't know him. Yes, Chan, if you know this person. Why do I need to owe brother who 100,000 yuan? Come on, let us have a clash. We work hard. Maybe we will have the opportunity to live in a villa like this in the future. Su Shiliu said this, raising the glass in front of her. Sally Ye picked up the wine glass and clinked it with hers. However, at this moment, she was obviously uneasy and her feelings were extremely complicated. Of course, she didn't think that Villa No. 1 was bought by Yi Qingyun himself. It must have been bought for him by Lin Chue. That man is really good at coaxing women. He actually managed to get Lin Chue to buy him such an expensive mansion. In fact, this is because Sally Ye was completely unaware of the value of Villa No. 1 and Lin Chue's assets. Otherwise, she could judge that Lin Chue's family property could not afford the No. 1 villa. Rend Hall. Hu Zhongyi concentrated on inserting a silver needle in his hand into the human-shaped mold in front of him. Then, the 13 silver needles on the human-shaped mold formed a subtle cycle, and the tails of the needles emitted a faint trembling sound. Seeing this scene, Yi Qingyun nodded. Mr. Hu, you have basically mastered the use of the 13 ghost gate needles. All you have to do next is practice until you get the hang of it. Hu Zhongyi suppressed his excitement and bowed respectfully to Yi Qingyun. Master Yi, although you did not accept me as your disciple, you taught me the 13 ghost needles. In my heart, you are my mentor. I will remember this kindness in my heart. Yi Qingyun smiled. After today's contact, he had a better impression of the old man in front of him. Afterwards, Hu Zhongyi took back the silver needle and said to Yi Qingyun, "Mr. Yi, I have a patient who has a strange disease that I am at a loss to cure. I hope you can help me." "Oh, what strange disease?" The one who got the strange disease was a girl, about 23 years old. She is the granddaughter of my best friend Huang Yuanzhu. I have no children in my life, so I adopted Lao Huang's granddaughter as my goddaughter. Poor granddaughter of mine has been frail and sickly since childhood and always has to carry medicine with her. It can be said that he grew up in a medicine jar. However, after she became an adult, her body would feel inexplicably cold for a few days every month and she would be afraid of light. Although I am known as a miraculous doctor, I completely cannot understand my granddaughter's illness. I heard from old Huang that my god-granddaughter had a strange illness yesterday and her whole body was cold. Even the temperature around her dropped significantly. This is really worrying for Lao Huang and me. I thought that with Mr. Yi's superb medical skills, he might be able to cure my granddaughter. Are there always a few days every month when your whole body feels cold? Yi Qingyun was thoughtful after hearing this. He already had a rough guess in his mind, but he was also curious. He replied to Hu Zhongyi, "Mr. Hu, please lead the way." Hu Zhongyi was overjoyed when he got this affirmative answer. He nodded repeatedly. "Mr. Yi, with your help, my granddaughter's strange disease has been cured." For some reason, Hu Zhongyi had a blind confidence in Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun didn't say much. Afterwards, Hu Zhongyi drove himself and brought Yi Qingyun to the Yanyuan Villa complex. At the same time, the former spoke. "Mr. Yi, my good friend Lao Huang is in the real estate business. There is some dirty money at home. He is considered one of the richest people in Jiangning City. As long as you can cure his granddaughter's strange disease, money is not a problem." In fact, Huang Yuanzhu once offered 10 million to cure his granddaughter's strange disease. This 10 million attracted many medical experts from Jiangning City and surrounding cities. There are Western medicine and Chinese medicine. But even so, no one could tell what kind of strange disease Miss Huang had. "Mr. Hu, there's no need to worry about the money. I am very interested in this strange disease." Yi Qingyun spoke. Afterwards, Hu Zhongyi drove the car to Villa No. 1 in the Yanyuan Villa complex. Hu Zhongyi and Yi Qingyun got out of the car one after another. Every time Hu Zhongyi came to the No. 1 villa, he couldn't help but marvel at it. The location, scenery, and decoration are all first class. Yi Qingyun was calm about this. This villa is No. 1, but it is nice. But, compared with his No. 1 villa, it is still far behind. As soon as Hu Zhongyi got off the car, an energetic old man in a white gown strode towards him with a smile on his face. "Old Hu, I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Where is the miracle doctor you mentioned?" "Old Huang, I think your eyesight is blurry. I only have Master Yi by my side. Who else could be the miracle doctor if not him?" Hu Zhongyi glared at Huang Yuanzhu. Upon hearing this, Huang Yuanzhu looked at Yi Qingyun with a serious expression. When he saw Yi Qingyun's young face, he was stunned. However, Yi Qingyun was brought by his old friend after all. He did not dare to neglect Yi Qingyun and bowed to him. "Dr. Yi, I am honored to be here." Yi Qingyun spoke calmly. "Where is the patient with the strange disease?" "Dr. Yi, please follow me." Afterwards, Huang Yuanzhu led Yi Qingyun to a suite in Villa No. 1. Yi Qingyun frowned as he looked at the luxuriously decorated suite in front of him. Not simple. He was still more than 10 meters away from the suite, but he could feel a chill. Yi Qingyun used his true energy and the eye of insight. "I saw a faint blue gas surrounding the house. It's indeed yin energy." Yi Qingyun's brows relaxed. This yin energy confirmed his previous guess. "Dr. Yi, it's cold here. Please put on this coat." Huang Yuanzhu handed Yi Qingyun a black coat. Yi Qingyun shook his head. "No need. Seeing a doctor is more important." When Huang Yuanzhu saw Yi Qingyun's confident expression, a surge of hope surged in his heart. Maybe the Dr. Yi in front of him can really do it. "Okay, Dr. Yi, please follow me." Huang Yuanzhu put on a coat and strode into the room. Yi Qingyun followed closely behind. Not long after, Huang Yuanzhu brought Yi Qingyun to a woman's boudoir. There was a beautiful woman lying on the bed. At this moment, her eyes were closed and she was resting. A servant in a coat spoke to Huang Yuanzhu. "Mr. Huang, Miss Huang just ate a bowl of lotus seed porridge and fell asleep." Chapter 19, Pure Yin Body. "Well, thank you for your hard work." Huang Yuanzhu nodded. Then he looked at Yi Qingyun and spoke. "Dr. Yi, my granddaughter's illness. I can handle it. You go out first. Don't disturb me unless there is something special." Yi Qingyun looked at Huang Binqiao lying on the bed and replied. Huang Yuanzhu was stunned for a moment, then responded quickly after he came to his senses. Okay, Dr. Yi, I'll leave now. If you have any requests, just ask. After Huang Yuanzhu finished speaking, he left the room with the other servants in the room. Soon, Yi Qingyun and Huang Binqiao were the only ones left in the room. As soon as Huang Yuanzhu left the room, Hu Zhongyi came forward and asked anxiously, Old Huang, what did Master Yi say? He said Bingxiao's disease can be cured. When Hu Zhongyi got this answer, he let out a long breath, smiled, and patted Lao Huang on the shoulder. That's fine, Mr. Yi said. Then Binqiao's hard days are over. Huang Yuanzhu couldn't help but ask when he saw Hu Zhongyi was so confident. Old Hu, do you trust this divine Dr. Yi so much? I don't think he's that old, is he? Hu Zhongyi noticed that Huang Yuanzhu looked down on Yi Qingyun, and there was displeasure on his face. Old Huang, I advise you to be more respectful to Master Yi. Don't be fooled by his young age. His medical skills are far superior to mine. My 7 ghost needles have earned me the reputation of miracle doctor. Isn't that amazing? But I wanted to take Master Yi as my teacher, but he didn't agree. Huang Yuanzhu was shocked when he heard this. He knew the character of the old friend in front of him. He was obsessed with traditional Chinese medicine all his life and achieved extraordinary results in it. So Hu Zhongyi wanted to become the disciple of the divine Dr. Yi. Hu Zhongyi continued. Moreover, today, under Mr. Yi's instruction, I have already learned the 13 ghost needles. Real? Huang Yuanzhu was so shocked that he blurted out. Of course, you are lucky today. I have just learned the 13 ghost needles, so I can show them to you. Help you activate the blood circulation throughout your body. Okay. Old Hu, you haven't used the ghost gate needle technique on me for a long time. I want to see you, but I have to make an appointment. You are so rude. Huang Yuanzhu said this and pulled Hu Zhongyi to another room. Both old men were in a good mood. Hu Zhongyi could just use Huang Yuanzhu to test out the 13 ghost needles he had just learned. Huang Yuanzhu wanted to activate the qi and blood in his body through the Gui Men acupuncture method. Inside the house, Yi Qingyun came to the bed. At this moment, he could clearly see the appearance of Huang Binqiao in front of him. She has fair skin and delicate facial features. Because she has been weak and sickly since childhood, Huang Binqiao has a sickly pale complexion, which makes people feel that they want to pity her. Through the eye of insight, Yi Qingyun could see a strong yin energy emanating from Huang Binqiao, and a fair and tender body. Yi Qingyun was helpless. There was no way. Once he used the eye of insight, he couldn't control whether he could see through things or not. I just want to treat patients, Yi Qingyun said in his heart. Then he put aside his random thoughts and remained calm. He took out a wooden box from his treasure bag, and it was the 8 needles of life and death. The girl is offended. Yi Qingyun stretched out his hand and lightly pressed an acupuncture point on Huang Binqiao's body. Huang Binqiao's eyelashes trembled slightly and she woke up slowly. When she opened her beautiful eyes, she saw a handsome man standing in front of her. She asked subconsciously, "Who are you?" The tone was panicky. "I'm the doctor your grandfather hired to treat you." Huang Binqiao felt much more relaxed after hearing this. She was already familiar with this scene. She has been treated by countless doctors since she was a child. I've gotten used to it. She did not doubt Yi Qingyun's words. Because her room is guarded by someone specially. Without Huang Yuanzhu's permission, Yi Qingyun in front of him could not come in. My name is Yi Qingyun. You can call me Mr. Yi. Now I am going to give you an injection. You have to show me your back. Yi Qingyun went straight to the point. Bare back. A blush appeared on Huang Binqiao's face. She had been seen by many doctors before, but basically they are just taking the pulse and never exposing the back. Although Huang Binqiao lives in a secluded room all year round and rarely interacts with others, she seems to give people a feeling of being ignorant. In fact, it was not the case. She had been ill for many years. Therefore, her biggest hobby is reading. There was a large bookshelf in her boudoir, filled with all kinds of books, and she read a lot. I understand the love between men and women. I have to give you acupuncture to treat your disease. The acupuncture point is on your back. I must see it clearly before I can start. Yi Qingyun explained. Although, he knew roughly where the acupuncture points were. However, the accumulation of negative energy in Huang Binqiao's body was too serious. Yi Qingyun cannot afford to make the slightest mistake. So, to be on the safe side, Huang Binqiao had to expose her back. Huang Binqiao looked at Yi Qingyun's sincere eyes, bit her lip, and nodded. Oh well. Then, she half sat with her back to Yi Qingyun and unbuttoned her shirt. her flustered movements and slightly trembling body. It shows that she is not at peace. Soon, Huang Bingxiao's back, as smooth as jade and as white as cream, appeared in front of Yi Qingyun. "Mr. Yi, is this okay for me?" Huang Bingxiao asked weakly. "Okay, just relax as much as you can. Leave the rest to me." After Yi Qingyun finished speaking, with a serious expression, he held the silver needle and pierced the acupuncture points on Huang Bingxiao's body. Swish, swish, swish. Yi Qingyun did not stop. Then, there were 3 more silver needles. Once these 4 magic needles penetrated Huang Bingxiao's body, a cycle was formed. The negative energy accumulated in Huang Bingxiao's body seemed to have found a vent, and it poured out madly through the 4 silver needles. Large amounts of negative energy even condensed into water droplets in the air. Under Yi Qingyun's eyes of insight, he could see the color of a large amount of yin energy, dark blue. At the same time, Yi Qingyun's body became hot. It's not that he has any feelings towards Huang Bingxiao. Rather, the pure yang energy in his body was being pulled by something and wanted to break out of his body. Yi Qingyun noticed this scene and his expression was complicated. Just as I expected, the girl in front of me is a pure yin body. The woman's pure yin body, like Yi Qingyun's pure yang body, is an excellent physique for cultivation. Because Huang Bingxiao does not know how to practice cultivation, the negative energy generated in her body can only accumulate inside her body. This is the reason why Huang Bingxiao developed a strange disease. On the other hand, Yi Qingyun has a pure yang body. Under the guidance of the exercises, the yang energy in the body turns into true qi, which enhances Yi Qingyun's strength. Just now Yi Qingyun met Lin Chue, who possessed the Zhuanyin body. Now I meet Huang Bingxiao, who has a pure yin body. You can encounter 2 special physiques in one day. I have to say, Yi Qingyun is really lucky. Since Yi Qingyun already knows the reason why Huang Bingxiao developed a strange disease. Naturally, you can start to treat the disease. Chapter 20. How can you suck so well? Yi Qingyun mobilized the yang energy in his body and gathered it in his right hand. Yang energy appears golden under the eye of insight. Yi Qingyun wanted to use this yang energy to neutralize the yin energy in Huang Bingxiao's body. This will help resolve the negative energy accumulated in the latter's body. Afterwards, Yi Qingyun used 4 silver needles to channel his pure yang energy into Huang Bingxiao's body. The yin energy in Huang Bingxiao's body meets the yang energy. Her body began to absorb the sweet dew like crazy, as if a long drought situation had finally come to an end. At the same time, Huang Bingxiao's fair back began to turn red. If you look closely, you can even see a hazy white mist emanating from Huang Bingxiao's body. Huang Bingxiao herself felt warm. Athena didn't seem to understand Zhongqi's noble sentiments. She rolled her eyes in confusion, but still sent the message to Amal's commander as she was told. The sentry was held hostage by Wu Ying, who took them all the way through a forest to an extremely secret place. When Leng Zishuan found Dongfang Zifu in the chestnut forest, the ground under the chestnut tree was already covered with chestnuts. Dongfang Zifu was squatting on the ground, happily gathering the chestnuts into a pile. Could it be that what he did against Christianity in Egypt reached the ears of the Vatican, and Theophilus' constant compromise and concession made the Vatican dissatisfied, so they decided to dismiss Theophilus and replace him with a hard-line archbishop? Chase Qingyuan's voice was majestic and serious. No matter what he thought or felt at this time, he would not forget that he was carrying out a mission. At this moment, the more she looked at this house, the more she disliked it. Whether it was the walls covered with newspapers she had pasted on them with her own hands, the cement floor that could never be cleaned no matter how hard she swept or mopped it, or the squeaking bed, she felt a little unbearable. Okay. I got it. You must keep them calm and wait for us to come. The person on the other end of the phone said 2 words hurriedly and hung up. The foreman could only follow Xiao Ming and the others with a sad face. What's more, this demonic lotus pond can only be used by demon cultivators. Even if I monopolize it, it may not be of any use. It is better to use it to make friends with Yang Xiang, at least to leave a good impression on this person. If anything happens in the future, it will be easier to deal with him as the city lord to take care of it. I understand that my father is always disappointed with his children and always envies the Gao family for being so lucky to have an outstanding heir like Gao Mohan. As for me, even if I am outstanding, in this age of heroes, I am just a speck of dust in the world. Jin Qing's hands began to tremble uncontrollably. So, did Wei really want to marry her to a sickly old man? Before Ji Yulinga could react to what was happening, the man next to her picked her up and jumped onto the horse. You know, in the last match, Sun Jue relied on playing against James and had a 100% shooting percentage. Even if James committed a foul, he couldn't stop the goal. This will definitely cause psychological trauma to the rookie James. Simba had obviously just learned the news. He was shocked and shook his head at Song Chenji. The other party probably didn't know yet, so he had to find an opportunity to tell him. Sanj's dunk after being humiliated was obviously more exciting than Kobe's. If it was Kobe, he would definitely yell, but Sanj's reaction was a little flat, because he knew that no matter how exciting this dunk was, it would be in vain when the challenge was repeated later. An exquisite longevity talisman was spread between the pair of white jade-like hands, and then hung on Zhao Hao's neck. Ha ha ha, it's all in the past, don't mention it again. Pippin's face flushed, he leaned back on the sofa again, took a sip from the wine glass, and smiled brightly, as if he was reminiscing about the days when he was the boss of the bulls 10 years ago. Shen controlled the 10 soul blades and instantly crashed into the flaming leopard. The shattered fire automatically exploded and turned into nothing. White Zetsu, who was dressed as a ninja, froze. It's you. He subconsciously wanted to escape from this place quickly. Otherwise, those fake heavenly Dao treasures would not have attracted so many heavenly Daos to scramble for them. The other holy kings were still in the Holy Emperor City at this time and had not left at all. Apart from Mo Li Lai Feng, he could not think of anyone else. Although Fan Yi showed that he didn't care, I could keenly catch the hope in his eyes. In fact, Fan Yi and I are the same kind of people, and I can understand his thoughts and feelings. This time Xia Nian was completely speechless. Is this how twins and boy-girl twins are born? System prompt. Prince Custer used the skill, Ghost Ice, on you, and you were frozen in the Fantasy Ice Realm. Please break the Fantasy Ice Realm within 1 minute, otherwise you will die. Although she was somewhat puzzled as to how Jiyu Ryu had found out the truth, when she thought of what Jiyu Ryu had done to her, Jing Yunshin could not help but said in a cold voice, "So what?" At this moment, the look in her eyes when she looked at Jing Yunshin no longer had the previous admiration and tenderness, but only indifference. The man was wearing a grey Versace suit, Louis Vuitton leather shoes, and a silver Cartier watch on his wrist, fully proving his extraordinary status. The wrist of the Supreme King had healed again. He looked at Bai Longye with a sullen face. He knew that he had been careless before, otherwise the other party would not be his opponent at all. I don't know if Ling Xiaoyun told Mo Shiza about meeting her. If he did, then Mo Shiza must have found Zhou and Janice's winery. Unexpectedly, Xia Anling, Jing Qingshua and everyone else had already arrived at the police station. Xia Anling saw Jiyu Ryu coming in, her face full of worry. When Jiyu Ryu saw Xia Anling's expression, he knew that the body might be Jing Yunshin. The person is dead, so how can you let me borrow money? Am I supposed to borrow the corpse? Bai Longye said unhappily. That is to say, when you see a long conversation, as soon as you see a switch, it means the person speaking has changed. This man is too strong. Terribly strong. The vast aura emanating from his body is all immortal power. Now several supreme beings have secretly determined that he is an immortal from the lower realm. Otherwise how could he have such power to rival several ancient emperors? With the 2 killer weapons of Super Rakshasa Ghost Eye and Hellfire, from now on, no matter how powerful the ghost is, they will have to flee when facing Lu Fan. Yurong Nada is a very generous name for an author. However, after meeting the other party, she was surprised by his appearance. Ren he calculated that if nothing unexpected happened, the money he had might be just enough to build Dota, which also included renting a server. But what if something unexpected happened? Or what if he had to buy a server directly in the future? Chapter 21 Security. Huang Yuanzhu saw this scene and laughed heartily. Haha. Great. Binqiao, you are finally cured. Hu Zhongyi showed a relieved expression on his face. This strange disease that has troubled everyone for many years has finally been cured. He respected Yi Qingyun's medical skills more and more. This is Mr. Yi. His medical skills are miraculous. Huang Yuanzhu said to Yi Qingyun, Dr. Yi, you cured my granddaughter's illness. Thank you so much. Here is a check for $20 million. It's your reward. Huang Yuanzhu handed Yi Qingyun the check he had prepared in advance. Yi Qingyun originally didn't want to accept this check, because, although he cured Huang Bingqiao's strange disease. But, what's wrong? Lady Luo was a little worried about Hong Xinji, so she asked him quietly, could it be that this Jiang Zhiqian was a general? She thought to herself. Lu Fang heard the voice and came out of the room. When he saw it was Tong Li, his eyes lit up and his excitement was beyond words. During the reigns of Jingchu, Zheng Yuan, and Jing Yuan, his fiefdom increased steadily, reaching a total of 5,500 households. His son, Cao Huan, Duke of Changdao, succeeded Cao Maro, Duke of Gaogui, as the eldest son of the Wei family after Cao Maro was murdered. He became Emperor Yuan of Wei. These are just the ones in the movie universe. In the comics, there are countless characters who are fascinated by her. She is a real beauty who brings disaster, a terrifying and deadly beauty. He pursed his lips, trying to see the figure not far away, but the rain was too heavy, and the more he tried to see, the more blurry the figure became. It is indeed not easy. They are all 4th level red blood sea warriors with similar defenses. But this examiner's sea spirit is actually a polar bear. Isn't this double hardness? Under its terrifying power, buildings collapsed and turned into ruins with a huge roar. The emperor was in a coma and the Han dynasty was in decline. Heaven sent Deng Ari to take Sichuan. It was a pity that there were many famous generals in Bashu, but none of them were as good as Li Shi of Jiangyu. Tong Li did not respond to him. She closed her eyes and regulated her breathing. After the man left, she began to use the spiritual energy in her body to repair her wounds. Everyone has a lot of acquaintances, and there are some who have been waiting to laugh at the joke, the kind who really want to gloat over someone else's misfortune, not like Liang Yamen. Guan Yu and Zhao Yun once fought a battle on Nyoto Mountain. The battle took place on a mountain path lined with trees on both sides. Helian Yongya looked at the young man in front of her, whom she thought of from time to time but tried to avoid. She felt that when the heaven wanted to play tricks on people, no one like her could resist and she would not be able to escape no matter what she did. Yan Jiyu unexpectedly encountered the thief and was injured by him during the fight. Fortunately, the noise of the fight alerted the palace guards, and she was able to escape in the chaos. They didn't know that Yan Jizi was the black-robed demon king who had died suddenly in the Seven Stars Temple not long ago. However, no one could figure out why he had survived for more than 300 years. Next to him, several meters away, were 2 men who seemed to be deliberately keeping a distance from him. Many people come here because of its reputation, and of course there are also many volunteers who want to help the people here. Yahiko was very clear about the ability of these 2 eyes. It was naturally the ultimate secret of the Manjiki Sharingan, Susanoo. Ha! Lin Ruoshi, who was closest to Yingjun and had been helping him wipe the dust off his forehead, was the first to notice this and immediately let out a surprised ha. There was no way to respond to this kind of talk, so everyone just laughed and no one was stupid enough to respond. Wow. Sir, please stop making fun of me. I haven't sold a single pair of shoes today. I'll have to go to bed hungry again tonight. The cute and adorable Liu Bei looked so pitiful. A doctor was giving emergency treatment to the 2 people. They both just choked on some water and woke up after a while. When this mouthful of water went down his throat, he felt like a line of ice going straight into his stomach. In just a moment, Lu Yu felt a cool and refreshing feeling emanating from his whole body. Okay, Uncle Huang, don't worry, I will take good care of her, don't worry. Today is Thursday, and it will be the weekend after tomorrow. Chu Yang can still take some time to have some fun with this girl, and then send her away quickly. After entering the government building and returning to his familiar office, Bai Xing took 2 steps forward, took off Zhongqi's cloak, and hung it on the clothes hanger beside him. The workers, who were taking a lunch break, swallowed their saliva and lined up in a familiar manner. Finally, he gave an acceptance speech as the representative of the Selfless Dedication Award, which was nothing more than thanking his parents, the company, and CCTV. However, he was obviously listless and felt that this award was not worthy of him. This person is best at devouring. He can treat all spiritual things in the world as his food and use them to strengthen himself. No matter whether it is a living being or wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, they are all food in his stomach. Jiyu Yangming looked at Lu Yu with an unpleasant expression, with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. This time, their plan can be said to be flawless. It should be a dead end for Lu Yu, but how could things turn out like this? Although Huang Bingfeng said this in a light tone, there was a seriousness in her words that could not be ignored. We don't have a raft, and if we are discovered by the people on the wall halfway, won't we become sitting ducks? Luo Yu shook his head and rejected the proposal. They both turned around at the same time, and saw old Li standing there with an unhappy look on his face. His expression was terribly gloomy and his eyes were full of hostility. There were 2 old servants standing beside him. Li Yuanba could already see the bright yellow canopy through the branches on his head, and concluded that that was where Chen Shubao was. In ancient times, colors were also given distinctions of nobility and inferiority, and yellow naturally became exclusive to the royal family. Ganlu squatted in front of him, observing his face carefully, hesitating whether to continue asking. Gambling stone consultant. What is a gambling stone consultant? This was the first time Yi Feng heard of this title. This time he ate up all the treasures hidden in the Chen Palace, and finally solved the embarrassment of not being able to have normal sexual intercourse before. Now he can ride on horseback, showing his masculinity. He really enjoys the taste and can't stop. Looking at the happy smiles on Li's father and mother's faces, Li Shang was stunned. He murmured softly but did not speak the words out loud. From the situation of corpses lying all over the ground, it can be seen that these zombies are good at killing and robbing. Except for those who were beaten into tattered sacks by bullets, the rest were basically killed by a single knife. The wounds were either in the throat or the heart, without any other injuries. Both her graceful figure and her cold eyes made Qin Qinglang obsessed. Mo Kei and the other person left the hotel and prepared to buy some food. After all, Mo Kei and Luo Wanmei had left and Li Zhu had to stay for a few more days. Li Zhu was reluctant to eat at the hotel next to the villa. After doing all this, Luo Hebin turned around and left with Liu Shi in his arms. The medicine Jiao Lin gave her had not been completely eliminated yet. After bringing her back to his room, he had to go out to buy some Chinese herbal medicine. The ones he needed were mainly very common concentrates, which should be sold in ordinary pharmacies. Being a son of such high status, he cannot talk to these menial servants, so he can only let him speak for him. Over the years, Wei Wuji presided over many major battles, most of which were victorious. This also enabled him to overcome many obstacles along the way, making him not only the helmsman of the Wei state, but also the pinnacle of power in the world. Yang Qing nodded and contacted the two thunder chariots to ask them to come back. Zhu Hua had a gloomy face, and no one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 22. Good job. Good boy. I respect you as a man. Li Song replied. He casually called out to a group of security guards and they rushed towards Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun casually extended his hand in response. Bang, bang, bang. No security guard could block even one palm from Yi Qingyun. Even the leader of this group of security guards, Li Song, a retired Special Forces soldier, was knocked down by Yi Qingyun with one palm. Soon, a huge security room appeared. Only Yi Qingyun was standing there. The other guards lay on the ground, stunned. They looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. What is going on? Didn't Team Minister Lin ask us to teach a cowardly rookie a lesson? How come I? As the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger. Facing Chen Zheng's brutal and determined attack, Qi Shubao was completely helpless. On the bridge, a young man in a long gown was holding a wooden frame filled with various windmills, kites, and other toys. When passers-by passed by, they stopped to bargain with him, and finally left with a windmill in their hands with a happy look on their faces. Hearing this, Luo Chen subconsciously looked back. More than 100 meters behind him, 4 warriors were running towards him. Everyone's mood was like riding a roller coaster. They reached the top 1 second and fell to the bottom the next. When the white-haired old man saw this scene, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and then he swung out fiercely with the weapon in his hand. Ulan Zhuoya was startled for a moment, then she came to her senses and quickly moved her pink lips away from Beilai Dengfeng's lips. Her eyes were full of grievance and anger, and she was about to use her free hand to push Beilai Dengfeng away from her. Wan Yinliang gave a helpless smile to this situation. He also understood the intentions of his soldiers, but this feeling of being protected made him feel very uncomfortable. Kailan also has to go back to deal with those things, so I'll take my leave now. Shah Kailan nodded, then turned and left. Waves of terrifying aura, like terrifying giant beasts, suddenly rose into the sky and covered half the sky. Under their threat, Qinming also planned to play with them, but they did not come in a team after all, so they had to wait until all the people were present before they could start. Ran Minute took the lead, holding a hook halberd in his right hand and a double-edged spear in his left hand, and charged towards the enemy. With a powerful force bursting out, no one could resist Ran Minute at this moment. Your family doesn't care, why do you care so much? Yuan Sanya was puzzled. Did he really treat your family as his own? Wasn't he a servant? However, it can also cause us headaches or even reduce our numbers. The Nine Swords formation, I feel more and more that it is terrifying. Comparing Lin Xin's superficial knowledge with those on the internet, Yi Jinmu naturally believed more in the vision of Zhu Yuxiong, the gold medal agent. He inserted the flag outside the formation, then used a new magic weapon, a long sword, and slowly walked towards the monster in the formation. I could have died with him. She continued. Her tears had stopped, but the sadness in her eyes could never be wiped away. The man who had risked everything for her just fell down like that, right in front of her, and died within her reach. The principles that Long Zhanqian studied were not from the soul-related series. If it were Kong Kongmi or Dongfeng Shao, Emperor Ling would have a headache. Although this method requires much more mental effort than separating the spiritual consciousness one by one, it has the advantage of being extremely stable. He will not allow any mistakes this time. Our combat power has reached the highest level now. The outcome will be decided by one strike. Why are you still distracted? Bai Kai was stunned. He followed Feng Wuqing's gentle gaze and suddenly understood something. There was no fog within 100 meters around the stone platform, and the situation on the stone platform was clearly presented. I am very familiar with your breath. Our perception ability is strongest when we close our eyes. When you entered Guangling Palace, I already knew you were coming. Zhao Ming explained. On the contrary, Seeing this scene and the initial gesture of Li Shu's performance made Yan Yu suddenly feel his spiritual thoughts moving, and a slight throbbing emerged in his heart. Zhao Ming and Lei Liang had already two-tier marks on their faces as they listened to their master telling about the hidden history of Muyang Peak. What caught his eye was the Great Hall of the Buddha, which was flooded with golden light. It was exactly the same as when he entered and exited, without much change. Supporting his body with all his strength, Beidou saw the huge stone statue of Buddha facing him seriously. In front of the statue, Master Daoxi and Mingren were looking at him with strange expressions. "Ha!" A surprised voice came from the depths of the wind and sand. It was obvious that he was surprised that Zhao Ming could crush his attack with just his fists. Just as he passed a bush, he heard a slight noise. Xia Mingfeng quickly squatted down and used the invisibility technique to hide his body. Then he bent over and moved gently to the back under the bushes that were higher than his waist. After waiting for a while, he found that there was no one there. A giant python was standing upright, its green eyes fixed on Luo Chan below. It licked the tongue in its mouth in midair, as if it was licking something delicious. Looking down at the bushes from above, Luo Chan found that there was no living thing here. He reached out his left hand and poked around in the bushes, but there was still silence. Zheng Qing's strength is far superior to Song Rentu's, so when facing Zheng Qing, Chen Feng also used his full strength. There was still some warmth on Ji Lanqian's fingertips, and her eyes followed the fingers he was using to tell fortunes. They were fair and slender, and very pleasing to the eye. Led by the servants, Luo Hao arrived at the gate and saw a luxurious carriage parked outside. "You mean to say that Lan Lan entered the desert once before for this reason?" Mr. B.A. asked back. When they got to the room, Lin Zhixia asked awkwardly, "Can we have noodles for dinner?" She usually just ate a simple meal at home for dinner before, and there probably wasn't much food in the refrigerator. Lin Zhixia knew her own level, but listening to what he said, a warmth still unconsciously welled up in her heart, as if rushing straight to her brain. She felt a little embarrassed and buried her head in the man's arms. Song Yifan was so tired that he collapsed on the ground. The ground was full of filth, and Song Yifan sat on it. The stench was overwhelming. After getting the new pants, Song Yifan simply wiped his buttocks and thighs with toilet paper, then covered his face and hurriedly left the hospital. Finally, Lin Zhixia took Li Ci to say goodbye to Yang Ruoan. During the meal, he had already said that he wanted to go back to his parents' home in Lancheng. Lin Zhixia felt helpless listening to her best friend's teasing. She knew that Yang Ruoan was also happy for her that she was able to make up her mind to move on from the past. No clothes. Bai Luo Yunchu wanted to say no clothes. What is that white cloth sticking to your skin? The moment of witnessing a miracle began, and all the blood beads in the water merged together. Chapter 23. It's okay. It still works. Zheng Hu had a lewd smile on his face and reached out to grab Sally Ye again. Sally Ye dodged again and refused. "I don't need it." Zheng Hu saw that he had discussed with Sally Ye in a soft voice, but to no avail. He immediately lost his patience, waved his hand, and gave orders to his men. "You two catch her." The two men nodded, grabbed Sally Ye's arms on the left and right, and subdued her. Brother, who came in front of Sally Ye, licked his lips and said, "Sally Ye, as long as you become my woman, I will never treat you unfairly in my life." When Sally Ye heard this, her heart went cold and she shouted, "Zheng Hu, what are you doing? Are you crazy? How dare you?" I heard that Pei Jin's mother fainted from anger, and then the matter became a hot topic again. Mike King's soprano never cared whether others frowned when listening to him. He only cared whether others understood what he said. That afternoon, Fuso knelt under the eaves, holding a cup of tea. Beside her was her younger sister, Yamashiro. "Hey, this bead is here." The orange glass bead that had been lost for almost 3 years was actually in his room. Master Roshi did not suspect anything and happily tied a rope around his neck and hung it. The doctor's eyes flickered, but he dared not answer. He, an outsider, knew that Li was the Empress Dowager's biological sister. Who else but the Prime Minister would dare to lay a hand on her? These two concubines clearly knew more than him but pretended to be confused. It's just like ordinary people. Sometimes, before something happens to their loved ones, they will inexplicably feel anxious. Of course, companies have to move out submarines or aircraft carriers to win, but even if they win, they will definitely not be happy. Although Changchun has the consumption of large ships, it should be said that large ships. For the next half-month, Song Yongmai was provided with delicious food and drink by her aunt. She specially picked out the big pieces of meat and the fat for her to eat, as well as fried potatoes and fried chicken nuggets, and cooked them for her in various ways as if they were free. There was a dim light coming from the garrison in the distance. Su Jiyu got off the boat at the back. Thinking that it was night time and the Prince of Wales was wearing high heels, he took the initiative to hold the Prince of Wales' hand. because Zheng Qing's repetition of the sentence meant that there was no room for maneuver for both parties. Based on the experience of dealing with Zheng Qing last time, Soprano originally thought that Zheng Qing was a smooth-talking person, and he never expected that he would stick to the end. After hearing this, the other people also nodded. After all, most of the people joining the army now are junior high school and high school students. If they want to build a team with a contemporary flavor, college students will definitely be the main force. Suddenly, she had 20 million more. She felt like she was dreaming, and it was a little unreal. This amount was even more unreal than winning 5 million in the lottery. Zhuai's body shook violently, and his eyes stared at Qingyun in front of him with sharp gazes. The people around him seemed to smell the danger in the air at this moment, and they were all frightened and fell silent. Only Qingyun still had a smiling face and looked at Zhuai's without fear. "What do you think, Mr. Yi?" Nan Yang thrust out a bloody knife, which seemed to be a clear threat. "Come on, this is a good start. We will definitely win this battle." This battle cannot be won in a day or two, just like Rome was not built in a day. Not to mention Fang Fei's panic, Zhang Jingxian was also a little nervous, but more excited. Those two people went into the bag on their own without any need for his care. Come to think of it, they were quite stupid. That is, to sell me out. Meng Xingchen was serious, without any faucet, and then he told the plan one by one. He. I've told you so many times? Well, I haven't even noticed it. Lin Feng said awkwardly. I don't know who Zixiao is, but I can guess that he is related to the Zixiao Changzhen sect, and he is more likely the one who imprisoned the Demon King here. Zheng Shuren's words made Chen Biwang look embarrassed. Just as he said, he didn't have much money on him. There were a few thousand yuan in the bank book at home, but that money was his wife's capital and could not be used easily. The total cash on him was less than 500 yuan. Money is the courage of a hero. Without money, you have no confidence to speak. Although Zheng Shuren's words were unpleasant to hear, they were the actual situation. Neither of them said anything, wanting to see what tricks Zheng Shuren would come up with next. At that time, Huang Wu and Xia Hualiang participated in the entry selection of Xingchen sect together. The person in charge at that time was Cao Yang. Because Huang Wu injured Cao Yang's cousin in the battle, Cao Yang found a false reason and directly disqualified him, and he missed the opportunity to enter Xingchen sect. 3 flames gathered together to form the 3 talents formation. The formation connected the 3 flames and ignited the surrounding space in a blink of an eye, forming a huge fireball that surrounded Duan Yonggui in the middle. Going further, Xiao Ruobing said last time that the Xiao family split into 2 branches 200 years ago. The Xiao family was passed down from one generation to another 200 years ago. Adding the generations before that, doesn't that mean that the Xiao family also started to prosper in the early Qing dynasty more than 300 years ago? What's the connection between them? As soon as his men left, Qin Wu punched out instantly. He took a step forward and approached Qin Wu quickly. It was a simple punch, but it delivered a different sense of power. Shen Lingfei was so infatuated with the beautiful scenery before her that she forgot everything at that moment, including what she was going to and what she was going to do in a strange place. Brother, no, I remember. Do you remember what I said at that time? Dahui said loudly at this time. Carrying my own dignity with me, I didn't know what it meant to make one wrong step lead to all the wrong steps. But now I finally understand that even if I make a mistake half a step, it will push me into the abyss. That's embarrassing. I'll vacate my thatched hut and you can live there for the time being, said Yitong. Wang Nuo has not yet determined the investment direction because Green Corner has a high probability of helping him find the target. These people are treated with respect in military bases, shelters, and fortresses, and enjoy better treatment than other refugees, such as separate rooms, good food, hot water, etc. Yu Tang wrung out a handkerchief for me deftly. I sat on the edge of the bed and wiped the sweat off Chen Yi's forehead. I was extremely anxious, but there was nothing I could do. I could only hold his hand tightly and pray silently in my heart, Chen Yi, please don't be in any trouble. Hua Xuanji's chopsticks fell unconsciously on the table. Looking at the man in the bright yellow robe, she suddenly understood something. The Major General of the 422nd Independent Force not only possesses powerful mecha driving skills, but can also come up with such superb tactics. It's really amazing. Some people also questioned in a professional tone the possibility of earning 5,000 spirit stones a year by renting real estate. Although Gratitude Investment is called an investment company, in fact, only Yi Yaohua is responsible for trading and Yuan Rongxin is responsible for part of the strategy analysis business. Most of the work is done by Wang Nuo and his research team at Wanli. The amount of funds is not large, which means that even though the staff is a bit tight, the company can still hold on. Chapter 24 Not on the road. Stop talking and get out of here. I don't need you to interfere in my affairs. Sally Ye yelled at Yi Qingyun. Zheng, who took in the expressions of the two people in front of him, narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke. Sally Ye, it looks like you care a lot about this man. As long as you marry me, I won't touch this man. How about that? Upon hearing this, Sally Ye looked hesitant. She was extremely disgusted with Zheng Hu. It was extremely difficult for Sally Ye to accept being Zheng Hu's woman. However, Yi Qingyun fell into this situation because of her. Sally Ye couldn't just ignore it. Seeing Yi Qinyun's hesitant attitude, Zheng Hu decided to put some pressure on her. So he raised his arms. Ji Yupan recalled that in his previous life, he and his father passed away early, and he and his mother and brother were also separated by the yin and yang. But it didn't matter that they didn't know it before, because Yang Hui had already told everyone the content of the legend in a concise manner. Amina was only slightly surprised, and then continued with the previous topic. She stopped leaning against the window and walked back and forth in the corridor. After a few rounds, she didn't notice that Hao Ren was blocking her way. She couldn't move forward, and then her eyes blurred and she saw clearly who was in front of her. Unexpectedly, after Yushan Sanren's hands were free, he didn't play any tricks at all, but directly took out a jade sculpture from his arms. His sudden voice startled Ren Xiuya's nascent soul. He took a step back holding Rong Nishang's soul, and saw the Tai sword spirit curled into a ball and jumping around in the soul's eye, cursing. Su Nuan's nascent soul, which had finally been free, did not waste a moment and rushed directly towards the two invaders. Before Xue Sheng could finish his words, Lai Isha opened her eyes impatiently after hearing the word okay. Liuli thought about what her queen had just said, so she walked straight out of the hall without even looking at Amber. She pushed him away, almost crawled back into the bed, and wrapped herself like a cocoon. This grandson does not act on impulse. He thinks carefully about every step he takes. He is indeed a natural-born emperor. Even in the application of power, Yu Feng was also much worse. Just like this technique similar to the dragon capture skill that relies on transmitting power through the air, although he could barely do it, it was extremely difficult. Obviously, Zhuolongchan also saw through his depth, and every step he took was to attack his heart. Tongran picked up the spoon again, scooped a few mouthfuls into his mouth, smacked his lips carefully. What kind of taste is he? It's obviously so delicious, okay? Luo Xiao, who had been silent on the side, also raised his head. He looked at Mo Nanju in shock. He never expected him to say that. Combe said to Bond, I'm sorry, everyone, but we don't have any single rooms this time. Plus, Bunai and others deliberately made things difficult for me, so the room I'm assigned this time is... At this point, Combe couldn't help laughing, his expression a little embarrassed. Who are you? Are you Zhu Dehua's uncle or Zhu Dehua's brother? When Sun Xiaoming heard the other party mention the extinction of his lineage, he subconsciously protected his crotch, then looked at Liu Xiaoxing very nervously and asked. Old Master Bai took a look and saw congealed blood all over. He covered his mouth with trembling hands, and his eyes turned red in an instant. However, the nearest hospital is quite some distance away from here. By the time the emergency personnel from the hospital arrive, this wretched man will probably have already died. You'd better go. Maybe there's something important going on. Yia and I will go to Prince Yan's mansion and come back soon. Ji Ziri knew that he wanted to accompany them, but he couldn't miss the important event, right? Nifeng didn't expect that Lan Wanting actually agreed. Although it was a little strange, Nifeng was still very happy. You really agreed. That's great. Don't worry, I will never force you to do anything you don't want to do. Nifeng let go of Lan Wanting's hand, held her cheek, and gently kissed her forehead. Crack! Liu Xiaoxing grabbed the other person's index finger that was pointing at his nose with lightning speed, and then twisted it hard. Immediately, the crisp sound of broken bones was heard. Outside the ring, in the Zhao family stands, Zhao Rendi's originally relaxed expression gradually became nervous. As the energy surged, the sky of the primordial layer began to change. The grey-red sky seemed to turn into a red sea, and a black vortex expanded in the sky. The vortex was like a huge revolving door, calling the general who had just completed his evolution. Li Mingxue could feel that the enemy in front of her was not simple, so she directly used her ability to see the water curtain illusion flowers in the mirror and moon in the water. The lieutenant who wanted to return to his unit was almost kidnapped by Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng, who had been bombarded by shells since he joined the Red Army, liked these artillerymen too much. Although he only had an old mountain cannon and there were few shells left after the Qingyun battle, Wang Cheng was still unwilling to let him go. On the morning of the third day after the Japanese army launched a counterattack, they finally launched a full-scale offensive. Not only in Jingxing, Hebei, but also in Datong, Shanyin, and Yangquan, they were all attacked by the Japanese army. Tang Xiao, is it necessary to waste so much words with that kind of person? Isn't it better to just kill him directly? Nalan Chanshan sat at the table, drinking hot tea comfortably. Liao Fan was not doubting Zhu Bowling, but 100,000 Japanese prisoners of war would come from Liao Fan, so of course he had to arrange the manpower. After all, the Japanese prisoners of war were their property. It is still cold in the campus in early autumn, and the dying leaves are still waving in the wind on the branches. Since it is class time, the campus is unprecedentedly quiet. Fu can slowly turn around and saw Qing Shuiying walking slowly in. She was still wearing his robe, with her long hair loose and a blush on her face. She was incredibly beautiful. When Wang Suding returned, she had been back for half a year and had a child, but she had also become mostly crazy, sometimes lucid, and sometimes not. She pulled open Leng Wuchang's collar, and in an instant, half of his chest was exposed without any protection. Mrs. Jiyu was just hoping for a lucky break and forced Jiyu Yanyan to tell her what she knew. She comforted herself by saying that there were so many things that happened more than 10 years ago and it might not be that one. But she didn't expect that it would be that one. Meat. Shui Iren looked back at Shui Fu. It was also her first time taking care of a child. She really didn't know whether a child of this age could eat meat. He lay beside the hollow window and watched the conversation between Enai Huang and Lin Feng with great interest. Fortunately, there was a screen blocking the way, otherwise he would have been easily exposed. I don't know what is going on. Chenya Ju feels that things are not as Chenya said. He always feels that Chenya seems to be planning something. Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Before he could react to why Chanyan did that, Chenyun's crying voice came from the other side. The servants in the Jiyu mansion did not completely believe what Mo Nansheng said, but Chenya had already expected this. Chapter 25 Shut Up. Zheng Hu, who was originally grimacing in pain, showed an expression of disbelief after hearing this. Seeing Yi Qingyun's serious expression, he gave him a thumbs up. My friend, you have guts. Then, Zheng Hu took out his cell phone and made a call. As soon as the phone was connected, a humble expression immediately appeared on his face. Oh, yes, Master Lu, it's me, Xiao Hu. What? You're coming in person? I'm in room 11 of Chinka Bar now. Okay, I'll wait for you here. After Zheng Hu hung up the phone, he couldn't help but straighten his back a little. He didn't expect that things would go so smoothly. The Eight Gates Master Lu actually agreed to go there in person. I don't want to break up with him. I really can't accept it. Yeah, I won't give up. I love him so much, I really love him so much. Li Luo held her face with both hands and cried out loudly. Her voice was a little hoarse. Not everyone can accept that her boyfriend has an improper relationship with her so-called sister. But the seatbelt seemed to be disobedient and got stuck. No matter how hard he pulled, he still couldn't get it unfastened. Leng Yanshiro unfastened his own seatbelt first, then leaned forward and put his face close to Li Luo's to help her unfasten it. Li Zichen clenched the sword tightly in his hand and said, but they do have problems. Ruo Fei Liu Balian swung it and directly wrapped around Xiao Lei. With a fierce pull, he actually threw Xiao Lei far away. Mr. Cheng had heard countless stories about the romantic affairs of the celebrity circle and was no longer surprised by them. If Zhongli had not provoked his precious grandson, he would not have bothered to care about or inquire about these trivial matters. Not far from Pinghuang Mountain, Wu Hu heard his grandfather's voice. He was calling Wu Hu's name over and over again, his voice full of anxiety. Most of the soldiers were pale at this moment, their minds were unstable, and their bodies were staggering, as if they would fall to the ground in the next second, unable to fight anymore. Li Zichen was originally affected by Yunan's Vajra Qi, which stimulated his 5 internal organs. Although he gradually eliminated the Vajra Qi by circulating his Yuanli, he still felt a sharp pain in his stomach. However, Mai Hanxia was nestled in his arms at this time, and she forgot about the pain. Su Tang couldn't help but close her eyes, cursing the so-called heavenly Tao in her heart. What a rubbish program. It said it would save the files at the best time, but now she was going to die anyway. There was no buffer time at all. How could this be the best time? Be obedient, don't get involved. It has nothing to do with you. Leng Yanshura said in a low voice. Li Luo was about to refute when the doctor walked out of the operating room. Wait, Long Chitsong suddenly realized that his behavior was just like theirs, relying on his imagination. He was even worse, with no evidence, just pure guesswork. He still felt good about it, calling it reasoning. She said that this reflected her seriousness from another side. If it weren't for these things, he would be on duty, so how could he wait here? So, even if the recent events continued like this, he should go and take a look first. There was no need to do anything else. The reward for completing the side quest is a question mark. What the hell is this? I have never been to this situation before. Liu Yilu suddenly realized what was going on. Ku Shu meant that Cheng Daosen had become the ghost's pet, so the two of them could live in peace? However, judging from the plants growing around the walls and the stone quality of the cave walls, the Scorpion Cave below the village, this cave, which is about 100 meters deep, has a history of at least thousands of years. I looked at the shadow on the ground, but it would have been fine if I hadn't looked at it. When I saw it, I was shocked, because when I looked over, I happened to see that besides my own head, there was another head sticking out from my shadow's neck, and when I looked over, it suddenly shrank back into the shadow. After 3 rounds, Chen Dong lost 9, 6, and 3 pieces respectively. He had eaten wine and meat, and played chess. Chen Dong knew that Brother Jingji was worried today. With his true level, he was definitely not as evenly matched as today. Chen Xiaoyang did not say anything, waiting for the other party to explain his intentions. I understand this. Don't worry, I will never let them catch Labangsa when they find out. Lu Yang promised. What made him frown was that his sword acupoint, which was already filled with true energy, gradually leaked out like a balloon with a hole in it, and finally disappeared directly into the sea of qi. Only then did I understand. Maybe the blind old lady didn't know that I already knew about her relationship with the geomancer and the gentleman. Or maybe she already knew it, but was still using a very subtle way to make me understand the complicated relationship, because the whole thing was very complicated. Among the spoils of this war, gold and silver were directly distributed, and only special items such as secret treasures and architectural drawings were brought back. In front of Xiao Mo were 3 boxes containing the treasures obtained in this war. As long as the capital is invested, these 2 breweries can be operational immediately, and the cost of taking over is not high, only more than 300,000 yuan. Chen Xiao looked at her in surprise, as if the word pattern had grown on Yu Wanzhou's face. If Chen Yi is really the rare genius that only appears in tens of thousands of years, then what should she choose? Should she still go to the upper realm? But Chen Yi couldn't guarantee that Li Shuro would tell him about the 3rd-level physical cultivator in the city. What? General Zhu doesn't plan to lead the troops? Although these people are slaves, they are all veterans of the battlefield. They only need to be rested for a few days before they can go back into the battlefield to kill the enemy, and weapons and equipment will be distributed in time. Xiao Mo thought that Zhu Kang was unwilling to lead the troops, so he couldn't help but ask. It feels like a dream back to Jiangnan. Chen Xiao is wearing a sweater with a windproof jacket on the outside. Chuma, do you still recognize me? Xiao Xiao looked down at Chuma from above, a murderous aura rising to the sky, and Chuma was so scared that he almost fainted. The 3rd time was when he was in the Langya gang, taking the Zhuan Huokao that could even burn martial artists. The energy produced by the 2nd-level elixir was extraordinary, but in order to break through, he took it without hesitation and broke through to the 4th crystal warrior. I'm not sure yet, but maybe in these few days. But what do you think? Bu Jiuzhou replied softly. Chapter 26 Deputy Manager. Zheng Hu spoke hurriedly. Master Yi, I choose the 2nd one. 2nd, secretly protect the safety of my sister Sally Ye. Don't let anyone bully her. Can you do it? I can. It's no problem, Master Yi. If anyone dares to bully Sally Ye, they must step over my dead body first. Zheng Hu nodded heavily and made assurances repeatedly. At the same time, he was shocked. It turns out that Sally Ye is the sister of the adult in front of me. Yi Qingyun was quite satisfied with Zheng Hu's answer. For the sake of your life, I hope you will do what you say. After Yi Qingyun finished speaking, he did not stop and strode away. The people in the private room respectfully made way for each other. Yi Qingyun passed by Lu Ruoli. The British and French allied forces entered Guangzhou for the 2nd time without any effort and captured the governor of Guangdong and Guangxi, Yi Mingchen, alive. The governor of Guangdong, Bai Gui, and the Guangzhou General Makdina welcomed them with open arms and formed a temporary joint committee with Britain and France to jointly manage Guangzhou affairs. The old man brought a recliner for them, and the 3 of them lay on the recliners and looked at the beautiful starry sky above their heads. Of course it's because the mastermind behind the scenes used insects to ripen the fetus, and then made Li Yanan the mother nest of the fusion. Qingfeng said in a low voice, clasped his hands together and muttered to himself. The streetlights at night illuminate the snow on the ground, and the prosperous capital city dyed white. The city is full of prosperity and scenery, but he just stands there alone. Almost the moment it appeared, the temperature in the restaurant, which was originally relatively warm, dropped by more than 10 degrees. This dragon emblem is something that can only be obtained by those who have made outstanding contributions to the entire Dragon Kingdom. If Qi and the West ever become enemies and war breaks out again, the people of Qi could quickly follow the railway to Mexico City and wipe out the colonial government in one fell swoop, without even giving it time to react. Taoist Qingfeng lives here. If it weren't for the advice of his seniors, no matter how anxious he was, He would not have dared to rush over to ask the seniors to check on the condition of the giant turtle. At a distance of about 5 or 6 meters, Wang Qi could vaguely feel the coldness emanating from the black spider silk, and it seemed that being entangled would be very troublesome. He trusted his sixth sense very much, and even though it was a spirit state that ordinary people could not see, he still shrank back into the bushes with a calm mind. On October 15th, Zhong Guoliang led 7,000 soldiers across the Yangtze River from Zhenjiang and arrived at Wanfu Bridge, where he recruited 5,000 defeated soldiers and greatly boosted the army strength. Guoliang urgently ordered his subordinates to repair bridges and prepare boats, and to find an opportunity to cross the river and advance westward to Yangzhou. So the caravan followed the 2 mercenary swordsmen and set off again, moving to Vilya. It seems that silver coins should be very valuable. Is 1 silver coin equivalent to 100 copper coins? Suddenly, an epiphany came to Lu Feng. He looked at the mountain in front of him and the water in front of him. He suddenly felt that the mountain was not a mountain, and the water was not water. But the mountain was still a mountain, and the water was still water. After filling his stomach, Luo put out the fire and climbed to the top of the tree. At a glance, the night sky and the forest formed a beautiful scenery. Looking further into the distance, the deep sea was sparkling with silver light. There was a soft light in Luo Bingzhu's eyes, with a bit of pleading and expectation, which gave people a particularly delicate and tempting feeling. At this moment, the off-road vehicle that had just been speeding forward seemed to be drunk, swerving and rushing forward for more than 10 meters on the road, and then stopped motionlessly in the dim road. A strong smell of blood immediately filled the sultry air. Netro came forward and first congratulated those who passed the test, and then asked the bean-faced man to take out 10 hunter licenses on the spot. When the sun set, Lu Feng had already walked more than 100 steps and was only 20 steps away from the top of the sacred mountain. Yang Yu will remember that hurricane storm all his life. The tornado in this valley basin showed such strong wind when it suddenly appeared that Yang Yu was frightened so much that he fell to the ground. Zimmer, who was hiding in the black cloud, immediately felt cold all over. The breath was so powerful that he could not describe it. It seemed that just a breath could kill him. Originally, she was attracted by Lu Feng's extraordinary temperament, and the words, "The moon is above the willows, and we will meet after dusk," so she wanted Lu Feng to meet her and planned to use Lu Feng's body to practice. However, she didn't expect that such a thing would happen. His name was Hansen. He was different from other hired workers because he was a native of Emster. He offended a nobleman and his family was destroyed. He was a rare hired worker who did not have a family. After the butler James knew that he was good at herding, he arranged for him to manage the livestock in a livestock shed. The carriage was moving slowly on the street. Su Jinling looked at the people coming and going on both sides through the gap in the curtains and listened to the incessant hawking sounds. He suddenly remembered the spring day 2 years ago, the day before he was to marry Fang Yu, when he held her hand and walked through this bustling city. If he were the commander of the Hongmen fleet, he would not let go of this defeated army when he had the upper hand. As expected, as they retreated, the Hongmen fleet, which had been stagnant for a long time, also raised its sails and chased after him. Chen Yu did not hide anything. His hands were tied behind his back and he could not move. He pouted and pointed out a direction. On ordinary days, if the servants of Zhongkeotang even ruined a common ephedra plant, Li Mu would scold them. Along the way, countless people looked sideways, just like when they came here, they all came to see the resurrected Princess Qingning. The swordsman, who was under tremendous psychological pressure, finally collapsed. He jumped up, with a layer of grass still covered with mud on his back, and his sword was already slashing towards the white deer. "This cup is for General Kai Ju," said Wukong, and then he held the wineglass and came to the hero monument in front of the water curtain cave. This hero monument was built by Ma Liu specifically for Kai Ju. Zhang Lin raised his hand and grabbed the broken arm on the operating table. A faint golden light lit up between his palms. "Found it." Shen Haoshuan's face lit up with joy, and he punched directly forward. The huge force directly shattered the skull. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers and suddenly there was a flash of fire. In Yang Chongqian's hand there appeared a fiery red spear, which was crystal clear, as if red liquid was flowing endlessly inside. The blazing fire's spiritual power immediately caused the temperature of the ancient palace to rise sharply, as if even the fire energy in the air was leaping for joy and gathering towards Yang Chongqian. Although this camp for wounded soldiers has good protection, it is too simple. There are just some tents built randomly on the ground and some drainage ditches dug improperly. Apart from that, there is nothing else. Seeing Bai Qiu jumping off the stage amid all kinds of strange looks and heading over here, Li Yang hurriedly whispered a reminder to Qingchu, and who was still a little dazed. Qingyu exaggerated what had happened in the past 2 days. She omitted some parts and exaggerated others, which made Shen Qianli's wife complain again and scolded her loudly. Qingyu quickly acted like a spoiled child and tried to persuade her in every possible way before she felt relieved. In the sky, fire dragons were dancing and spitting out huge fireballs, which fell into the camp of millions of demons and spirits and exploded with a loud bang. Amid the flames, the war quickly spread to the surroundings. Chapter 27 Tan Family. Wang Ji was worried and made a special call to Lin Yingxia. It was confirmed that Lin Chuyue's marriage was not her own wish, but was forced. Wang Ji was completely relieved. As long as Lin Chuyue didn't do it voluntarily, it would be fine. Based on Wang Ji's understanding of Lin Chuyue, the latter would definitely not let the live-in son-in-law touch her body. The goddess is still the pure and innocent goddess. Even Wang Ji was thinking about it. If he could help Lin Chuyue get rid of this son-in-law, maybe he can win Lin Chuyue's favor and win her heart. Isn't this an opportunity for him? After get off work, Lin Chuyue drove back to the apartment. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Lin Hong sitting. As soon as Aunt Cyan's husband walked out of the door, he bent down to pick up the butcher knife and rushed angrily to the ancestral hall which used to be the village committee and is now the security team. Holding the knife with both hands, the familiar feeling made him feel comfortable, and he even smiled while fighting desperately. With a wave of his big hand, he pulled the black sword youth, who had obviously lost consciousness but was still fighting instinctively, into his own yin universe and hit him. Chan Foshing let out a breath. Because he was not wearing a police uniform and just said that he used to be a policeman, I thought he was no longer a policeman. But unexpectedly, he said, "What's wrong? Who wronged you? I'll deal with him." I was stunned. On the giant hammer, tiny cracks began to appear centered on the point where the hammer was drilled. The giant hammer released more pressure. The greater the pressure, the faster the cracks spread, and in an instant the cracks covered the entire giant hammer. The changes that happened that night completely disrupted the originally peaceful situation. Although it was only a few hours, many things had undergone qualitative changes. Dongfang Yu continued to listen without saying a word. The expression and the way the second brother in front of him spoke were indeed very similar to his own second brother, but he still needed to observe for a while and not to believe it easily. What? Impossible. Concubine Qiao was stunned. She had calculated for so long and spent so much effort to finally invite the emperor to her palace. Now he was sleeping on her couch in a daze, but this girl actually ruined all her plans by getting nervous. But Li Chen is alive and well now, and those who always come to trouble him have probably gone to hell. 2 major clans, 2 major county noble clans, plus their in-laws, Kui, Nai, Sai, etc., so his chances of winning are slim. If he kills Jing Tong and Mo Falcon first without caring about anything, will Wen Renju just sit back and watch? Ranked 4th is Zhong Qinghu of Waraha Group, whose net worth has increased from $1.3 billion last year to $4.8 billion today. The man knelt down in front of him and said, "My lord, Zhuanchao has something to say to you," saying. He hesitated and couldn't say anything for a long time. In particular, Zhao Dezhu, who was about to conduct the experiment first, felt that his legs seemed to be a little weak when the laboratory appeared in their sight. In Chen Qingyun's opinion, now that Chen Yongren is dead, it would be a bit difficult to continue filming according to the storyline. Sensing that someone was trapped in the formation outside, Lin Ju stretched out his right hand, put his index finger and middle finger together, and quickly gestured in the air, as if he was outlining some talisman. I stayed in Shanghai for just 1 day, arranged for all the employees to have a meal together, and returned to Beijing the next day. Someone even uploaded a video on YouTube showing the entire process of the North Star incident, with various clear videos, photos, and even satellite images as evidence. Everyone just felt that Luo Mo's voice and singing style this time was slightly different from before, and he did it in a different way. At this time, on the first floor, Ji Yumeng took advantage of the fact that Mrs. Lan had temporarily left and there was no one else in the living room, and she tiptoed into the kitchen like a thief. The monkey suddenly spoke human language, but Qi Yi was no longer scared. She just lay on the ground with her eyes wide open, looking at the monkey helplessly. After it finished talking to itself, it still had no intention of saving her, but turned up the pants of the 2 dead men. Qian thought about it, and drew a star map in the air that was similar to the Wanyan Fuluan. However, the positions of the stars had subtly changed. Impossible. Impossible. It's only been 2 months since I had the miscarriage. Maybe I just had emotional out of control and endocrine disorder. For JYP Entertainment, it is a great opportunity to have their artists show up and gain popularity. How could they let it go? Dama was also worried. During this hour, he only saw 8 suns in the sky and Zhu Chen did not move at all. He was afraid that something unexpected might have happened. Later, Ari Dahai tasted the sweetness and became a little careless. When Li heard about this from the villagers, she tried to persuade him twice, but each time she was beaten by Ari Dahai's fist and shut up. Later, Ari Dahai's parents both passed away and no one could take care of him. Ari Dahai simply took Qin back home to live. I stood up, took a tissue and handed it to Du Chenfeng, and said that since everyone had already talked it out, it was fine. When the bald man kicked the ball, the center was not far away from the ball, and he and the ball were moving relative to each other. In this way, he would definitely catch the ball one step earlier than the person chasing behind him. In fact, what Yi Zi said was absolutely correct. There was indeed something wrong with Yi Jinliang in the past half-month. In order to finally achieve the above results, one must have a cultivation level of more than the 7th level of the human spiritual world and rely on the power of the inner elixir to succeed. Because only when one reaches the 7th level of the human spiritual world can the inner elixir in the sea of qi emit a sufficiently powerful innate mixed force to make the 3 qi merge into one. Your son has followed your mother's teachings. Although I have a good relationship with Prince Qingyun, I will never marry Princess Yuyan just because of this relationship. I know the difference very clearly in my mind. Zhao Qingjue answered respectfully. Bai Zhuanmai looked at the bead on the table, squinted his eyes and said, "This spiritual object is connected with your mind. When it becomes abnormal, it will indicate that something big will happen." Adju suddenly froze in place, sighed in his heart, and slowly turned around. "Brother, do you have any other instructions? I will definitely do it for you." Emperor Jiaoming couldn't bear to look at his flattering look. In Admiral Zhong's impression, the most representative person in that research institute was Lieutenant Lu. That young man was very ambitious and energetic. He could be both soft and hard in his words and deeds. He handled things very measuredly, and it was hard to dislike him. The torches under the night sky swayed listlessly in the wind. The hall decorated with bright red silk was so silent that only the sound of cranes standing in the wind could be heard. It was the most embarrassing and helpless moment. Shixia was getting married, but the bride was snatched away by a prince from northern Tang. "No, I didn't see anything. It was just a little dark, so I was a little scared," she answered as calmly as possible. Xiao Chichi's expression was still as cute as ever. Chang Guanyin didn't feel any of the powerful aura lingering around Xiao Chichi at all. This was probably the power of the bond between their 2 lives. "Why should you give in to me?" After a moment of silence, he lowered his eyes and looked at his expression. Didn't he always shout that he would defeat him before? Why did he change his mind? Tang Xinyuo couldn't believe his ears. Tang Xian looked at his brother's expression and counted bit by bit in his mind. When he counted to 6, Tang Xian took a step in front of him and reached out to grab his collar. Tang Xian, who was prepared, took a step sideways and avoided his brother's powerful attack. Chapter 28. Someone is looking for me? Jiao Qiong looked at Atai's departing back, feeling heartbroken. This artist is a master that he hired at a great price. In the end, this person did nothing. He took an 8-figure reward from him. Jiao Qiong really has to give this money. Otherwise, artist would think that Jiao Qiong asked him for help. In the end, you don't want him anymore. Isn't that just making fun of him? The revenge of a congenital master is still extremely terrifying. You've got this on your mind. But I believe in my own ability more. After Yi Qingyun said this to Jiao Qiong, he sat directly in the passenger seat. Jiao Qiong was overjoyed and all his depressed mood disappeared. There is Yi Qingyun's words of praise. Everything he did was worth it. A carriage whizzed past on the main street. Fang Xing quickly pulled Yang Yan back 2 steps and glared at the coachman. The coachman immediately got out of the carriage to apologize. The girl in the carriage also opened the door. Her gentle and beautiful face was still filled with shock, and her eyes lit up when she saw Fang Xing. If I had known I could make the shot like this, I would have celebrated in advance. Arenas not only didn't smile, he even felt sad in his heart. After receiving that palm strike, Jiaoyin now looks surprisingly unharmed. Not only that, his aura is at least 5 or 6 times stronger than before, and he is surrounded by immortal energy, emitting tremendous divine power. If it weren't for his ferocious and gloomy expression and bloodshot eyes, he would have looked like a celestial being. Tong Yao stuffed a piece of dessert into Bai Yuxiu's mouth, and Bai Yuxiu's heart immediately beamed with joy. The 2 of them rarely had such opportunities to go shopping together, and today he had finally managed to get Tong Yao to agree to leave her injured master behind and go out. But when they came out, she ended up buying a bunch of supplements. In addition, that night, Fang La and others were surrounded by the Wei Wuzu who were suddenly summoned by Zhao Hao, and the elites of the Ming cult were almost wiped out, which made Fang La temporarily give up the development of his power in the Jianing prefecture area. At this time, the eldest son of the Su family had been tortured beyond recognition. His clothes were torn and his face was swollen and purple. He was being twisted in the hand and didn't even have the strength to struggle. As the saying goes, everyone has their own expertise. If Guo Xia is unwilling, then let him continue to guard Xiangyang. Yang Xiao decided that after repelling the Mongolian army, he would go to find the Ming cult. At that time, he would personally help them to change the dynasty first, and then accumulate strength to deal with Mongolia and recover the Central Plains. However, General Yin did not look happy at all. He stared seriously at the white tiger deathlight he emitted in the air. After penetrating the black flames, it was covered with a layer of black, or it was gradually turning black. Well, this boss Han was beaten up by his hero Zhao in Florida 3 years ago, and then he was tied to a stone pillar in the hotel lobby and had his head shaved bald. In comparison, Huan Shaotian and Yuan Wuxiang are inevitably a little inferior to Huang Quan. It's not that their aptitude is inferior to Huang Quan, but in terms of cultivation, they are constrained by their long-term mental knots and have difficulty improving as quickly as Huang Quan in a short period of time. However, in terms of stamina, they are not inferior at all. After the two of them went back to their room to rest, Zhu Cixi lay on the bed, and suddenly remembered that she had heard about this period in the UK before, when a radio program suddenly became inexplicably popular, similar to the late-night date type in China. Just as the sword was about to hit the black barrier, Meng Po appeared in front of Bai Qi and grabbed the sword with her sharp claws. Anger flashed in the golden dragon's eyes, and his body was shining with golden light. He kept struggling, but unfortunately he still couldn't break free from the iron chains that Lin Fan had transformed with his mental power. Although Qin Hao usually puts on airs, he dares not say a word in front of this main person in charge, because he usually uses the other party's tiger skin to wave his banner. So, Curlier, who was ready to attack, just quietly tugged at Juran's sleeve and motioned him to look over. The room was pitch black. Juran also fell into a deep sleep as he listened to the lullaby played by the cricket speaker. The outfit of white t-shirt and jeans is eye-catching. Lin Shi's facial features are delicate and three-dimensional. She can easily handle both high-end luxury style and simple casual style. When the eerie song of Weekend sounded in their ears, they almost jumped up from their chairs. In the raging wind, Yu Jinkang supported himself on the snow with his bare wrists, dragging his legs without soles, and retreated step by step, leaving a deep blood mark wherever he passed. But I noticed that she didn't look well, so I asked her what was wrong. She said she had her period, but I always felt that was not the case. If I knew at that time that she was like this because of the blood transfusion she gave me, I would definitely be at a loss. Qin Rui's mood, which had just been high, instantly dimmed. If she knew that he had been sick, would she also dislike him like others and not want to be close to him anymore? Qin Rui's heart was in a mess and he didn't know how to answer this question. That's right. Relying on the princess's support, she dares to do anything. Yi Luqing was also furious. She had spent so much time and effort after coming back, just to make fun of Yi Qingcheng. Now that the princess stopped her, all her previous words were in vain. There are more than 300 mercenaries around each sentry tower to assist in defense. Most of these mercenaries are ordinary level fighters, about 20% are elite level, and many are violent level. When this matter was leaked, the biggest beneficiary was Yi Wuqing. Not only did it ruin Yi Qingcheng's reputation, but she was also pushed to the Duke Jinggua's mansion. If Yi Qingcheng was really engaged to Qin Shao, then Yi Wuqing would have eliminated an opponent who would compete with for Xiao Yunmo. Su Jin glanced at Xiao Shengzhuan coldly and kicked open the door of the charity cemetery with a bang. When Gengzi Mo saw Su Jin's rude look, he knew that Su Jin was angry. Chapter 29. Winners take all. On the other hand, Jiao Qiong couldn't help but worry about Yi Qingyun. Although Yi Qingyun just said that he could blow a Tai's head off with one punch. But who knows if Yi Qingyun is bragging? Especially at Yi Qingyun's age, he is the youngest and most energetic. 9 out of 10 statements are exaggerations. Seeing that Yi Qingyun's attack was not fancy at all, a Tai just grabbed him roughly. He was furious in his heart. This was totally disregarding him. After Artis threw a lot of punches, he kicked his feet and bounced out of the car like a cannonball, landing in the woods beside the path. The space inside the car was too small, which was not conducive for him to perform his boxing skills. Yi Qingyun didn't take it seriously, he tiptoed. Therefore, the longer these ministers stayed with the emperor, the more nervous and cautious they felt. Dad, I didn't lie to you this time. Changqing and I are really going to get married. I will be his wife from now on. Jiangia looked at Jiang Huaishan and repeated. Thinking of this, she breathed a sigh of relief. She no longer had to hide the truth from herself. However, she felt even more conflicted and didn't know how to deal with the matter. Following the information from the plane ring, there was a crisp sound in Yuan Ying's body, as if a door had opened. His cultivation level also broke through to the early stage of Mahayana in the first instant. At the same time, a deep and vast force surged out from his dantian like bamboo shoots after rain. Shi Yutong gathered her energy in her palms, and there was a faint spiritual power rippling in her palms. She moved her jade arms and gently moved her graceful body. She raised her palms and twisted her body lightly as if dancing. It was very beautiful, and the spiritual power in her palms flowed like the flickering moonlight. But no matter what, I have to go to Japan. Although it will cool down the other party, it is not a good thing to cool down for too long. The enthusiasm of the matter will cool down, and then I will have to start from scratch. One day in early December, the disputes among Abatai's subordinates had not yet subsided, and he himself had not made a decision in his heart. Ichiro Ukida's request was unreasonable in itself. After all, he had already lost, but he was still playing tricks and refusing to admit defeat. This also made the notary and others see the true face of the Japanese once again. After all, although most of the people present were Chinese, there were also many other foreigners. Everyone's impression of the Japanese dropped again. Soon, an unknown guild called Blackfish in Ishii City, through a system announcement, launched a battle for the city against Li Tang, who had taken over the war city only 2 days ago. The housekeeper was also an old man around Wang's father. He had dealt with such matters many times. He obeyed the order at that time, and Wang Shuya didn't need to worry about anything else afterwards. Someone with sharp eyes immediately pointed at the roof beam and shouted, "The monster on Yankong Mountain back then, the evil villain from the Great Shu." Shu Hui sat next to Lin and Anne, looking at the talented man and beautiful woman sitting side by side in front of her, secretly admiring them in her heart. Dai Jin wanted to stop him, but she couldn't. She wanted to go out and call for help, but she knew no one would help. In her distraction, she couldn't hear Shu Jin's cries for mercy. The 2 words stuck in Tong Yian's throat, making her eyes red. As if knowing what Tong Yian was thinking, Zhong Yu put his arms around her and patted her head comfortingly. There was silence for a long time on the other end of QQ, and then Lele's avatar turned grey again. "Don't worry, General WN. The evidence is solid that this man is collaborating with the enemy and committing treason. All the generals in the room have seen it clearly. Moreover, he also intends to assassinate me. His intentions are sinister. If he is not killed, the military discipline will not be upheld." Li Hui thought it would be fine to just use some official words to fool WN Guang. Seeing that everyone was stubborn and refused to get up, Guan Yu sighed lightly and knelt on the ground. "How about this? If you don't mind, we will become brothers with different surnames, and live and die together, and rely on each other in times of trouble." Everyone showed joy on their faces and echoed in unison. When Li Wei reacted, Zhongwu had already knocked Yang Mi unconscious and put her into his Sumeru ring. After crawling back to the starting point, I first picked up the flashlight on the ground and shone it on the man's face. He was still unconscious. Then I pulled Lulu over. But after looking at the man's face, I noticed that Lulu's face suddenly changed. Do they know each other? The situation here is very strange at this moment. I, who was about to face death, am now the only person who is still awake here. The person who came was a burly young man with a spiky hairstyle and a well-fitting dark suit. He was carrying a long package wrapped in red and yellow silk on his shoulder. It was my best friend, Yang Afei, who possessed the true body of a dragon soul. A good friend of her biological mother? Pei Xian was surprised when she heard this. She thought this Aunt Yang was Pei Yiling's friend. Cheng Eben told her to pay special attention to whether Pei Xian made or answered any calls. If she found out that his wife was making or answering a call, she should go up and tell her that she was not allowed to make or answer any private calls during working hours. There was no live footage yet, and many people didn't know what the concept of level 7 or above meant. Many people had already taken out their mobile phones to make calls, and some had even started crying. The cafeteria was as chaotic as a pot of porridge. But at this time, Kirishima Tuka knew very clearly that she was not as powerful as Zhong Liang. "You are not injured at all." When looking at Zhong Liang in front of her, Kirishima Tuka's face was full of anger. Kirishima Tuka, who always had a cold expression, could be so angry at Zhong Liang that she showed such an expression, which shows how annoying he is. Why haven't they woken up yet? Zhong Yu heard Zhong Wu's long breath, turned his head and saw Zhong Wu's relaxed expression. He also saw that Wang Bo and Wen Chenglong's complexion had returned to normal and their expressions had relaxed a little, but they still looked very worried. "Please don't do that. I'm really afraid of you. You're a nice girl, but why do you always like to tease people?" Mu Lingfeng said helplessly, "HMPH. I don't care what you think, I only care what I think." Shu Daoi could no longer sit still. As the saying goes, enemies are jealous when they meet. This god of death Karl is the culprit of the disaster on Earth, and Shu Daoi is not a person who spoils children. Chapter 30 Jiangdong's Most Beautiful Woman. It seems that Yi Qingyun is bound to win the first place in this competition. Wu Zhuanzhen is already in his pocket. "Okay, just accompany me here. I will handle the rest myself." Yi Qingyun spoke to Jiao Qiong. "Okay, Master Yi, I wish you success in winning the championship." Jiao Qiong nodded. He also had to deal with the bodies of Chen Enmore and a Tai in the car. Otherwise it will stink. Afterwards, Jiao Qiong said goodbye to Yi Qingyun and drove away. Yi Qingyun came to the registration office specially set up by the Tan family, briefly filled in his own information, and successfully got a wooden sign. It says, C11. I just need to wait for notification next. Leaf. That is the critical strike flow, relying on infinity and other equipment that increase attack speed and critical strike. Once VN's 3 normal attacks hit 3 critical strikes and are combined with the damage triggered by the 3 rings, the opponent's squishy skin is likely to die directly. Not long after, the power of time dissipated and everything returned to calm. Below was a peaceful holy city. There was no war, no invasion by the Persian army, and the blade of time was placed peacefully on the high tower of the holy city. The other party was afraid, but Shangguanyan did not point it out. He bowed and smiled and said, Manager Lu is still strong despite his old age. I really admire him. Shangguanyan has Brother Zheng to accompany him, so please do as you please, Manager Lu. With that he went into the cabin. The boatman was so scared that his face turned pale, but he finally told the story. He said that a few days ago, several villains had a fight at the ferry. All the fishermen and boatmen present that day were killed, and several boats were stolen. But no one knew where those villains had gone. I don't know what's behind their house. I'm very curious. It feels so bad that I always want to see it but can't. As a result, the soldiers of these 2 cities did not even notice the mobilization of 600,000 troops of the Heavenly Kingdom. How is this possible? We are friends because we have been through thick and thin together. Don't call me Princess Ying in the future. It's too formal. Just call me by my name. My name is Mo Ran. This is another world in Beijing. Here, people lead an ordinary and simple life. Most of the residents here are retired elderly people and school-age children. Therefore, there is no so-called competition or pressure here, because in the city center, that is the world where young people strive. Here there is only warmth, freedom, and comfort. The curse talisman is just the most common type. In fact, there are various other talismans, but they are not mainstream in that plane. Sure enough, when the water and fire dragons touched the skylight shield, they bounced back immediately. All magic attacks lost their effectiveness and could not penetrate the skylight shield activated by Ji Gui Yuan. Sensing the danger and purpose of this attack, the white-robed immortal began to feel angry. Then he raised his eyebrows and waved his right hand. The majestic palm power attacked the black-robed immortal. Perhaps it was experience, or perhaps it was a kind of keen insight, but Tan Weiran vaguely felt that this person's generosity and passion were only on the surface of his eyes, but inside he was an extremely calm and even cold person. Quan Yuri refused to let Choi Si-young wear high heels, so she had to pick a pair of black flat-heeled leather shoes that made her as tall as Quan Yuri, and everyone was satisfied. After seeing Zhao Yuanzhan off, Zhao Ran sat and talked with Xu Yanniao and Chen Shandao. As he got older, he seemed to like reminiscing about the people and events of the past. Of course, maybe she was not used to the trainees consciously leaning against the wall when she walked through the corridor, leaving space for her to pass through. South Korea is a monolithic nation with a strong xenophobia. Chinese members who debuted in Korea suffered unfair treatment. Han Zheng could not stand the differential treatment and decided to return to China to develop his career. It was vaguely visible inside that it was a living room. There were a lot of furniture in the living room, and it was obvious that someone had moved in. Sofas, coffee tables, and televisions were all available. However, there was no one in the living room, and the curtains also blocked the view. Before she died, she was cursed and sent back to 2 months ago. Then, she called herself in a phone booth, and then struggled to come under the bridge and died. It's true, Xu Yifan was really kicked out of his own home. Looking at Xu Yifan with a wry smile on his face and pulling Jiao Xiang with a stunned look on his face, Yingzhu couldn't understand why this national master was kicked out of his own home. Strange things happen every year, but there are more of them this year. However, Xia Yang came here for the Eternal Kingdom, and the clue to the Eternal Kingdom was hidden in the Eternal Heart Lock in Yu Yinping's hand, so he naturally would not let the other party die at the hands of the blood god of the Jin Kingdom. I smiled bitterly in my heart. This girl is still obsessed with me? But with Dugu Chenshua's current strength of chi transformation, even if she has more treasures, she can't deal with me, right? Su Yingmai thought that if she had dinner with Bai Ishio, she was afraid that no one would have a good appetite. After saying that, Su Yingmai opened the car door and got out. She almost stumbled again. It must be quite difficult for Su Yingmai to control those 10-inch high heels. Don't think about anything else. If you still can't help but be shaken, then don't keep anything. It's me. I took off my disguise and revealed my true face. If it was just Shen Yiqing, I wouldn't worry that she could stop me. Ling Yang exchanged greetings and walked out. The old housekeeper hurried back into the house, staring at the gold bars for a long time before stuffing the 2 wicker boxes under the bed. I originally thought that someone from the Qingyun sect would come, and whether I could meet senior brother Wang Yijian. But I was a little disappointed when I didn't see anyone from the Qingyun sect. But she is also a human being, and she has her own feelings. I was a little angry at this time. I shouldn't have said this, but Bai Qin's attitude really made me feel a little unhappy. Young Hua seemed to have suddenly realized something. He had originally thought that his sister would be with his future brother-in-law on this day. However, at this moment, he actually heard his sister asking about Lu Haoqin's whereabouts. Walking towards the bathroom, looking to the side from time to time, there were still many staff members from various companies busying back and forth in the aisle. As I got closer to the bathroom, there were even more people. Seeing Liang Dong's face turn serious, Ziyi was a little confused, but he still did as Liang Dong said and took off his gun and holster, and handed his police badge to Liang Dong. Chapter 31. A senior sister appears. When Liao Feiyang finished speaking, a pig-like expression appeared on his face. In fact, Liao Feiyang doesn't need to remind me. The moment Tan Miaoi appeared, Yi Qingyun's eyes had already fallen on her. This woman is indeed a beauty, especially her legs, which are extremely eye-catching. However, Yi Qingyun discovered something important. That is, the moment Tan Miaoi appeared in front of Yi Qingyun, the treasure bag in the latter's arms became burning hot. This means that a senior sister has appeared. When Yi Qingyun thought of this, he couldn't help but become a little excited. He swayed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared under the platform where Tan Miaoi was. At the same time, the treasure bag in his arms became hotter and hotter. That's right. This time, Master Jingmi could no longer suppress the fear in her heart. She looked at Zi Jin as if she was looking at a monster. Her body trembled twice and she wanted to say something but suppressed it. However, her pale face could not deceive others. However, there was a thorn that had been stuck in her heart, preventing her from completely letting go of her thoughts, and that was Wei Zi. Everyone. He smiled and looked at the 7 or 8 lords he had summoned who were sitting below him. Yuan Jinyu's hand struggled for a moment, then went around his waist. With a slight touch, he felt a salty and greasy sensation on his back. If you continue to cause trouble, it won't be as easy as a slap. Su Emai's voice became vicious, like an angry lion. Du Manchio had a good plan. She was both smart and ruthless. Even Zi Jin had learned a lot from such tactics. He was not worried that after giving the things to him, the latter would default on the payment or that the money was not enough, because he had already told them the rules long ago. Anyone who dared to cheat would be in trouble with the entire Fang family. Even some big forces were unwilling to offend the Fang family, not to mention those lonely people. The image of the deceased and the situation at the scene flashed quickly in her mind. Suddenly, she made a bold decision and blinked twice lightly towards the sun. Except for the third censor who had not yet recovered from his injuries, the 3 major censors of the military had all gathered together. This situation was rare. Kui Hong then described what had happened, including how Zhang Shanjun went to the Laosan district to look for Yulingjun and Feng Yujun, but they ended up fighting after disagreement. Dong Yi Miaoi has become more beautiful now. Her beauty is more real and vivid, and the happiness between her eyebrows and eyes is enviable. After dinner, Hua Huiyuan sent Pei Zhongyou out. When Pei Shuya saw how loving they were, she thought of her own parents and liked the Pei family more and more. Although I understand that the sword just now was only a flash in the pan and cannot even be replicated. What? Kirishima Tuka blinked twice in confusion, as if she didn't know what Yiko wanted to say to her at this moment, and her tone was a bit puzzled. But there was no arrow on the longbow that was ready to shoot. However, how could one defeat the enemy with a bow but no arrow? But these are no longer important. Now that I have come this far, there is no need for me to continue hiding my identity. The next morning, Leng Yijing was thinking about whether he should go to Hongzhuyuan for breakfast, but what reason would he have after going there? As he was thinking, a reason came to him. Zhu Jiang had no choice but to ask Fang Fengnian, the only person close to him in the Chansha second-year alumni reunion, for help. Fang Fengnian recommended Ma Xiaoguang to Zhu Jiang. Where is Jiuyong from? When did he join the territory? When did he break through to the Grandmaster level? Yi Teng couldn't help but feel curious. What? You don't accept my conclusion? Or do you want to suffer a little more? As the elder of Lingwu Academy, Elder Qingwu's status and position are naturally much higher than his. What about the others? What's like them? The eldest prince frowned. If they were not simple, then he would be relieved. Unexpectedly, her only best friend suddenly grabbed her and said that she wanted her to go with Fang Zhuan and others to the mall to help choose gifts. According to Barnes, he wanted to cooperate with Sun Siki and invest to expand the store, but the condition was that he could get corresponding equity. This sudden selection made me really happy. I started looking forward to the selection in 3 days. After saying this, Yin Chensa went straight to the food window in the cafeteria, thoroughly implementing the principle of helping disciples who are in need to do the hard work. The fierce wind spread in the air, and then a large number of the remaining 1,000 people fell down. Many corpses and people in the wheel of reincarnation were actually shaken and flew backwards, with fragments of bones and flesh flying everywhere. From the perspective of power, as a member of the Black Mountain Army, Luo Jiazhai would definitely seek help from other Black Mountain Army forces when they were in danger. The nearest Black Mountain Army force was so far away from Luo Jiazhai that cavalry could reach it in 1 day and infantry in 3 days. With each level of the food-breathing technique, his physical strength would be greatly enhanced, and impurities would be discharged from his internal organs, 8 extraordinary meridians, the Ren and Du meridians, as well as his blood, flesh, tendons, bones, and skin. How is it? I wonder what Lord Cao thinks. Seeing that Qingxing stopped talking, Juyu took the opportunity to ask softly. Yi Qingyun didn't care about her attitude. She also wanted to get rid of He Zhouqi without any effort and not make things difficult for Yi Mingcheng. It would be a good idea to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, because doing so would inevitably expose the fact that the Zhu family had also gone to the grassland. The Zhu family had no horses, and could go to the grassland to plunder in winter. Once someone noticed and investigated, the matter of the sled would inevitably be leaked. The madam is not here, the young marshal is not returning to Wutong Garden, and the entire Zhao mansion doesn't know what is going on. Everyone feels a bit weird and mysterious. Seeing the 2 being so intimate, it took Li Yuanji and Chai Xiao a while to recover from their shock. On the other hand, Hao Yun was even more shocked. As a member of the Kunmu organization, it was impossible for him to show up in public. His first reaction at this moment was to take action immediately. It is a human-shaped statue holding a thunder sword, raised high above its head, as if to split the Milky Way in 2. Jiao was also placed in the cabinet on their side, but since there was not enough space, she was placed on top of the cabinet. When the other children heard that they could play games, they all laughed. They were happier than ever before because they could play games while at school. The opponent's pulse is sometimes strong and sometimes weak. It should be that the opponent is very aware of his physical condition and is mobilizing his internal strength to fight against the things in his body. At this time, his pulse will of course become sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Thousands of light beams quickly crossed the airspace, approaching like a waterfall, and then disappeared into the deep space of the universe. Xiao Cheng took advantage of the moment when she was a little shaken and grabbed her arm tightly. No matter how Ren Xiaofeng struggled, she couldn't get rid of Xiao Cheng's control. She couldn't help but relax her whole body with some disappointment. When I stole from that fat guy just now, I saw him take 4 wallets, but he found 5 on his body. I thought they were from someone else he stole before, but when I got in the car, I couldn't find the owner. I held the wallet in my hand for a long time, but no one claimed it. Chapter 32. It's my turn. Brother, that's awesome. Liao Feiyang approached Yi Qingyun and spoke. He was convinced of Yi Qingyun's strength. Able to dodge Tan Miaoi's kick, Yi Qingyun must at least be an innate warrior. This is a thigh. It was never wrong for Liao Feiyang to curry favor with us. Yi Qingyun withdrew his gaze from Tan Miaoi and nodded to Liao Feiyang. Yi Qingyun is in a good mood now. Not long after I came down the mountain, I met a senior sister. Afterwards, Yi Qingyun went to an arena and prepared for the competition based on the battle information on the electronic screen. Please invite A11 Bal Qiong and C11 Yi Qingyun to the arena for a duel. On the ring, a referee shouted loudly. End. In the mall, Kei Xiangbao's departure made the atmosphere a little awkward, and Yi Xiaogan naturally would not talk too much to someone he didn't know, so he took Lu Jiaqi away. Wu Lei, Mai Lin, and the other 3 traveled quickly for nearly half a day, and during the journey, they did encounter some other mythical beasts, but they were all wary and vigilant of each other and no disputes arose. Hearing Wu Lei's voice, Lu Zhanfeng's face turned terrified, as if he was watching a devil getting closer and closer. He suddenly rushed up and cast out the supreme invincible profound law sutra, crashing into the air, as if trying to break the seal and escape directly. Kei Xiangbao waited for a long time with the phone in his hand, thinking that his uncle would say something, but in fact he said nothing. He was silent for a long time and then hung up the phone. If there is a place where they can complain or defend their rights, that would be the best. But these people really can't find a place to seek justice. How many people died on the way to Kyoto? He was wearing the training clothes of the Creation sect, and the nameplate hanging around his waist indirectly revealed his identity. He was an elder-level figure. Grandpa, the 10th child wants to eat meat porridge today. Let my mother bring a bowl over. The 8th child said immediately. He went to play with the 10th child in the afternoon. The child was over 1 year old and ate either porridge or noodle soup every day. He could also get some, under the pretext of helping him try the taste. After saying that, He let go of Mr. K's hand and walked to the side, ignoring the two people who were still glaring at him. Where are you? Housie and I will be there right away. Su Chen's voice suddenly turned cold, with a hint of chilliness. Zhong Jin wanted to make some excuses, but thinking of Zhong Huading's temper, he could only grit his teeth and bear it. Secretly collect evidence, contact some of the biological father's old subordinates, find a lawyer, redress the injustice for the biological father and mother, and bring the murderer to justice. After groping for a long time, he was unable to reproduce the same sword move, so Albert had to find another way. The ashtray in front of Li Jinhai was full of cigarette butts. His eyes were red and his voice was hoarse. After eating, Han Qian slipped back to the room under the pretext of going to the toilet. Not long after, when Nguyen came back, sat on the head of the Kang, crossed her legs, looked at Han Qian, and whispered. Song Ji looked at the handsome fire chaser horse in front of him and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. It was this kind of horse that pulled the carriage when they went down the mountain, and it ran non-stop for a whole day and night. Wan Guiyuan nodded slightly. Since Linghan had said so much, there was no need for him to say anything more. He turned around and walked into the entrance of the barrier. The man looked to be about 37 or 38 years old, wearing a black python robe, a sword at his waist, tall, with cold eyes, and a majestic aura without even being angry. But speaking of which, boss, you should also strengthen your physical exercise. Zhuang Yuro said while massaging his shoulders. Zhuo Jian hesitated for a moment, then slowly took out a magic weapon from the storage space and handed it over. This magic weapon was shaped like a rui, with a Pishio head carved on one end, and it swayed automatically without wind. Wu Junyi is not a good man. Why did you call him and laugh like that? Yi Cheng found it difficult to understand Yu Guo's train of thought. After leaving the airport, I saw an extended Rolls-Royce parked there. Next to the car stood a well-dressed driver wearing a pair of white gloves, looking very particular. His face was full of smiles and he exuded a friendly aura. He looked like a simple villager who had just walked out of the countryside, and not like a rich and powerful person at all. Direct-to-kin. What direct-to-kin? Which direct-to-kin? Xu Jiaming looked at Chen Chongshan with confusion. Before dinner, I found 2 rooms to put my equipment in, then asked Hammer and Zhongxiao to order a few dishes they liked, and the 3 of us sat around in the yard and started eating. And at the Danqian position in the lower abdomen, there is an ivory white bone with a golden glow slowly floating. What on earth is this? Under Yang Ju's violent attack, Qianjun also seemed very passive and could only use footwork to temporarily avoid the attack. I happened to see a taxi passing by, so I stopped it and signaled Chen Yue to take it home. I clearly saw the appearance of the man who was leaning on Cai Wei's side. He was indeed very handsome, well dressed from head to toe, and had an extraordinary demeanor. For a moment, I couldn't believe my eyes. I couldn't explain how such a grand world and such a grand door could be hidden in the outside world, hidden behind the towering tree outside. Could this be another mysterious existence similar to the mustard seed world? According to the agreement, Liu Ming won 1.2 billion, and he should give Shina 360 million. Liu Ming didn't care about such a small amount of money, so he gave it to her directly. Grandpa Su and Grandma Su had been frightened by the death just now. Only after Su Yi reminded them did they notice that their son was not in the room and Zhong Niannian, the big mouth, was also missing. Thinking of what those people were going to do, Grandpa Su and Grandma Su suddenly panicked. On the contrary, Yang Jin has been becoming more and more obedient recently, like a cat with its claws clipped, gentle and well-behaved. The moonlight is very bright tonight. Let's take off all our clothes. I hope no one will see us, said Qin Shili. Haha, are you still angry? What's wrong with roasted sweet potatoes? They smell so good. Do yours smell as good as roasted sweet potatoes? People want to eat them when they smell the roasted sweet potatoes, but they may not want to eat yours when they see them, said Qu Dongjin. Liu Ming also knew that Zhu Jinzhan and his people wanted to go over and play a few games. In this case, why not take them over to play? Liu Ming naturally did not need the help of any super artifact. He just relied on his own magic power and lightly drew a circle in the air with his right hand. Even if you become immortal and can compete with them, the result of the war may very likely be the destruction of this era and the annihilation of everything in the universe. The holy beasts warned again. The 3 elements Asa worshipped Tongqian Emperor as his master on the one hand to take revenge on Yuan Shi Chenzuan and on the other hand because he was bored, but he did not have much real feelings for Tongqian Emperor. Qingyun has a wealth-gathering formation, so service attitude is what he values most and he is extremely strict in this regard. A terrified and shrill scream came from the mouth of the soul and echoed in by Haoyu's sea of consciousness. In the past, she was optimistic and considerate. Mr. and Mrs. Chen always talked about her, and her brother Chen Xiao was particularly fond of her. So when Qingyun knew that she had become like this, her whole family was worried about her. She didn't want to make everyone sad for her, and she hated herself for being like this. Chapter 33, I Give Up. The referee announced loudly, C11 Yi Qingyun wins. Then, Yi Qingyun walked down from the stage. Many people consciously made way for Yi Qingyun. Liao Feiyang came in front of Yi Qingyun and said excitedly, Brother Yi is awesome. I didn't expect you to be a congenital warrior with horizontal training. I admire you so much. He was quite excited. I didn't expect that I was so lucky that I could just find someone to chat with. You will meet such a young, innate warrior. Yi Qingyun asked back, How are you? Upon hearing this, Liao Feiyang lowered his face and waved his hand. Brother Yi, stop talking. My luck is so bad. In the first match, I faced a person who was born after tomorrow. Probably he didn't expect that his venom would be swallowed by the tiger, and most importantly, the tiger was not hurt at all. Each of the 4 schools is led by a principal and a martial arts teacher. Although they are all principals, the principals of the 3 key martial arts schools are all martial artists who have opened up the mysterious gate, and their status is much higher than Han Siyuan. The big black bear put the mutant bison aside, then walked to Lin Hao and sat down quietly. While Qin Fen was using all his strength to activate the 9-layered soul fundamental law, he also unleashed the 12 Yuanchen disaster fist. A calamity aura that could cause heaven and earth to sink burst out from his body. After the teacher's guidance, he adjusted his mindset, but now that he learned that Qin Fen had achieved Guanjin, the suppressed emotional fluctuations reappeared. His brain short-circuited instantly and he didn't know what to do. Wu La hid behind a tree, drew his bow and drew his arrow, turned around and shot an arrow. Regardless of whether he hit the target or not, he immediately hit back. Uncle, I know it, and you gave me the most precious silver again. Guo Luoluo said, Junior brother, there is no problem in letting Qin Fen join the Wanlei sect, but as for the marriage, it depends on whether the 2 are willing. As elders, we cannot arrange it casually. Lei Yingchan replied, Be a bodyguard, be a guard, etc., based on their strength, just pick one, which one is not better than poaching? Yi Wuing agreed and asked Kui Shi to find someone. The current housekeeper in the family is Lai Yu, so as long as he tells her, she will naturally assign someone. When he arrived at the door of the Rao house, Li Shuai did not stop as usual, but gently pushed the door open and walked in lightly. After standing still, he observed each bunk in the moonlight coming in from the window. After confirming that everyone was asleep, he felt a little relieved. And in a Cheng, when all the major families joined forces, the Yi family's opponent was not just one grandmaster, but several. As the saying goes, the speaker may not mean anything, but the listener may take it seriously. Perhaps the Guardian reporter named Frank just wanted to make fun of Manchester City, which broke the rules of the game and acted like a rich man. Center Bai was speechless. The 2 brothers and sisters of the Jiang family were well-known playboys. Jiang Shu was fine, but Jiang Wan knew from the beginning that she wanted to marry into the royal family. However, the instructor did the opposite and asked everyone to build fortifications, which was too unconventional. The protagonists of many martial arts stories obtain some secret manuals by chance, and after practicing them, they become invincible masters in one fell swoop. He Muin's figure had disappeared from sight. Bei Mingchen's anxiety was completely written on his face. Seeing what he was thinking, before he could speak, Bei Mingyang nodded slightly at him. Although the position of Diankeshi was only of the 4th rank and not the 5th rank, people like Diankesha did have some real power. This time when they returned to Daqin, the 4 of them stayed together for nearly a month, so everyone had some understanding of each other. Moreover, the supernatural powers amplified by the Red God armor are becoming more and more terrifying, and even the invincible field has been amplified by about 65%. It's not like they Haven T encountered foreign invasions before, but they always ended peacefully in the end. But this time, someone with a keen eye smelled something unusual from Chen Yu's words. Outside the stone forest, there were a number of void divine ships that took them back to their respective spheres of influence. Of course, not everyone likes to lie down like this. There are at least a few people who can't stop fiddling with golf balls. They obviously need to look into the distance, but they turn their heads from time to time to interject a few words, looking quite casual and uninhibited. At this moment, the big screen on the stage was playing the video of Zhu Zikai carrying Tang Bingyu down the mountain. Tang Bingyu sat there gracefully, her eyes falling with nostalgia on her young and ignorant self. She had never thought that one day she would end up like this. These words were not spoken when she was angry, but Pan Yu Zhenzhen had no intention of getting entangled with concubine Jia. She only wanted to be good to the queen and please her, but would the queen really open her heart to her? Those clones left as if they had lost their souls. Yi Qiu was a little confused. It was really strange that his clones didn't even know that he could use wind-style Rasen Shuriken. Could it be that these cultivators tried to stop Feng Yi, but Feng Yi killed hundreds of millions of them? Isn't this a great catastrophe? The guests in the hall seemed to have their acupuncture points pressed, and they all fell silent. After so many years, someone actually dared to break into the Excalibur Villa and cause trouble. Was he trying to commit suicide? Wei Xiu regretted agreeing to bring Nan Xiangyue to Mo Province. Wasn't this simply disturbing his life? Wei Xiu's face was full of helplessness and sadness. As the virtual chaotic world erupted again, he suddenly leaped out and stepped directly into the energy storm. In an instant, the vague starry sky and the vague channel of faith appeared in his mind at the same time. The long-lost information seemed like a torrent, impacting his spiritual world. Of course, he couldn't sustain such high-intensity combat for too long. After all, every trump card he used consumed a lot of his divine power. After a long time, he would definitely be unable to sustain it and would have no choice but to escape. Her eyebrows twitched slightly, and her eyes dropped. She waved her hand to push away Tang Zijing's excited shaking of her arm. Chapter 34 Senior Sister, are you there? The referee announced loudly. C11, Yi Qingyun wins. This time, some people in the audience couldn't help but applaud. Soon there was applause. Yi Qingyun was very calm about this. It's just a victory over a warrior. It's not something to brag about. All he wanted now was to win first place in the tournament as quickly as possible. On the other hand, the favorite to win this competition defeated his second opponent with great ease and successfully advanced. His wonderful performance makes people think that he can win the first place in this competition. Ding family. This is another famous martial arts family in Jiangdong Province. Together with the Tan family, they are known as the two best martial arts families in Jiangdong Province. Just not. Disciple Yi Yun greets master. Yi Yun's voice floated into my ears, but I waved my hand to dispel it. Countless viewers burst into tears when watching the news footage of the saints and Taoist masters of various races shaking hands and making peace, deciding to fight destruction together. Thinking about it now, Xiao Yi still feels a little sad. His sister has suffered a lot over the years. Hearing Bai Yun's words, Wang Yang's hand couldn't help but flash with silver needles, which instantly pierced into several places in the monster's body where the yin energy was thick. Since the surprise attack on Tiger Village, although the security there has been tightened, the patrollers are still level 1 spiritualists, and they can occasionally launch a surprise attack on a few lone bandits. Mogami Kazuto suddenly remembered that his mother seemed to like that girl Mai-chan quite a bit, but it would be better not to say such things in this kind of occasion. What's this? It's settled now. Wu Juanqi interrupted Xiao Han without saying anything, flew forward, grabbed my collar, and dragged me out from behind Xiao Han. Chu Haoren smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, it's okay." Then he pretended to be angry and shook off Zhuang Ssi's hand. Mogami Kazuto was stunned for a moment, staring at the other person's line avatar for a few seconds, and finally understood who the other person was. At this time, Jiao Jiao's breath was getting closer and closer to Wang Yong, as if it had reached the door of the store. He was stunned for a moment, looked at the huge Lingfan treasure inkstone emitting a glowing orange light above the golden phoenix flying sword, suddenly came to his senses, and without further delay, turned his head hurriedly, stepped over, and entered the orange beam rain curtain. The highest combat power value tested by Xiao Feng is 1001. So, as the boss, what level of combat power can Hao Chen reach? The intense temperature and extremely strong shock wave exploded in Chan Wen's body, directly tearing apart the half of his body that had been barely repaired. Black blood spilled from the sky, accompanied by a terrible scream. Before this, it had defeated 3 members of the White Sword Society. If it fought again, it might be able to defeat 3 more. Madam, I was just about to ask you, the Lord would never leave you alone. I wonder if you have seen where the Lord went. ULA's answer confused me even more. The Chanyang competition finally came to an end after a few short days, but the result of the competition surprised everyone. Lin Ping, Liu Ba, Zhu Hao, Sun Gang, and Zi Weining, who they had originally favored, failed to win the championship and were defeated by Hao Chen and his gang. My last name is Lin because my mother's last name is Lin. When Lao Li left my mother and came to Qingyun with me, I planned not to take his last name for the rest of my life. Lin Feng explained with a half smile on his face. Then accompany me upstairs. The middle-aged man's eyes were full of fiery light, breathing out hot breath, and his eyes were full of desire. Qingyun recognized that place. It was another door in this room. Qingyun wanted to open it out of curiosity before, but he couldn't find the secret. It was great that I could send Kui Dao home first, and then my brother went home by himself. When I got home, my parents and grandma had already fallen asleep. The Dragon Sword King roared unwillingly, drew the sword from his waist, and chopped at the falling palm force with all his strength. Wa and Lin could only breathe a sigh of relief. After completing those construction tasks, the system seemed to have crashed and there was no sound for 8 days. However, When his ministers asked him what the new country's name would be, he still said Jianan, which means establishing peace. However, Zhong Rufeng seemed to have sensed the movement of the cold wind and immediately stopped breathing and came out of his cultivation state. After finishing their meal in the cafeteria, the others rushed to the academy playground, waiting to watch a contest between the two students with the highest soul power, one from the senior grade and the other from the junior grade. On the way, Wen Xin met an acquaintance. Shi Su was rushing to the capital, but met Wen Xin first. The modern people in the audience could only choose to remain silent when seeing the barbarians' low-quality behavior, and even turned around to help them clean up the place silently. Fortunately, safety measures were taken in time. There should be no danger to life. Don't worry. Tang Chishan comforted. Wang Zijin took a last deep puff of his cigarette before putting on gloves and a mask and going forward to check with his colleague Officer Li Mingli. You're welcome. Tang Chishan did not refuse. There is no free lunch in the world. The favors they owed would have to be repaid one day. When Liu Laoer saw Wang Xingxin being pinned to the ground and howling in agony, he didn't know where he got the courage and strength from, and he pushed away the man who was pinning Wang Xingxin, helped Wang Xingxin up, and wiped the blood off his face with tears in his eyes. It would have been fine if Chang Sun Xiu hadn't said anything, but Wang Xingxin had been troubled by a group of wise kings and famous ministers of the Tang dynasty recently, and he felt a little unbalanced and extremely angry. Immersed in the soft fur, feeling the soft touch beneath the fur, Zhang Wuxia's eyes narrowed comfortably. After Chang Sun Wuji listed some sons of noble families and generals, Li Er's eyes lit up. With these sons of noble families and generals in the new army, Li Er felt relieved. The sudden changes in Qingyun, coupled with the fact that the Falling Star secret realm was about to open, made it easy for Li Yang to guess that there should be some connection between the two. It was even possible that the inheritance behind Qingyun was in the Falling Star secret realm. When the banquet started, Yang Wan and Liang Shishi, the protagonists of the day, had not shown up yet. The Sunda Strait is deep, but the channel is long and narrow, only 5 or 6 miles wide at its narrowest point, and only 6 or 7 feet deep at its shallowest point. Therefore, it is also the easiest to blockade. He was walking, but he didn't expect Cao Shi to call him from behind. He hurriedly stopped and then saw Cao Shi walking towards him. Ning Rui came back to his senses from his trance and immediately pulled Gong Chenglei, who was standing there in a daze, in front of Fan Zhuo. No one knew what was in the car, but the force was so great that the entire car was shaken as if it would break apart at any moment. The two sisters were waiting at the classroom door. There was strict management here and no one was allowed to be picked up casually. So when they saw a figure coming, they both shouted, "Dad, Dad," and ran over. The teacher did not stop them. Is it possible for you to find out the previously hidden personnel information? Ying Yi brought the topic back on track. I was worried that Mr. Sun Ju would continue asking questions, so I quickly took the lead to find a dangerous path to walk down the mountain. Between the two seemingly endless cliffs, there were several iron-locked wooden bridges connected. Walking on them, people followed the swaying of the bridges, and there was a rushing river under their feet. It was bound to be thrilling. It was difficult to turn back at this point, so everyone gritted their teeth and went to the other side. Chapter 35. Do you recognize this? Misunderstanding. Senior sister, this is really a misunderstanding. Faced with Tan Miaoi's attack, Yi Qingyan knew he was in the wrong and had no intention of fighting back. He stepped back repeatedly, just trying to dodge. But at this moment, Tan Miaoi's mood was in turmoil. I couldn't hear anything Yi Qingyan said at all. She launched an attack on Yi Qingyan regardless of the consequences. And what he displayed was the most powerful martial art of the Tan family, the 12-way Tan leg. Every kick from Tan Miaoi was accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking wind. Yi Qingyan relied on his own speed to dodge back and forth. Tan Miaoi was unable to even touch the corner of his clothes. After 2 or 3 minutes, Yi Qingyan saw that Tan Miaoi still did not give up. As there was a knock on the door, Li Hui on the bed slowly opened his eyes and looked towards the direction of the guest room door. When the dust settled, the scene inside the house was exposed to everyone's eyes. Old wooden tables, chairs, faded black bed, rotten dressing table, etc. Previous countries were eager to announce to the world that they were the champions after leaving the venue. But in fact, everyone knows that the existence of the weird society itself is not a secret that no outsider knows. It can be said that the road from Jingling City to Juling Kyoto was paved with blood by the coalition forces. The pig demon looked at Su Nian with sparkling eyes full of reluctance, and it felt like he would cry in the next second. The young man bit the cigarette and looked back. The light above the shop was a little dazzling. He narrowed his narrow peach blossom eyes and saw the girl in the white dress. And we accept both dried and non-dried ones. The price is just higher for dried ones and lower for non-dried ones, but when converted, they are almost the same. Because he wanted to arrive at the scene as quickly as possible to deal with the supernatural incident, Li Jun didn't even ask people to arrange a vehicle for the operation, but instead planned to use the ghost domain to teleport there directly. After hearing Li Hui's words that did not give him any face at all, Luo Chen was not angry. Instead, he was a little surprised that the young man opposite him could tell his identity and say his name at a glance. Liu Ruyan also smiled slightly, but she knew something about this sister Zicheng's personality, otherwise she would not have been friends with her for such a long time. Otherwise, he would not have shown two completely opposite personalities in front of Zhao Zilong, giving Zhao Zilong an illusion. It's time to go back. Master Lin should be okay. Yi Yanqing patted the dirt off his body and left. Although Yi Yanqing said that she disliked Feng Huarong's behavior, she felt very warm in her heart. You promised me that nothing would happen. Du Dong was panicked, fearing that he would be detained at the police station. This is using EPT energy to hide. Anyone who has the ability to develop in the direction of assassination will know some of it. I think if this kind of person were to bully a disabled person like you, you would have died countless times already. Xie Chuanqiu said as he hit Chen Junyi again. Because Yu Yang was the cultivator ranked first on the immortal conferred ranking, he was the first to choose the best immortal residence. After a practical investigation, Yu Yang was very fond of the immortal residence of Elder Pangan. There are some things that it is a very happy thing not to know. After all, if you don't know, you won't have so many worries. It is true. Singularity narrowed his eyes and looked at the intelligence whose armor and scales were all moving rhythmically. As Zhao Zilong's palm wrapped around her sprained ankle became hotter and hotter, Wang Ruoruo felt the pain in her ankle caused by wearing high heels gradually eased. So I divided the work among everyone. Wei Wu and Luo Xiangfei were responsible for fetching water, Li Shuai and Chang Bai were responsible for taking care of the saplings on site, and the others followed me to find fertilizer. Cheng Guangli seemed a little excited, his voice was full of joy, and he kept smiling when he answered the phone. However, what happens next will completely dispel Yi Mo's ridiculous idea. Whenever they came across a larger town along the way, he would ask Bing Huan to buy winter clothes. However, no matter how much Mi Shu wore, her condition did not improve at all. He asked her more than once whether she wanted to return to Nandi, but she always insisted on going north. This five-fingered hand was even bigger than the fist of Wei Lingwei's Hankui. The armless stone monkey swung his stick and directly smashed a blue stone finger. Chen Cheng returned to the castle again. Everyone was already fast asleep, and Chen Cheng did not make any noise to disturb everyone. He came to the underground again. The other undead he had already turned into liquid, and only the undead in the magic circle were still in a daze. Suddenly, Kang Chan turned into a figure of white light and attacked Hu Chan fiercely, who had an evil smile on his face. How could Luo Nan not hear that? He was just trying to make her laugh. In another half a month, he would leave the company for the next mission, and might even leave Shangyang City. Stop being so hypocritical. I see you just want me to die with a stick. Zhu Ting changed back into human form and said dissatisfiedly. After the lunch break at noon, several top makeup artists did her hairstyle. At this time, she had her hair tied up, her face painted with makeup, and she wore a black evening dress. She was so beautiful that it made people's heart palpitate. With this in mind, Wang Zhongguo returned to his mansion and secretly called a few trusted soldiers to tell them the whole matter, pointing out the possible points and asking them to secretly go to Sanquan to investigate. Looking at those annoying fighter planes, the Hellhound really wanted to shoot them down one by one, but now they have learned to smarten up and learn to avoid sonic attacks, and its own physical strength seems to be a little insufficient. What should it do? Du Yuntu held the scroll of blood refining diagram in his hand, and a sinister look immediately appeared on his face. He then flew up and flew towards the interior of the Yinsha sect. No wonder our own militia could easily accept so many surrendered soldiers despite having a slight advantage. Those seriously injured cultivators from Zhuanqian Holy Land, who were in the middle stage of Yuan Kai, seemed to have seen a ray of light in the darkness and a glimmer of hope in despair. Li Yun is not the kind of person who would complain. It would be useless to try to stop Li Hua or rescue him now. He might as well activate the space barrier of the defense formation and temporarily cut off all contact with the outside world to prevent any danger before it happens. Thinking back on everything that happened tonight, Pei Donglai vaguely felt that some special environments and events could stimulate the fusion of his soul with Xiao Fei. If Jin Wushu had not been hurt by Ji Yu Ying's look, he would not have taken such a step as to send the Grand Marshal into battle personally. It can be said that at that moment, Li Jinhua and Zhongyuan fully demonstrated the two most essential words of this era, money and power. Chapter 36 I guess so. As Yi Qingyun spoke, he waved his hand and took out the 8 needles of life and death from his treasure bag. When Tan Miaoi saw this scene, a look of joy appeared on her face. Is this Master S8 needles of life and death? I didn't expect that he would pass all this on to you. Junior brother, if you can help me heal Grandpa. Then my Tan family will be saved. You are the benefactor of my Tan family. As Tan Miao spoke, she jumped up like a cat, pounced in front of Yi Qingyun, and gave the latter another big hug. Yi Qingyun sniffed the fragrance and smiled. This senior sister really believes in him. Earlier, when he came to meet Tan Miao in the morning, the latter looked like a stranger. Zhao Mengru's eyes turned red, and she shouted with great effort, "I had 2 children before, and both of them died inexplicably." At this time, 2 unison voices came from the red-haired man's place of thought. The sources of the voices were Ling Xiaoqian and Yuan Fei, respectively. He wore a white sheepskin coat, sheepskin pants, and felt lumps on his feet, and walked as powerfully as a polar bear. Li Shu-sen, the regiment leader, followed him closely, glancing at him from time to time and asking him questions softly in the dark, as if he was afraid that he would fall asleep. The huge commotion outside also attracted Qinzan's attention. The most important thing was that the source of the movement actually had 4 auras that were no less powerful than his. When the other 2 elementalists saw their companion die like this, they were very scared and said, "Stand in front of us and hold on." Since elemental power is useless against dark elements, Yuan Qi has no such concerns. True Lord Qingshao did not say anything, but nodded slightly. In an instant, the brocade box in Wen Yun's hand opened. "You 2 are sure you want to be enemies with our exotic beast palace." Yin Yu wanted to use the exotic beast palace thrown out behind him to shock Ling Xiaoqian and the other 2 back, so as to buy him a chance of survival. At this time, Battalion Commander Jiang Guozhong rushed up with the Special Forces Battalion, and together with the reconnaissance company that had infiltrated the Japanese position, they attacked southward, and only then were they able to suppress the Japanese a little. "I'm asking, which hospital is this?" Qian Yi was a little angry. If she hadn't felt pain all over her body after just a little effort, she would have yelled loudly. "In that case, fellow Taoist Tong Zhuan, we will accompany you to meet the Jiejiao." Juniors begged the seniors for help. The 4 heavenly masters were also men of their words. They had said before that they would help the 4 true men. This time, they spoke righteously and did not refuse at all. Heaven and earth are unkind and treat all things as straw dogs. All living beings have no faults. All living beings have no faults. Heaven is evil and all living beings suffer. Now the Zhuan men is orthodox, with morality as the highest honor and benevolence in mind. Seeing this injustice, Jiejiao destroyed heaven and established the immortal court to bless all living beings. When Feng Chen woke up again, he had been carried back to the guest room by the black cavalry guards, and Yan Wei Yang had left the inn without anyone noticing. In the guest room 205 where she had stayed, there were several bloody corpses, a horrible sight, and their wide open pupils were filled with despair and pain. However, although it is a place to check in for delicious food, the people who come here to consume are generally teachers from No. 6 middle school. After hearing her words, he looked into her eyes and narrowed them slightly. This was the first expression he showed since entering the room. "Huh. Okay." Shi Jiyu could only respond, so he called Shu Hui. After hearing this, the latter slowly walked over, but there were 3 or 5 people following him. Seeing this, Li Shen didn't say anything and asked them to follow. Anyway, whether they came over or not, Shu Sheng would die. It seems that he will be able to sit together with Zhong Jing soon, and then confess his love to her during the most touching scene of the movie. Suddenly, the world shook, and the wind was as fast as lightning. Inside the cave, the violent air formed a huge storm, carrying the supreme icy wind, which suddenly penetrated. The deafening sound of the dragon roar, forming a demonic sound like killing sound, came out from the cave, shaking between heaven and earth. You know, immortals with great supernatural powers like these 2 rarely appear in the fairy world. Now they appear together, which surprises all the immortals. At first glance, he thought it was a mecha from the police department. The Polestar now looked tattered and did not look like it did that night. There must be a series of pits below the pit. Once you jump in, you will only slide down all the way, and eventually it will even lead to the rationality of the existence of gods. The blood on the ice did not solidify. Instead, it flowed toward the metal devil as if being attracted by something. The flash bomb and the shooting took place almost simultaneously. The coalition force's reaction was quick enough, but the Eye of Anubis' series of coherent actions left them with almost no reaction time. Qin Xiaoyu forgot that he was still in the water. When he opened his mouth, he gulped down several mouthfuls of water. But now it is different. The sea boundary is a chaotic and disorderly area. No one can predict when the dark tide will come. Maybe it will come in another era, or maybe in the next second. Although there is no longer the scene of killing dozens of fish in a row like in the past, it is already very impressive to be able to kill like this in high-end games. The entire space-time gates seem to have become a world of water. In the surging water vapor, there were sounds of birds singing and flowers blooming, and then flowers bloomed one after another, and rivers flowed among the flowers. In response to this logical loophole, the priests of the God of Good will discuss it and explain the specific circumstances. The holy text derived from this may be 1 foot thick, but it can always fill the corresponding loophole. Among the relics of this Guishu monk was a jade slip which recorded something about the Tang sect and the holy sword. At the same time, Inoue Gangto had found the fire signal of a bomb and started to ignite the fire signal of the bomb. Ding! With a crisp sound, 100 exchange points were gone. He pursed his lips to mourn the death of the 100 exchange points, and then Mido focused all his energy on resetting the garden. After driving for a while, the driver found someone in the car and stopped the car. Chu Chenxiong jumped out of the car, just said thank you, and disappeared in the crowd. The driver was so angry that he cursed a few words behind him before driving away. At 8 o'clock on Monday morning, Luo Yixuan and Ji Ting arrived at the Longting Entertainment headquarters. Linda was already waiting for Luo Yixuan in the lounge. Now Eric obviously had the same idea as Luo Yixuan. He was very glad that he had rejected Chen Daqian just now. Otherwise, with Chen Daqian's hatred for him now, the force of this slap would have been heavy, not light. Lin Qian can stop his own disciples, but he cannot restrain other organizations. After all, in their opinion, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The constraints of the alliance are no longer useful to them. Even if Lin Qian disagrees, they will probably go in. Yi Yu chased southwards and chased him for dozens of miles out of Liangqi City, but he did not find any trace of the madman. He could not help but feel depressed. He could not tell what he felt in his heart. Was it hatred? Was it pity? He wanted to kill him, but if he was really in front of him, he might not be able to bear to do it. Old Four, you're back. A loud shout was heard, and everyone turned around, only to see a man in black clothes, who turned out to be a disciple of Qingyun. There are many strange rocks and waterfalls everywhere. It was a beautiful sight at that time, but the road was dangerous and even the best hunters were unwilling to go deep into it. In such an era, people had no urge to pursue tourism. Chapter 37. It turns out to be Yi Qingyun. Since Yi Qingyun has confirmed that Tan Miaoi is his senior sister, then Tan Miaoi's affairs are Yi Qingyun's affairs. Yi Qingyun will naturally take action to resolve it. Afterwards, Yi Qingyun lay on the bed, breathing evenly, and fell asleep quickly. Early the next morning, Yi Qingyun got up early and practiced in the courtyard. After daily practice, Yi Qingyun felt refreshed and energetic. Then he walked out of the courtyard with brisk steps, ready to participate in today's final. He is in a good mood. As long as he wins today's final, he will be able to get Wu Zhuan Zhen smoothly. Then he can go and treat his mother's illness, and then his little sister will recognize him. Crunch! The immortal of the South Pole immediately glanced proudly at Kong Zhuan, who was entangled by Emperor Fuxi, and walked towards Su Yuan. I knew you'd get greedy after tasting it. Just wait and see how I'm going to deal with you tonight. Liu Mang picked up the princess and put her on the bed. He let her lie on the edge of the bed, raised his hand and slapped her in the face, making loud slapping sounds, and he slapped her several times in a row. A Stolt and his militia so important? Dennis asked doubtfully. Especially the children of the Nanming family. Each of them was like someone who had just walked through the gates of hell and had their life saved. The moment the box was opened, 2 fiery red halos entwined from it and rose into the air in a double spiral, slowly taking on a specific shape. Everyone also noticed the battle taking place on a mountain ahead. They were all curious about who dared to take action in the Dragon Clan's ancestral land. They all instantly crossed the void and turned into streams of light, flying towards the distance. It's a pity that she is Dong Waker in this life after all, and her memories of the previous life have not been fully restored, let alone her strength. Wu Ji was startled when he saw someone flying towards him. When he heard these people actually call Jiang Zia Uncle Master, he immediately looked at them curiously. Now, not only has he defended the Imperial City, but he has also led a large army northward, killing more than 200,000 demon troops along the way. Dealing with these ant-like old guys was simply a challenge for him, but he couldn't summon the tailed beasts anymore. The capital city seemed as prosperous as before, but ever since Duan Jinrui disappeared on his way back from his Fengshan ceremony at Mount Tai, the calm ripples on the surface could no longer stop the turbulent waves underneath. These corpses were discovered early, and although they looked almost the same as living people, there was still a slight corpse odor. In addition, Chen Xiao had a high level of cultivation and his 5 senses were more sensitive than others, so this smell was uncomfortable for him. The overwhelming gun shadows broke through the first line of defense, and then rushed towards the next light curtain with unabated momentum. What does barrel explosion mean? Zhong Qiancheng asked back. Ignorance is fearless. Zhong Qiancheng had no idea how dangerous barrel explosion was. I slowly opened my eyes, and my vision gradually became clearer. Suddenly, I found a pair of eyes in the car staring at me. Okay, sure, I'm going back now. Go and pay your respects to your father tomorrow. Remember, I don't want to hear those words again. He stood up and walked out the door, leaving the eldest prince kneeling on the ground alone. I'm used to it. Yuan Shao moved into the palace based on the principle of keeping a low profile, and deliberately made sure his attire was inconspicuous. Chen Shao subconsciously protected when Ren Yue behind him, but those swords were controlled by people, equivalent to interesting objects, not just frontal attacks. But this is not the most important thing. What people look forward to the most is the auction, which is usually held every 6 months. However, sometimes there are unexpected events. If some precious treasure comes out during this period, the City Lord's mansion will temporarily start the auction. It seems that your godparents are quite generous. The old lady took a closer look, a headdress, and a gold card, and thought that the gift given to Jia Lan by the Su family that day was no more than this. What are those red envelopes? The old lady asked again. Bai Ruolan placed her white fingers on the white chess piece. The moment her skin touched the cold chess piece, she was slightly stunned, but her hands continued to move and she moved the chess piece forward 1 step. In Mozak, there are churches in all cities, enshrining the faith of all mankind the Lord of the Sea. Mom, I really don't know where that boy lives. Ma Yang was really anxious. If the Liu family members didn't leave her house, she would make her mother angry and she would not get any benefits. If she knew where Zhongchong lived, even if Zhongchong told her tomorrow, it would be better than making her mother angry. Seeing Inshua frowning, she knew that her poison might not be cured. Qingyun was usually deeply influenced by metaphysics. From the beginning of sadness to gradual indifference, she knew that life and death were like the cycle of seasons. She was not sad in her heart. Instead, she comforted Inshua, Elone, and others. Before this, Tang Jia always avoided talking about Azhan's origins. He never asked her why she returned from the sea, where her home was, where she should go, and even never asked about the wound on her hand that he had clearly discovered. Among them, except for 19, who has no feelings towards the Panlong gang, he is actually a veteran of the gang and has deep feelings for the gang. Sophie glanced at him and continued to struggle with the food. Perhaps because she ate too fast and too full, her stomach felt uncomfortable and her belly started to hurt. Her face wrinkled. Hearing that Xiao Chang wanted so many medicinal herbs, the shopkeeper immediately revealed a fawning smile, packed the herbs for Xiao Chang one by one, and said, a total of 873,000 gold coins. At this time, the shopkeeper looked at Xiao Chang as if he was looking at 873,000 gold coins. Therefore, although there were many elephants and rhinos on the West African savanna at this time, the blacks had no choice. At most, they could pick up rhinos and elephants that died of old age or illness. Of course, there were also some fierce men who could hunt rhinos and elephants. However, there were relatively few such fierce men. Moreover, they had to be equipped with metal weapons. Let alone others, even the monsters in the millions of forests could not tolerate him. You have to know that the millions of forests have existed for countless years. How many monsters have been breeding and growing there? The wood elves below launched another round of attacks towards Shu Yun, who was flying towards the elven city in the air, but did not cause any damage. At this time, there was new movement in the portal. As for the complicated expression, it was because this time, Longhu Mountain was completely suppressed by Shushan. At the same time, it was also an amazement at Shushan's strength. Yamaruchi Hiroshi, who was very power-hungry, would never allow himself to be kicked out of the company. He knew that once he left the company, Li Ziqian would definitely acquire Nintendo. When he was still the president of Nintendo, Flamingo Company could not help but make acquisition offers to Nintendo many times, but he rejected them all. Aunt Rolling, I like yours very much. William walked forward and said excitedly, as if he saw his idol. Chapter 38, Eight-Sided Zhengfu Hand. This was the first time that Ghost Hand saw Yi Qingyun. Although he knew yesterday that his opponent in the final would be a congenital warrior with horizontal training. But Ghost Hand had no intention of investigating his opponent at all. Because Ghost Hand has absolute confidence in his own strength. Ghost Hand didn't expect Yi Qingyun to be so young. Such a young martial artist with innate martial arts skills has a bright future. It can be basically determined that the Ghost Hand will appear in a few years. When Yi Qingyun's strength reaches that of a postnatal warrior, it is a foregone conclusion that he will be on the Earth list. There is even a possibility of being on the Heavenly list. But unfortunately, Yi Qingyun no longer has this opportunity. His martial arts journey was destined to end today. If not, his right hand was grabbing the flesh on the chest of the giant bear. He lifted the huge forest bear onto his shoulder easily. Its tongue hung at the corner of its mouth and its mouth was full of broken teeth. Although it still looked terrifying, it had been knocked unconscious long ago. Not far away, a deep voice sounded. A forest giant was humming a recitation ballad that had been passed down for thousands of years. This was an ancient singing method that only required 3 or 4 simple tones, accompanied by a clear sense of rhythm. The sound was like a giant rhino horn blowing out a steady melody. He stamped his feet and hummed along. Zilingyu felt that she must have suffered a lot in her previous life, which was why she thought Shu Jiaqi was being well behaved when he was acting like a spoiled child. The two waited for about half a minute, and the car door suddenly opened. A figure wearing a pure black combat uniform with a silver flame embroidered on the cuffs instantly appeared in the back seat of the car. He just said that Weekend would not be accepted by the public, but then the Golden Melody Awards announced the nominations for Weekend. Many people have died due to the speed of the Demon Horse King. We must surpass him. Can we succeed? Finally, the attack of Fire Cloud Art disappeared, and the Green Crocodile King's protective wall was not broken. Not even a gap was left. It failed. Jiang Wenwen was just a nominal store manager. He was very powerful. Sometimes when Jiang Wenwen wanted to give a discount or something, he would reject it outright. Jian Yi muttered, just now, it was as if he was being pulled hard in two directions by two invisible hands, and neither of them was willing to give in. Altria seemed to be hesitant to speak, and after a long silence, she seemed to have made up her mind and continued to ask in a mosquito-like voice. Now, there are 3 opponents facing this chess player. One is the entire police force, one is the guy called Detective, and the last one is the organization that knows his identity as a writer. Yes, your observation is very detailed. Tang Wan nodded in appreciation. This is what I wanted to say, so now we can draw a conclusion. When Bo Jing heard that it was Officer Zan who told Ling Anxuan, her face turned slightly red. She didn't know whether it was because of Officer Zan's concern for her or because she felt shy because she thought her actions were too brave after being told about it. Bai Qiao didn't care about all this. After washing up, he had a leisurely breakfast. After that, he took Xia Shuang to the old monk. Don't keep me in suspense. Just saying. My time is precious. Tang Wan said. Let's go, Brother Zhu. It's getting late, go to bed early. Looking at Zhu Qingyun, who was still in a daze after burning incense, Lu Ji reminded him. Sister Hua Duo, I don't want to learn medicine from you. You go by yourself. I'll sleep for a while. After saying this, Kia Yunran closed his eyes and was about to sleep. It's easy to deal with mountain bandits. At least they only occupy one area, and the court can send troops to eliminate them. Pirates are different. They are thousands of miles away on the sea, and even if the court sends troops, they may not be found. Moreover, there are many cargo ships on the sea, and intercepting one can get tens of thousands of gold, which is much richer than mountain bandits. Give up such favorable conditions, why come here? He underestimated the strength of the Northern God of War. He had once intended to challenge the Northern God of War, but he had already let go of the water in his brain. Okay, what kind of lunchbox do you want? She simply took the chicken and duck back and let him choose by himself. After all, he was hers, so she had to feed him from time to time to prevent him from getting sick from hunger. In the end, she would be the one who suffered. When their eyes met, Hao Yun felt his whole body tremble violently, as if he was finally relieved after doing something he had been repeating for more than 10 minutes. Although there are not many people in the pharmacy at the moment, this matter cannot be said here. Thinking of this, Shen Sheng pulled Xiao Tong into the room and told him everything. In the end, Angel was the most impressive. She slapped the table and completely suppressed all the laughter in the room. Dai Xian was a little relieved that it was not class time, otherwise it would not be so easy to ask for leave. Not really. His family is quite ordinary. Xia Yi thought for a while and said, You can't say that he is very rich. Who are you? Where is this place? What are you planning to do? Leela asked vigilantly. Old Wu stopped talking and used his unique technique to put a hemp rope around the pig's head and easily pulled the fat pig to the front yard. The spear spun rapidly, instantly emitting 5 cold rays of light, and then it stabbed towards Yang Nuo's head like a dragon. The guard took the order and a flare appeared in his palm. With a flick of his fingertips, a beam of fire shot up into the sky and exploded into a firework. With his hands in the pockets of his windbreaker, the autumn wind was bleak and the sky was even more gloomy. The cold autumn wind was blowing in the cemetery, giving people a feeling of desolation and desolation. Even though the old gang leader is bedridden, he still has the military power, so naturally we have to send someone powerful to kill him. A young man was so engrossed in his speech that he completely forgot that there was a shepherd of the Lord sitting next to him. The person next to him saw that something was wrong and quickly changed the subject. But after experiencing the great chaos, he realized that some legends were really unreliable, especially the theory of catastrophe. There were countless catastrophes between heaven and earth, and the so-called catastrophe was nothing more than a perfection of the world's will on its own world. I didn't expect this monkey to be so powerful that it actually destroyed my mental power. It's really surprising. I thought monkeys were animals with well-developed limbs, but I didn't expect they also have ways to restrain mental power. He sighed lightly, then looked at the people on the side. Chapter 39 I Give Up. So, Yi Qingyun's hand reached straight towards the ghost hand. There was nothing fancy about it, but it made the ghost hand's face turn pale with fear, because he felt an unstoppable momentum from Yi Qingyun's move. Not good. Ghost hand's many years of rich combat experience told him. His best strategy at this time is to run. Ghost hand stomped his feet on the ground and used the force to step backwards. But his speed was still a step slower than Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun easily locked the ghost hand's neck with his hands. By the way, he picked up the ghost hand. The ghost hand was shocked, his pupils contracted violently, and a chill ran from the soles of his feet to his forehead. How can this be? Inside the house, my Shaodai found bowls and dishes and put beef, eggs and steamed buns on a table. Everyone ate together, and after they were full, they rested for a while. Sitting down again, Xiao Sanlang and Yin Shisan listened to Cheng Yiqian talking about meeting someone they shouldn't have met by the stream. Xu Jin, wearing apricot yellow clothes, smiled and floated down from the tree. She landed on a horse, with Xiao Sanlang, the soul chaser, sitting in front of the saddle. Luo Qianhan flew out of the water and stood behind Jiyu Yeni, and Beimeng and the others also came up one after another. Jiang Xian, who was standing next to her, couldn't help but think of her parents. They were both teachers at the school. She witnessed her parents' transformation with her own eyes. The pain they felt when they transformed and the helpless look they gave her made her feel heartbroken and her breathing difficult whenever she thought about it now. Luo Qianhan sat cross-legged, a trace of weak spiritual power running through his body, slowly repairing the damaged meridians and internal organs. Anyone can do this, but it is extremely difficult to do everything to perfection like Luo Qianhan did. Master, don't worry. The ones who came to propose marriage this time are all sons of generals. I think there should be one that will satisfy Zhu. Ling whispered to comfort him beside Xu Yang. Maybe they gave up resistance, even if they didn't feel much pain, but the wounds, 1, 2, or even hundreds of them, were destroying their body and mind bit by bit. So they gave up, they chose death, because if they held on for another 2 seconds, Fu Feng would disappear. The most urgent task is to completely break down Long Sanlang's psychological defenses and uncover the real owner of the cotton-padded jacket. I can leave this body, haha. The evil spirit wanted to escape from Huang Zihu's body. Urxa rubbed the bite wound on his shoulder, glared at the corpse fiercely, and rushed out after it. In the center of the light, behind Mo Yanqing, there spread out an extremely huge towering tree, and its veins were clearly visible. The Spirit King on the ring was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, and he felt a sense of being tortured under the lock of the sharp energy. Today, Mu Wanga changed her usual plain clothes and put on a bright red robe. Even with a veil on her face, it still couldn't hide her beautiful face, her slender waist, and she was more beautiful than a flower. Jiang Li did not leave. She picked up the imperial edict on the table, did not open it, and threw it directly into the stove in the room. The arena had been completely destroyed, and the pieces slowly sank to the bottom of the lake. The body of the Spirit King of the Soul Separation sect had long been reduced to ashes by the power of punishment, and dust returned to dust. And the most important point is that the explosion was very powerful. It was already good enough that I was not killed. It's not that he was too sneaky, just a little suspicious. He was wandering outside the pharmacy, probably wanting to go in, but when he saw someone going in, he stopped and pretended to be just passing by. He is the demon general. He has a resolute face. Anyone who sees him for the first time will think he is an upright person. But resoluteness is only his appearance. In fact, he is a person who hides a big devil in his heart. Let us wait and see which families are involved besides the Sichu family, and who else is hiding in the dark. Is it to cover up the physical secrets of the two people? Jiang Li once guessed in her heart. However, she always felt that thinking too much about Lu Ji's thoughts would make her head hurt, so it was better not to think too much. From the tower, you can already see the stones under the moat. A river of this depth is big enough for a chariot to cross. Theoretically speaking, as long as the stored items are not placed on the location of a building in the next scene, there will be basically no problem. Li Chichen frowned and was about to speak when he saw a familiar figure in the corner. It was Qin Feng. Brin is a goblin of intelligent life. His profession, goblin warrior, is an extremely rare evolved form that only appears once every 1,000 years. It is also the key for Brin to grow into a guardian. Of course, he is also born with the responsibility of protecting the race. Upon seeing this, Yi Zhuan thought that these Saint Kings were too crazy. He had also read some historical records these days, which recorded the horror of the ghost insect demon mother. These people did not simply want to seal her, but wanted to decompose her. Su Hanzhan is the owner of this plum garden mansion and one of the most beloved princes of the Su Tang Empire. He does not need to give any instructions if he wants to do anything, let alone just taking a bath. After Yukio Haitoshi and the other two landed, They first checked the puzzle pieces they had been randomly assigned to. The other man in armor took up a rather large area, and just by looking at the heavy armor that looked very hot, Nero could guess how hot it was inside. There seemed to be some resentment in her voice, but towards Artaz, there seemed to be no hatred in her tone. Yes, the owner of the 7 Stars Tower never does business at a loss. Why would he do it if no one places an order? Probably the only business that could be considered a loss over the years was the one with Shifeng Village, but even that time, the 7 Stars Tower still made a profit. If it were just her, she would be willing to turn around and walk away to avoid them. She was tolerant of Wu Chenshu and she was unwilling to lose her temper with him. This did not mean that she had no bottom line, and Lan Liming was a bottom line. It was absolutely impossible to ask Lan Liming to transfer to another hospital. Li laughed loudly with joy. I also look forward to that day. She also wanted to have 2 more sons, as one was not enough. He knocked the basalt shell shield with the black snake and shouted to the monster, "Hey, you squirrel mandarin fish, your uncle is here." The locksmith looked tall and mighty in the firelight, and his heroic spirit was evident. The body had been taken out of Sun Fu's room. Originally, according to Tang Qianhao's idea, there were 2 empty rooms where no one lived, and they could interrogate him there, but Channy insisted on asking in Sun Fu's room, so Tang Qianhao thought about it and agreed. On the other side of the room, Su Ziyu had already suppressed the smile on his face and looked at the nurse with a somewhat cold expression. "I know about the grudge between you and Ji Yu Bai, so I prepared a special gift for him." There was a hint of sinisterness in the man's calm tone. "Old Bao, let me help you." Pu Zhenhua rode the War Bear King and rushed towards the old immortal, and the Iron Claw slapped him. "Can't you see what they mean? They dare to guide fans to buy real CPS again and again, and make up some specious words. Chapter 40, I don't want to. Some people even think that Tan Miaoi and Yi Qingyun are a perfect match made in heaven, with a talented man and a beautiful woman. Of course, more people looked at Yi Qingyun with envy and jealousy. Tan Miaoi is the most beautiful woman in Jiangdong. I don't know how many people dream goddess she is. As a result, he just hugged Yi Qingyun like this. Many people were heartbroken when they saw this scene. Successfully won the championship of this martial arts competition and got the beauty back. Looking at Yi Qingyun this way, he is definitely a winner in life. As the person involved, Yi Qingyun felt the gazes of the people around him, patted Tan Miaoi on the back, and spoke. "Third senior sister, if you hold me for a little longer, your innocence will be gone. This trace is still very new. Could it be the ancestor? After all, there is no one else in this forbidden area except the ancestor. However, the ancestor has never left the forbidden area. He suddenly came out recently. Could it be that he discovered something?" Hua Wenyu seemed to understand why the demons were so excited when the Firefox appeared. Perhaps, the demons also knew the effect of the Firefox's blood. Of course, they might have been sent by the blue snakes. But in the inner world, sorcerers are indispensable to the world and their status is very high. Xiao Chansha knew that Fu Changyao had imposed a loyalty ban on Jie Liu, but he didn't know why he felt uneasy. Liu could no longer hide his displeasure, and snorted and left. It is for this reason that the previous Pirate King was able to break through Fang Bing's defense so easily. Otherwise, do you think that a martial immortal defense is so easy to break through? After he finished speaking, a ray of light covered the flaming sword. The difference from before was that the flaming sword now no longer had the violent energy overflow as at the beginning. Instead, it was replaced by a force that could be freely controlled. Xu Qingli wanted to say something else, but seeing Hu Jincheng like this, she had to respond softly and bowed to leave. After looking around, Lin Ran could see basically everything that was in plain sight. To be honest, compared to the spellbook of Dragon Academy, that of Night Owl was rubbish. The lowest level spell here required 200 points. Can you imagine that? And according to his understanding, Lin Chen had not learned any powerful martial arts, but he was very worried because he knew that behind Lin Chen were Master Zhuge and Elder Wang, 2 very famous alchemists in Qianfeng Kingdom. She walked and smiled foolishly. Her smile was uglier than crying. A hi followed her from a distance, and suddenly a sentence popped up in her mind. "I also feel that we have been a little hasty in our practice during this period. It is probably because we met these 2 level 9 experts and felt powerless." Wang Fengyi, who rarely expressed her opinions, spoke up at this time. The alphas would certainly not stop Ouyang Ying from buying any good things, and the matter of breaking through superpowers was also the news they conveyed to Ouyang Ying, but they exaggerated the role of the tourmaline infinitely. After hesitating for a while, Reiju took the cup but didn't drink it. It wasn't because she was afraid that Chino would poison her, she was just a little surprised. Why would Chino come to her? Although it was embarrassing to struggle like that, I had no choice. In order to survive. Zhong Yi made this judgment because the 4 security guards on the 3rd floor did not move, all leaning against the pillars, with their guns pointed upwards, and their eyes carefully patrolling the customers. They didn't care about the customers running around. As long as anyone dared to draw their guns, they would definitely shoot first. It takes 49 days to refine the elixir, plus the round trip would probably take 3 months, so Katia would have rotted away long ago. It turned out that based on simple calculations, combined with the topography and other conditions, the current location of the group should be in the Chamudika Basin, somewhere near National Highway 316 and 314. The exact location is unknown. The alarms continued to sound in the spaceship. Li Xian glared at them, and his domineering aura made the Alpha people hesitate to move forward. It can absorb ability damage and endure twice the pain, but its body cannot transform into an element. According to this, Blackbeard's biggest enemy should be top swordsmen like Redhair and Hawkeye. Hua Linglong wanted to refuse at first and didn't want it, but under Li Qingfeng's strong request, she finally accepted it. However, the 9 alchemy techniques are all supreme skills. Even though Jun Rutu is extremely talented, he has only learned this one and is unable to use the others for the time being. Hu Zi is very human and has a gentle and well-behaved personality. He has become an important member of the Qin family. Whenever Qin Zudong wants to hold a family meeting, he always invites Hu Zi to join, and the family is very happy. As the voice approached, a tall and rough young man with thick eyebrows, big eyes, square ears, and a wide mouth, as tall as a man who could crush the sky and the earth, walked over. What's going on? Why did it start running by itself? The combat device started running suddenly and was automatically put on Xiang Yu's hand. Shu Da and Deng Yud were fine. Their injuries were not serious, and they only needed to recuperate for 10 days or half a month. Immediately, under the escort of Tang Yang and Shenran, the 2 armies set out again and returned to Nashabala City. During this period, Lin Zhu was completely unable to contact Li Qingfeng. Even searching the dozen or so planets around him was of no avail. She was extremely worried about Li Qingfeng's safety. Brother Lin Chen, please, you must save Sister Lingzi, Yizi said, grabbing the corner of Lin Chen's clothes. Wan Peng couldn't hold back his appetite any longer, so he ordered more than a dozen barbecue dishes in one go, ready to enjoy a satisfying meal. He didn't even put on his clothes, and ran out of the house with a big knife in his hand. When he came to the yard, he found a particularly tragic scene. The other party's face was full of surprise, but the huge force made their bodies fly backwards. Yes, there are several black markets at the border of Qingyun province and Hanyuan province, but the prices there are lower. If you have a holy weapon or a holy level elixir, we'd better enter Qingyun province. I have been to Qingyun province several times when I was on a mercenary mission, so I know a few places. Han Qianquang was extremely shocked. He would never have thought that this plain-looking Zhu Dongnan actually had 1 million yuan to buy his life. Not only would his 500,000 yuan be wasted, but he himself might also be in trouble. Yes. Wang Wei nodded. After Natasha asked such a question, he already had an idea in his mind. A smile appeared on his face. Now this matter was very important to him. David was extremely shocked. The old man he knew must be 80 years old this year. Lu Yihang tried his best and sent him flying several meters high. Lu Yihang couldn't help but frown. He had planned to send him flying more than 10 meters in one breath, but now it was only a few meters. Ouying Ling was indeed stronger than he thought. As she spoke, Ruluo closed her eyes, and with a piercing sound, the jade hairpin pierced her throat. Xiang Huaqiang's body was trembling as he looked at the 2 people hugging each other in the middle of the manor. One was still crying, and the other still had a smile on his face. Lin Qiong thought, Pang Sheng's character is even worse than Pang Qianshu's. He has no parents in his heart. What should he do with such a person? He did not intend to hand Pang Sheng over to the Dragon Group, because he was Chen Yuexian's son after all, but he did not intend to let him go free, because this person was too unreliable. Chapter 41: A Little Revenge. Ghost Han nodded. Brother Yi, it's okay. I will protect the Tan family for 1 year according to your request. Yi Qingyun nodded and smiled at Tan Chengzhuan. Uncle Tan, can you give me the Wu Zhuan route now? Tan Chengzhuan came back to his senses and nodded. Nephew Yi, no problem. Now, Tan Chengzhuan liked Yi Qingyun even more. He felt that his precious daughter had very good taste. I can actually find such an outstanding man. I don't know how I found it. After saying this, Tan Chengzhuan went to the inner hall to get Wu Zhuanzhen. The location of that black root is a secret even within the Tan family. Only the head of the family, Tan Chengzhuan, knows. Waiting here. Hearing this, young Gunging's fingertips, which were fiddling with the abacus, suddenly stopped. His heart suddenly tightened and he didn't dare to look up at the door. The Paris Fashion Festival will be held in the evening. Lan Qian and several designers from the Kang family went to the scene to see the situation. Several celebrities were also present. The captain, who was also the great man that Mu Qiao particularly admired, wanted to ask a few more questions. Do you really have a husband? Before he had even finished typing, his thoughts were disrupted by those exclamation marks. All the ministers in the Qin court did not dare to look at the scene before them with confidence and fell into self-doubt. Although you speak so highly of this young man, there is no room for negotiation. This mission must be completed by you two together. Starting tomorrow, you two must report to Edinburgh High School together. Fatty Huang said in a firm tone. Chen Qi was worried, but she could do nothing. She couldn't help. Zhonglin also looked serious. Although she was not strong, she could feel that the grey-clothed boy was difficult to deal with. Dr. Zhu stretched out his hand and felt Qinming's pulse, only to find that his pulse was extremely weak, yet his internal qi was surging, the two being extremely disproportionate. He then felt the pulse on his left hand. Soon they arrived at the punishment hall, which was an important place in Jiangnan Yanyu Tower. All rewards and punishments for gang members were handled here. Guan Wanshan was in charge of the punishment hall. He was usually stern and clear about killing, so most of the disciples avoided him. This prince made him feel deeply frightened and uneasy, and the only way for him to survive was to be obedient. Hearing someone talking, the young man turned around unhappily. His eyes fell on Song Li's face and instantly turned pale. Song Li's appearance gradually became clearer and clearer in her eyes, and the blood color in her eyes became less and less, and thinner. After a while, her eyes returned to being dark and clear, as clean as the moon in the sky. A cultivator cultivates the communication between the body and mind and the heaven and earth. Therefore, once a cultivator becomes powerful, he can be one with the heaven and earth, draw the power of the heaven and earth, dominate the world, and possess the ability to overturn rivers and seas. At this moment, the expression on his handsome face was playful and smiling, in contrast to his icy face, as if he was watching a good show, without any seriousness, but rather a ruffian and naughty look, with a natural sense of romanticism and uninhibitedness. When Shen Bingario walked into the lobby of the main building, she looked at the 100 or so people standing in an orderly manner, and her decadent mood was inspired again. There were still so many things to do in front of her. Instead of using this time to feel sad, she might as well work hard to realize her ideals. This many pearl is also known as the Ruyi Pearl. It refers to the Ruyi Pearl unique to the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea. It is a rare treasure in the world, and one pearl can satisfy 3 wishes of human beings. Seeing that Ning Kui was able to escape unscathed at his hands, Xian Jingyu couldn't help but cheer secretly and said, "With just this one move, your martial arts are no less than my junior sister's." Ning Kui was still in shock and didn't dare to distract himself to answer. He hurriedly held up an umbrella to protect himself and deployed the Hai Chan Kui Yanyi defensive posture, fearing that Xian Jingyu would take advantage of the situation to pursue him. And it just so happened that at this moment, the heavy rain that was originally pouring down suddenly stopped. So, with just one word from his good grandson, "Your Majesty," you would risk your life to help him achieve his goal? Should he blame him for not cherishing himself and causing trouble for others, or be relieved that he cares so much about his good grandson? The people under him secretly groaned and lived in fear every day, fearing that they would be the next to be punished. "Uncle, Mi Bai is in the suburbs of the city now. Let's go there now." After saying that, Chang Jejia and Zhu Jingwu left Zhu's house together, leaving Zhu Jingshan staring at her father's room in a daze, not knowing how to start the conversation. Tai Bai smiled and thanked him. He had connections and a backer. So what? Could it be that Zhu Dia really dared to attack him? Boom! 2 strong whirlwinds collided with each other, neither giving way to the other. The entire space began to shake again, the ground began to crack, and countless pieces of rubble flew into the air. At this time, the air in the entire venue was filled with chaotic and violent demonic energy. "This thing is very important to you, right?" Hao Qian sneered, and a glass bead glowing with a faint blue light appeared out of thin air and floated in front of Lioli. The Demon King also took out a pitch-black bead, and as the two exerted their power, the 2 beads began to gradually rotate around the space tunnel. At this time, the space tunnel had been opened, and as long as the God King and the Demon King exerted their power at the same time, they could close the entrance. Just as Binglian in mid-air transformed into its complete form, it had a blood-red body, a devil-like face, and sharp fangs that seemed able to bite everything to pieces. "Okay, at worst you can just come back next time. Let's go." Jiyu Qingyang hugged Qin Ruoshui's arm and walked out. There are passionate young people everywhere, especially college student volunteers who take advantage of their holidays to teach and travel to every poor and remote village in our country. My mother must have a way to contact local college student volunteers. Shen Ziyue said affirmatively. After saying that, he impatiently took up his stance and directly raised his true qi. A cheetah with bared fangs and claws suddenly emerged, its fierce eyes emitting a chilling and murderous light. When Fairy Xiao received the paper, she grabbed the man's wrist, which was thinner than expected, and he almost broke free. I can't be sure. Besides, it's not a deep hatred, it's just a friendly gun. This is not the era of the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, so there is no need to send 3 bandits with weapons, right? That look perfectly portrayed the dignity and demeanor of a prince, making him worthy of being called a pretentious criminal. That Hao is Luo Minghai's old friend, and he is also a wealthy Chinese in Hong Kong. In the overseas Chinese circle, Hong Kong is the most informed, especially with its backing on the mainland. It plays the role of a link connecting the entire overseas Chinese circle. Juzhua said this for a reason. He heard some sounds coming from underground, which sounded like the sound of a well-trained army marching. Long Qian frowned and looked at the man in front of him. Even a clayman has some earthy qualities. Long Qian was unwilling to remain indifferent when someone said that. Seeing this, I couldn't help but be surprised. The people the 8th wise king brought today were not only insufficient in number, but their quality seemed to be very average. What capital did he have? And why did he dare to come to my door so directly? However, since both sides of RB are ready to open the city gates and fight, ZG must also prepare. However, many court officials felt that the prestige of a great country should be reflected in giving. That is, constantly giving benefits to the Western regions, constantly tolerating the Western region's misbehavior, and constantly making concessions. Chapter 42 Tan Qianhu. Yes, Dad, don't underestimate Qingyun. His medical skills are very powerful. Tan Miaoi echoed. Although she had never seen Yi Qingyun's medical skills. But she just believed in her junior brother so much. Upon hearing this, Tan Chengzhuan looked thoughtful and did not immediately agree to Yi Qingyun. Dad, what are you hesitating about? My junior brother's medical skills are really amazing. Maybe he can cure Grandpa's illness. Tan Miaoi hugged Tan Chengzhuan's arm and shook him. Tan Chengzhuan thought for a moment and spoke to Yi Qingyun. Well, nephew Yi, I will take you to see my father. However, if you want to treat the disease, you still need Mr. Wu's consent. She couldn't help but wonder, could the young family member that Jiang Yuza mentioned be one of the 3 of them? Miss Qingyuan, you are too polite. Doctor Hu returned the greeting and wrote a prescription for Jin Gui Pin. He guessed that Qingyuan had something to ask, so he went to the outer room. What if I don't agree? The smile on B.A. Jun's face became brighter, but his eyes became sharper. Ji-Yu Junzu watched Yi Xingbei chatting and laughing with the 2 children. The corners of his lips were slightly raised, but the pressure in his heart was always very low. His Xiang and others also received the order to go into battle. Are we finally here? This was the first time that his Xiang participated in such a large battle. Su Mu let out a long sigh. He was a little sleepy anyway, so he might as well sleep for a while. Is it a deal? Jinju stretched out his hand and stared at Jiyu Shinji, but he couldn't see any grievance in him. So Tang Huan's eyes rolled around, looking east and west, and looking up and down at the entire venue where the dance party was held. In fact, what is there to investigate? It is an established fact that King Rui has the intention of treason. His personal investigation will only confirm the crime and gain more evidence. As for how much evidence to submit at that time, it depends on what Zhuanyuan Wu thinks. Only I knew clearly what she was afraid of. The cold touch on my head told me what was happening. My grandma's hand was gently stroking my head. I knew very well that her eyes must be full of doting and relief, but this did not seem to be the point. After the preview of Day and Night was over, it was screened in all domestic theaters. However, Lin Mu was a little bit more awesome, as both Enlightenment and China Film Theatre chains screened the film in all theaters. Zhong Ruofeng felt uncomfortable after hearing this. People kindly invited you to dinner, and it would be fine if you didn't appreciate it. But is there any point in criticizing them behind their back? You guys wait here first, I'll go take a look ahead. After saying that, Sophie followed the traces left on the weeds and went into the woods. Lin Dong put his right eye against the gun again. This time, something like this must not happen again. Otherwise Lin Dong would start to doubt whether his advanced skills were fake. Lin Dong pointed to an empty bed opposite. In the entire tent, apart from 2 rows of 8 simple beds, there was nothing else to be found. Nothing, I just feel like not wanting to swim today. Ryase, who was treated with a cold gaze from Isuzu, sat down next to her. The Beast King Palace was not far from this palace, and with Jinlai's speed, he could come over as soon as he received the message. But Kunwei was still a Beast King after all, so the rules for entering and leaving were a bit troublesome, so it naturally took some time. Palos, realizing something was wrong, immediately shouted to stop him, but it was too late. Wang Chaoyang and Lin Zhu were deeply impressed by this guy's face full of bitterness and hatred, and his hair that was so oily that it was close to his scalp and could be directly pressed. Li Sin's iron shirt and bone break are good at dealing with physical damage, but makes him vulnerable to magical damage. And at this time, since the thief god Bingfeng has arrived, we can feel much more at ease. As for the other end, it was transformed from a strong wind, and each piece of scale was condensed from a hurricane, like a sharp blade, carrying terrifying destructive power. When Fang Zhu returned to Fang Yuan's training room by herself, the 6 of them were so happy to see Fang Zhu's distraught look, thinking that they had succeeded. Although the 100 players of the Against the Sky Guild are all very powerful, the number of 600,000 players is definitely not an exaggeration. However, in terms of perception, there is not much difference between a level 65 Dark Demon and a level 60 Dark Demon. Well, you give the questions first. Chen Liangyu smiled faintly, and at his signal, 2 large pieces of paper with 81 grids drawn on them were hung on the wall of the guest house, and another piece of paper with a simple description of the rules was hung on the other side. This potion recipe not only brings strength potion, but also allows pharmacists who learn potions to gain a lot of experience. This is a master-level potion recipe, but for some reasons, only advanced pharmacists can learn it. Everyone knows that the thief god Bingfeng will only appear at the most critical moment, but no one knows when the most critical moment is. The other guards followed suit, throwing out a few grenades each, then shouting and riding their horses towards Emma. Although there was hesitation in her tone, after hesitating for a long time, Yin Yu finally said it. Then he rushed forward and tore her clothes. Dong Yu had not yet reacted to what he said. She had never seen him like this before. He was like a ferocious beast. She became scared instead. She had a lot of things on her mind, so she had no intention of doing anything and instinctively stepped back. In the human world where spiritual energy is weak, the existence of this source of fairy fire is simply a miracle. Emperor Han said. Madame Liu frowned. She and her cousin did have an ambiguous relationship, but how could he be so foolish as to say it out in front of Liu Jin? Li Xueqin found himself being embraced in a warm embrace. He looked up and saw a somewhat familiar face leading them to ride the wind and leave the forest. Chapter 43 Poisoning. As a result, now Tan Mioi actually brought such a young man to treat him. This seemed quite novel to Tan Qianhu. Tan Qianhu did not reply to Tan Mioi immediately. Instead, he looked at Mr. Wu and asked his old friend what he thought. What do you think, Mr. Wu? General Wu saw the performance of Tan Mioi and Yi Qingyun and understood everything. Most likely, the young man Yi Qingyun wanted to show off himself in front of his sweetheart. And Tan Mioi also wanted to give Yi Qingyun this opportunity. He pinched his beard with his hand and said to Yi Qingyun, Friend Yi, there aren't many people your age who are interested in Chinese medicine. You. When Dao Guang heard what Wen Tiran said, although it seemed to make sense, he didn't know why he always felt that Wu Yunlin was at a disadvantage. He looked at Wen Tiran suspiciously, not knowing whether he should go ahead with this arrangement. After all, it was once the hidden mountain gate of a great sect, so it is understandable that it retains many dangers. Su Mo took a bite of the crispy and fragrant bacon with a greasy and golden crust. The smoky and meaty aroma bloomed on the tip of his tongue, dancing away the fatigue accumulated last night. Yin and Yang collide, constantly borrowing time from the future, and the flesh and blood cells seem to have grown huge gluttonous mouths, madly swallowing external vitality. Then, the soul of a macaque nearby immediately entered the body of Sun Wukong and returned to the foot of the Five Elements mountain. As the charm was outlined, Luo Ran gradually felt a little strange, as if he had established a routine with the entire building. Master Yan Luo also noted this in the Alchemy Sutra. It's a pity that soul-restoring beads were extremely precious in the ancient cultivation world and were not something that ordinary cultivators could get their hands on. In an instant, Chen Yi approached the enemy. The figure under the umbrella formed a knife with his fingers and slashed it across the air. In an instant, ghosts cried and wolves howled, and 7 sinister knife auras came at him. The future is bright. If you don't get on board now, the seats may become even more crowded and you will get fewer benefits if you wait any longer. Suddenly a gust of wind blew over, and the flame in the southeast corner flickered. Old Man Wei's face changed drastically, and he hurried forward, hoping to protect the jumping flame. At this time, Wei Ning was sitting on a chair with his back to the god of joy, carrying a bench. For Yi Chanyang, helping them get outside the medium-sized planet was already a great help. Her husband once again refreshed her perception of how sinister he was. Throughout the negotiation process, he was calm and composed, in control of the overall situation, and step by step lured out all the secrets of Nanja Siming. Xia Ji drove silently. Here it comes again. Here it comes again. A tone-deaf person often hums in the ear like a mosquito, which feels very bad. You. What are you doing? Ruan Nian remembered what Su Lan said about men who have just started having sex having no self-control, and she felt a little scared. Su Xiaoka has never doubted the existence of enlightened monks in this world, so Dr. He must have been instructed by one of the monks to travel thousands of miles, hiding his identity and waiting here. Li Qinghu was secretly happy. He had to admit that Chen Renxue, who was cold and unattainable in the original drama but had a strong and independent heart and a high status, acted coquettishly towards him, and he felt really happy and refreshed. She was drunk and mad, totally unconscious. Besides, whether she was willing or not depended on him. Besides, would President Shen agree? Wouldn't he think that she was making a profit? Lu Xian paused slightly, looked back at Su Xiaoke, and then left with Lu Li. Jia Wutong seemed to be under spell, and froze for a moment, his face red and his eyes blank, looking at the few people speechless. Liu Xia's cheeks were as red as if she had put on rouge, and she glared at Jia Wutong in shame and anger. Jiao Wutong smiled helplessly, and the few people laughed and walked away playfully. Jiao Wutong was still standing there after they walked away. Therefore, after Pangu split the chaos with his axe, the chaotic energy dissipated. Now, it is unimaginably difficult to find a trace of chaotic energy. Sun Tingya gathered together with Yu Meng and Long Yuling, who flew over, and activated the Wind and Thunder Sword Immortal Killing Formation. Although Yanghuang is a good place with strong public security, it is difficult for foreign forces to stir up trouble in Yanghuang. However, the Umbrella of Protection will not be limited to Yanghuang. Now the vanguard of the Umbrella of Protection to expand overseas has gone out. Before long, the Umbrella of Protection will completely go out of the international community. Once it goes abroad, the opportunity for foreign forces to stir up trouble will come. You mean? I bought the title of Ninghua Marquis with money, and it cost me 200,000 taels and 100,000 kilograms of snowflake salt. After listening to Tang Bohu's general narration, Li Li's eyes widened. Ling Qian felt that the pressure from the ladder was growing stronger and stronger, making him feel as if he was being pressed down by a mountain. It was difficult for him to even move a step, but his expression did not change at all. According to legend, when Buddhism entered China, no one paid attention to it. So the Buddhist sect changed its way of thinking and made everything according to the preferences of the common people. For example, if the common people like gold, then the Buddhist sect also likes gold. Finally, it was Li Yu and his companion's turn. After passing the test of the magic stone, both of them were awarded the badge of apprentice magician. However, the people in the magic tower looked at them with pity. However, Dobby was so happy at this time that he forgot everything, while Li Yu didn't care at all. Xia Jiayuan was delighted when she heard that. She was afraid that the imperial concubine would not only not help her but also stop her. Now that the imperial concubine said that she would not stop her, she felt much more relieved. The Buddhist disciples arrived first, and I don't know if they succeeded in their enlightenment. But so many Taoist monks died and were injured, and no one could reach the next level of the Golden Bridge, which was a pity. Lin Ruyin is a cultivator in the nascent soul stage, and should not be so careless, but she is concerned about Bai Zhenyu's safety, and she only wants to drive the enemy away with one slash so that she can free herself to rescue him, so her mind is not on the battle at all. Tai Shi Ci didn't know what to say. Although he thought that Liang should not be abandoned, he also thought that saving Liang should not cause Jimor County to be captured by the Yellow Turban Army. So he didn't express his opinion. After doing all this, Dao Yiding felt dizzy. She knew that she might have reached her limit. The Black Nether Emperor remained calm and waved his sleeves violently. Endless black air surged up, covering all the ancient vines like a shield against the sky and the sun. The next moment, as if they had lost their breath of life, all the ancient vines fell down powerlessly, without any attack power. At the touch, she herself was stunned, and once again realized that there was still a lot of burns on her face. Damn, how did this tree grow? How could it grow so big? Sansa said and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Xiao Yang was shocked. With Emperor Flame protecting him, the damage caused by these lightnings was minimal, but his movements were restricted. The Emperor touched his face and still felt a little frightened. He was not aware of Prince Jing's persuasion at all. Although the other cultivator was angry, he did not lose his mind. The death of his companion also gave him the opportunity to attack. He seized this brief time and approached the Skyfire soldiers. Chapter 44. I believe in my junior brother. Tan Chengzhuan felt helpless. Yi Qingyun looks like a handsome man and is also a martial arts genius, so why is he so stubborn? A stick. So self-righteous. How dare you argue and compete with Mr. Wu? Mr. Wu's reputation and ability are there. The only people present were Yi Qingyun himself and Tan Miaoi. No one would believe that Yi Qingyun's medical skills were better than Mr. Wu's. Mr. Yi, it's good for young people to be confident. But don't get too cocky. This world is big, you are nothing. Tan Yanghua on the side preached to Yi Qingyun in a very sophisticated tone. At this moment, he felt so happy to take advantage of the situation. He was still thinking about whether he should. When their eyes met, neither of them gave in, and the tenderness in their eyes was almost drowning. If I had never started, had never gone through this journey, had never had any aspirations, had never had any expectations, then there would not be any helpless disappointment. Silly child. Your silly child is now the ruler of a state. Cai Rongshua couldn't help but smile when she heard this. Qingyun didn't know about Wan Qichen's affairs. She was dreaming. It was a beautiful dream at the beginning. In the dream, Wan Qichen was very gentle and held her and kissed her continuously. But just when he brought her to the bed, the scene suddenly changed. At the same time, the Linzhong gate in Quanzhou was wide open, and a young general rushed out of the city gate on horseback, followed by more than 100 Song soldiers who also rushed out of the Linzhong gate. Ji Yu Yeheng looked at Mu Fengxi, and his face clearly showed that I was lying. I was blatantly lying to you. When the king heard about this new way of cleaning, he ordered his servants to make charcoal ash blocks with oil in that way for everyone to use when washing. Liu Yan dodged as if he had been electrocuted and took 2 steps back, his heels touching the quilt on the ground. After asking 1111 to change her wet clothes, Lin Yuan directly grabbed a sheepskin and wrapped her up. In an instant, he closed his eyes and strong winds began to appear around him. White gas turned into thin threads and began to flow around him. After all, moss has been a calamity that has plagued the fairy kingdom since its creation. After such a long time, even if its source cannot be completely eradicated, the fairies must have evolved a set of tactics specifically for this type of disaster. So, can you always be like this? Even if I really regain my memory, I must not let her find out. Tu Jin had a cold face, a murderous voice, a clear gaze with a chill, and his content was coherent and logical, not at all like a fool. Ji Yang has been intensively studying business knowledge and relationships with various companies. There are many examples of faithful couples in the industry, but there are even more cases of cheating and divorce. After making such a judgment, Xie Zhi decisively made the most correct decision. Perhaps he was a little hasty, and the temperature for the pill to be formed was still a little short, but he could not risk waiting for the perfect moment to form the pill. Ever since Jiang Qingyue's health improved, Lu Junche has been turning over Jiang Qingyue's name card for 5 consecutive days, and everyone in the harem couldn't help but talk about it. Even so, Yi Rongwan never intercepted the favor of other concubines again, and even when people paid their respects to the queen in the morning, Yi Ronghua could be seen. Since the other party was able to sneak into the Jiyu cult's headquarters so easily, disguise himself as himself, deceive the 8th concubine, and enter the sky prison so accurately, it is obvious that he is someone who knows the Jiyu cult very well. However, due to some reasons that even Liang Huamin was not quite clear about, the family forces at the ancient level did not come out much. So, she got into the car angrily, then started the engine with the key, stepped on the accelerator and drove out. Bai Yu-jun and Lin Lang-jun choked at the same time. Then, they both smiled. Their smiles were as warm as the spring breeze in March. Finally, Rosta's 4th War Zone's 10,000 troops entered Murata City, which made everyone even more confused. After she came back, she kept paying attention to what was happening in Ruyan Courtyard and listened to what they said. Most of what she heard was how Zhao Churong and her gang scolded her and her mother, but they did not mention Yang's poisoning. Your Majesty, what you mean is that I should use Shant to death, right? Sig said with a smile facing Shant. It's amazing. Kahara Yasushi shook his hands, then touched his chest and found that the instruments installed on him had disappeared. Because he always felt that the Xinglin Chamber of Commerce was not simple, and he was also afraid that an accident would happen just like what happened to the flying mercenaries last time. Megya shouted a few words to ask them to make way, then led his men inside. This has nothing to do with Miyano Shiho freezing her heart and ignoring outsiders, but that Kahara Yasushi has always been guarding her boundaries tightly and never letting her take a step out. In fact, she didn't know either, and she was a person with no opinion of her own. Now public opinion seemed to be on Xie Ying's side, so of course she was nervous. Mo Dongbai met Xu Feng today. Xu Feng was transferred away from Muzheng a month ago and took up an idle position in the security camp. Tonight, while all the members of the Baohe camp were dispatched, Xu Feng took the opportunity to sneak over to see Rong Tang. Of course, Rong Tang was an easy test, but Mo Dongbai was not so easy for Xu Feng. Is that so? Bai Mushua blinked her beautiful eyes with a blush. Knowing that she had made a fool of herself, she immediately shut her mouth and dared not speak nonsense again. Even the 4 great guardian gods were beaten to death and 2 escaped by Li Delong. How could they have any ability to resist? Yes, great-grandfather. Yunji was a little nervous. Would his great-grandfather have any objection to his admiration for knights-errant? Wang Zudong drove his car to Huahai Group and went there several times. His car was directly issued a special pass, which allowed him to enter Huahai Group directly without registration or questioning, and enjoy the treatment of internal employees. Of course, this was handled by someone arranged by Guo Yu for Wang Zudong. Li Delong more or less saw some of their worries. After all, they were members of the Beijing Guild, and the Beijing Guild was the most powerful guild in the Qingyun realm. If they knew that their people had been killed, it was hard to say what they would do. Even if Zhu Jun only has S-level talent, her strength is still very powerful. It can even be said that no one can defeat her except for SSS-level superpower users. Song Yunyang, are you kidding me? She was still unsure, her head buzzing. After taking off his clothes and trousers, when his hand was unbuckling his belt, the door was suddenly pushed open. The two pairs of eyes looked at each other. Dongzhuo trembled, and his trousers fell down when his hand loosened. Yi's face turned red with embarrassment. How long does it take for a metal column weighing dozens of tons falling from a height of 6,000 meters to hit the ground? Chapter 45. Get out. Good. Tan Qinhu's eyes lit up and he shouted loudly. Then he turned around and spoke to Mr. Wu with a slightly apologetic tone. I'm sorry, old friend. I really want to know today. What on earth is the ability of this young man who has bewitched my precious granddaughter? Don't worry, if he can't give me a satisfactory answer, I will never let him go. Old Wu pinched his beard, forced a smile, and replied, Qinhu, just make the decision yourself. I also want to see what tricks this kid is up to. Although Mr. Wu seemed calm on the surface, but there was already a storm in his heart. He never expected that his old friend who was so loyal and righteous would actually. I laughed out loud with joy, feeling so relaxed and happy that I could even run laps across the vast land of China. And she would stay at her post all night during these days and make him a cup of refreshing coffee. Yunsang, pick 3 yellow, white, and red flowers each, and pick a clover by the lake. Leng Ziji said seriously, and Xia Yunsang immediately got busy. Why would the black smoke chase people? I secretly threw a stone out, and sure enough, the black smoke immediately followed the stone. I understood that it was just because the door of the tomb was closed and the air was not circulating, and anything that was moved by the wind would be chased by the black smoke. As the flame appeared, the cold air around it was swept away, and at the same time, a wave of blurry feeling arose around it. Reinforcements have arrived. Luo Chen was not completely unprepared. Although he had only come out to explore the way today, he was also prepared for a conflict at any time. This was how he managed to avoid danger last time, so this time Luo Chen would certainly not be completely unprepared. However, where could they go to save him in this vast and boundless underworld? Huziana had no good idea for the time being. Yan Bingyang nodded suspiciously. Could it be that after spending most of the day together, Mr. Mo had become familiar with her? Cai Shan made up his mind. As a wealthy man, he had his own unique way of urging people to update their works, which was to give rewards. As the dramatic changes in Lopner occurred, the country immediately dispatched an exploration team to enter Lopner for investigation. Seeing Ning how so full of energy, Yi Ru's face showed a little comfort, and then she leaned down beside the bathtub, which was enough to make countless men bow down. Bodies collided fiercely, and the sound of muscles colliding with each other suddenly resounded throughout the streetball court surrounded by high-rise buildings. The shopkeeper did not go back to his room to rest, but lay down in front of the counter, lighting an oil lamp to guard the store. I wonder if he has already known that there may be ghosts in the inn, so he dare not sleep so soundly. Qingyun began to practice hard in the time acceleration formation. In 1 month, Qingyun practiced in the time acceleration formation for a year. This rascal. She cursed in her heart, but she was very happy because Luo Feng was not dead and was still alive. Over the years, Libya's oil base has been under construction, and continuous afforestation has allowed the oil base to begin to show the beauty of an oasis. The whole audience burst into boos and cheers, and Zhong Jinyan, under the spotlight, glanced at Jing Yang, who had been shocked out of the court, and said without mercy, TSK. Then he turned and walked towards the free-throw line. Bai Hao was not surprised at all when Su Luo said that there were experts guarding the central hall. What a joke. It would be strange if there were no experts in such an important place. Brother Hao. Everyone has played with Miao Qianqing's wife. I don't think there is anything special about her. It doesn't matter if she dies. Scarface looked flattering. Luo Feng's hand stretched restlessly to where it shouldn't be, and Jinkason noticed it immediately. Aoqian didn't expect that this hellhound that could obviously shoot magic could also attack physically. Caught off guard, Aoqian couldn't dodge the hellhound's attack. A bright red mark 2300 reminded Aoqian that he was in danger at this time. I'm worried about you. Feng Shenlan explained. Qin Fengzhan grabbed Yang Ruoli's waist and brought her to his side. Perhaps, these are all some magical herbs related to ice. Could it be that there is something related to heat? Aoqian made a bold guess, turned back immediately, and walked into another cave entrance. Finally, he couldn't help but use his luck, and suddenly a red light burst out from his arms, and Bai Su's purple-black light rope finally broke. Ling Xia grabbed nothing with his hand, smiled coldly, withdrew his hand, and gently stroked the wound on his heart. Okay, I'm just kidding. Li Xiao begged for mercy quickly. After returning to Dongguan, Li Xiao rarely had such a happy time. He didn't have to think about taking so many things. He stroked his red forehead with his big hand and slowly opened his sleepy eyes. He felt that he had slept for a long time and his head was still heavy. On May 19th, Qingyun died in the Taixing city guardhouse. Hegyu ordered his men to chop off his head and hang it on the top of the city wall. At the same time, he let his soldiers go for 7 days, allowing the northern desert soldiers to burn, kill, and plunder as a reward. At this point, Taixing was completely captured. At this time, the Taixing Navy had not yet received the news that Hegyu had entered the city. It is undeniable that he loves that feeling and hopes to have that feeling for the rest of his life. He will live a very comfortable life with young Shimon around. This is unquestionable, and he never has to think too much. But you can at least rest assured that you and Qin Fengzhan have no blood relationship. Young Ruoli walked with his head down, remaining silent. Of course, there's no village or shop here. There's no one here except me. Who else do you think there is? The old man was talking to himself, and Yi Guyan was suddenly speechless. Is the mission over here? At this point, even Snow understood that because the mission was delayed for too long by the Gun Alliance, the system automatically produced subsequent changes. However, a Nianrong was used to facing challenges head-on. She quickly integrated the resources she had and tenaciously opened up her own situation. When it was impossible to start from the inside, she would start from the outside, even though it would take more effort.